Chapter 51 The Importance of Sealing. With longing and curiosity about Jiraiya's book, Uemon finished his dinner 3 times, and then took Shijin and went out. Of course, she didn't take King Yu to buy books, but because it was time for King Yu to practice ninjutsu at night. She wanted to buy it while King Yu was practicing. Uemon, protect Lord Shima. Zeman came to the door to see him off and exhorted, "Don't worry, brother," Uemon said perfunctorily. King Yu smiled and waved his hand and said, "Relax, Zeman. It should be fine for this period of time." Zeman knew that Shizen was talking about it, and he thought that Danzo did not cause trouble during this period. He also said the night a week ago that he would not intervene in the future. Thinking of this, Zeman nodded in relief. "Master Shima, please go early and return early." "Okay." After that, Shijin went out with Uemon. The two still came to the 8th practice field, the place where King Yu developed a new technique for rock worms. There are many driving ranges for Konoha, but the scenery is different, and King Yu's favorite is this 8th driving range. The location is remote and quiet. The trees grow very lush and are very suitable for spiritual practice. "Well, does Yui Jun master the 4 arts?" Uemon asked. "Mastered." King Yu nodded. 3 generations gave King Yu 2 Bleevil Fire Escape Ninjutsu and 2 Bleevil Soil Escape Ninjutsu. They are the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb, the technique of Unburned, the Earth Flow River, and the Rock Slab. The Fire Dragon Flame Bomb has nothing to say. It is the fire attribute version of the Water Escape Water Dragon Bomb, while the Biscuit technique is slightly different. The general fire escape basically comes from the mouth, but this unburnt technique is to directly ignite flames on the enemy. The 2 Earth Escape techniques, the Earth Flow River and the Rock Slab, are the more powerful techniques in the Earth Escape. The former is to turn the soil under the feet into liquid to wash the enemy, and the latter is to surround the opponent with the ground under the feet and squeeze it. However, due to today's King Yu, the Earth attribute Chakra is not strong enough, not to mention that the Bleevil, even the Cleevil Earthen Ninjutsu is difficult to successfully cast. However, there was no problem with Huodun. Since the original body had worked hard at Huodun, the 2 Bleevil Ninjutsu was hard to say to King Yu, and there was no major problem with the training. What really makes King Yu feel difficult is Jin. In the Naruto world, there are 12 ninjas in total, which are called by time. Each ninja is different, and it is not as easy as imagined to be mastered. Its function is to refine the chakra, and control its direction and shape, and finally release one's chakra. As a result, ninjutsu is formed. Except for some special Muji ninjutsu, conventional 5 escape ninjutsu, spiritism, or some esoteric skills are required to be displayed. Therefore, this week, Uemon did not let King Yu practice ninjutsu directly, but let King Yu practice Kyuin, starting from the most basic. Because as a ninja of the Oil Girl clan, King Yu was very ordinary in Jin, and even slightly scumbag in comparison. But this is not entirely to blame King Yu for not working hard, but because of the unique fighting methods and skills of the U-Girl clan, which makes the U-Girl clan different from the regular ninjas. The fundamental reason is that they don't need Jin to cast insects to fight. In addition, I have never used ninjutsu, so I only have the most basic mastery in this aspect, which is the level of ninja school graduation. Of course, as a ninja, even the Oil Girl clan needs to use the ninja. That is the seal that refines the chakra. In the battle, the Oil Girl clan gets the most from this seal. The purpose is to refine more chakras, so as to control the insects more effectively. However, the entire Oil Girl clan basically doesn't use the ninjas with more than plural ninjas. But if you want to use ninjutsu, Jin is a skill that must be mastered, because Jin is a necessary process when performing ninjutsu. And once there is an error in the not printing, it is difficult to completely release the ninjutsu. At the same time, the speed of Jin also determines the time of the move. This is why Uemon asked Shima to practice Yuji first. In addition, there is a more important reason, that is, in the Naruto world, some ninjutsu styles are very long. Ninjutsu that requires more than a dozen or 20 knots is very common, and there are many that require 30 or 40 knots. Let me say that there are also short knots in ninjutsu, just like the ones given by the 3 generations, the technique of unbaking, the earth flow river and the rock slab. These 3 techniques are okay. The knot printing style is very short, of which there are only 4 of the unburnt technique and the rock slate, and 5 of the earth flow rivers. At least master the posture of Jai-in. It is not a problem to perform the operation quickly. But the Jai-in style is long, and it's not so easy if you want to display it quickly. For example, another fire escape ninjutsu given by the 3 generations, the Fire Dragon Fire Bullet. The name of this technique knows the fire attribute version of the Water Dragon Bomb. The Water Dragon Bomb is a typical example of super long knot ninjutsu. This ninjutsu has 44 knots, which is horribly long. When Kakashi first replicated this technique without cutting, the 2 people stood on the water and knotted the seal for almost half a minute before successfully performing it. As a relative version of the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb, although the knot printing style is a bit less, it is not much less. It also has 37 knots, which is very difficult to master. But if you want to display it perfectly and quickly, it needs a very fast speed of printing, otherwise it won't be used at all. Because in the life and death fight, no enemy will stand like a fool, waiting for the enemy to seal the spell. I don't even say let you make a move. If I can't stop it, I lose. This is why Kakashi claims to have copied thousands of types of ninjutsu, but only those few are used. In the final analysis, there is no time to settle slowly in the battle. Although his speed of printing is not slow, but it is not as fast as Itachi makes people invisible. Therefore, he generally can't use the super long knotty style ninjutsu. For example, Kakashi and Itachi use the same technique to fight, and Itachi can perform operations 3 times faster than Kakashi. I believe everyone knows what this is. Even if the same technique is not used, at the same time, the party with the faster speed of congestion can also use more powerful techniques. Therefore, the battle between ninjas, or the competition between ninjutsu, regardless of the length of the ninjutsu knot printing style, the speed of the knot printing is very important. Because, in addition to ninjutsu players in this world, there is also a speed player, such as the 4th generation of Naruto Watergate, and the 4th generation of Raking. The 4 generations of Hokage, Bofing Shuiman, known as the Yellow Flashes of the rivers and lakes. Their famed stunt is the famous Flying Thunder God technique. The principle of this technique is to use the prepared technique to move in space. With this unscientific technique, let's see what the 4 generations are about to become. Enemies often have not had time to make the seal. They are held on the neck by the 4 generations. After all, he used the technique of Flying Thunder God, and he just stretched out his hand to touch it, and he didn't need Jai-in in front of me. You don't have that time. The 4 generations probably only have this idea. In the 4th generation of Raikage, in the mode of latent armor, the speed is only a little slower than that of Watergate. The effect on the enemy is the same. Want to get printed? Let me give you a punch first. In the face of such a player, wanting Jai-in to release ninjutsu is just a dream. The most important thing is that even if it is used, it may not be hit. Techniques like Water Dragon Bombs or Fire Dragon Flame Bombs are no different from killing them when used on them. If you really want to use it and don't feel uncomfortable, then it is estimated that the speed of Jin is as fast as Itachi so that you can't see it. Otherwise, it is like the 3rd generation of Naruto and the 2nd generation of Naruto, relying on the proficiency of the escape technique and the super control of the chakra, simplifying the technique of ninjutsu. But those who can do this are undoubtedly the powerhouses of the shadow level. Most people simplify the ninjutsu seal, and most of them only end up with chakra's confusion. So when most people meet them, they should just run away honestly. After all, high-level officials in various countries have said that life-saving is the priority when encountering yellow flashes. Chapter 52 Meeting Naruto Again. Naturally, Uemon didn't have such high demands on Shima. It goes without saying that King Yu can't do things like simplifying the Indian style. Of course, she didn't ask King Yu to be like Itachi, The speed of Jin was so fast that she was using Muji ninjutsu. The goal she set for King Yu is that the 3 techniques of unburned, rock slab, and earth flow must be completed within 2 seconds. The fire dragon flame bomb must be completed within 10 seconds, otherwise there is no need to practice ninjutsu. Hearing this request, King Yu sneered at first, feeling relaxed, but when he really practiced, he found that it was much more difficult than he thought. The short 3 skills are okay. King Yu can complete it in 3 seconds after 1 week of practice. Although it is less than 2 seconds, it is not a problem for another period of time to practice. But the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb technique is not good enough. It is a huge challenge for King Yu to complete it in less than 10 seconds. Not to mention the fact that the knot is fast and easy to make mistakes. Because of its long length, sometimes the order will be wrong. There is no problem with the knot slowly, and it can be perfectly knotted within 20 seconds, feeling the flow of chakra. But in 20 seconds, the students of the ninja school can practice for a week. For this reason, Shizen was laughed at by Ueman every day. Of course Shizen was not convinced by being laughed at and asked Ueman to try. As a result, the other 3 skills can be used within 1 second, and the Fire Dragon Ball is also within 8 seconds. Seeing King Yu screamed, "I really don't know why the 3 generations gave him the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. If he can be used for combat training at his level, it will not necessarily practice well next year." However, King Yu didn't know how wise the 3 generations were. This technique was specially used by the 3 generations for King Yu to practice Jin. After all, it was the teacher who taught Sannin. As soon as Zaiwai talked about King Yu's situation, combined with his current situation, a solution was immediately available. The 12 ninja seals of the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb technique are all included. Once you have mastered it, you won't have any problems practicing other techniques in the future. And what King Yu really used to fight was the technique of unbaking, the rock slate and the big river of earth flow. These 3, Shizen demonstrated the Jin of the 4 acts once. Ueman was barely satisfied with the practice results of the first 3 arts, but the practice effect of the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb made Ueman quite speechless. After laughing for a week, Ueman didn't bother to laugh, and said, "I said Jin's level is the same as that of a ninja school student. Really wordy, you don't know the fighting style of my female clan." King Yu curled his lips and said, "This is the first time I practice Jin. Besides that, I have practiced the fireball. What level do you want me to be?" There are only 5 seals in the skill of the How Fireball. King Yu is a little familiar with this practice, but the speed is still about 2 seconds. Ueman nodded and watched King Yu slowly pondering the yin style, and asked, "I know this too, but why do you guys have to pursue the training of ninjutsu? Concentrate on practicing your secret technique. It's also very strong, especially your rock worm." Ueman remembered the trick developed by Shijin. Whoever was hit was a dead word. Strong is very strong. The insect control technique of the oil girl does not transfuse general blood to follow the limit, but it is also too obvious by ninjutsu, especially Huo-dun, because the insect itself is too fragile. King Yu thought for a while and continued, "A massive fireball can burn a large area, not to mention the powerful fire escape. Coupled with the characteristics of the rock worm, it is now quite obvious that Dun has restrained it." Ueman gave Shijin a surprised look. It was the first time she heard Shijin say this. She didn't expect Shijin to analyze his weakness so clearly and said, "You see clearly. King Yu is telling the truth. His bugs are strong, but they are also very weak. In addition to these, there are various other techniques that destroy rock worms. He must make a perfect plan." King Yu nodded, said, "I am a lot stronger now, but not enough. Although insects are my main strength, once there are no insects, I am no different from being disabled." As he said, he touched the worm pot behind him, and said, "Especially my worms are placed in the worm pot, not in the body. If they are lost or robbed, it means that they will also be taken away in the future, robbed. So I have to have enough strength to protect the worm pot. King Yu said solemnly. Is this gourd really so important? Yueman asked puzzledly. King Yu heard the words and explained the origin and function of the worm pot. He didn't conceal the fact that Yueman worm pot can store chakras. Hearing Yueman exclaimed the animal, "You gourd can still store chakras?" Obviously Yueman also knows how important it is to store chakras. Do you now know why I am so nervous? King Yu smiled and said, so, I must be strong in all aspects. In addition to ninjutsu, I must also practice physical skills. I think in the future, when the insects cannot be used, I will use ninjutsu. If ninjutsu cannot be used, I will use physique. It's not ridiculous. Then I will use the three together. There will always be one that works for each other. This way, if the strength becomes stronger, the tactics can also be changed. Do you think my idea is great? Yueman said dumbly. No wonder you have to look for that watermelon head every morning. You can't blame it if it's not exhausting. Tired is definitely tired, but once I do it, I will become Konoha. No, I will become the strongest mushi master in the world. King Yu's face was bright. At this moment, Yueman seemed to have met Shima again. He didn't expect Shima to have such thoughts. After a while, he said, say the strongest mushishi. It's not time to go to bed, right? If Yindu doesn't practice well, he will be the strongest, so in the next life. When King Yu heard this, he silently compared his middle finger and said, it seems that you like to discourage my enthusiasm very much. Ha! Yueman snorted proudly, looking quite cute. Ah! Brother Sunglasses. A familiar voice sounded. King Yu was taken aback when he heard the words, and then he thought, Naruto is the only one who can call him Brother Sunglasses. Hearing the sound, it turned out to be Naruto, and he trotted over quickly. King Yu raised his hand and said hello. Oh, Naruto. Why are you here? I'm here to practice ninjutsu. Naruto touched the back of his head. You read www.yuukanzu.com with a smile. Kaiu. Looking at Naruto, Yueman suddenly became a little nervous. As Anb, she clearly knew Naruto's identity. A week ago, she saw King Yu walk into Yareman and Naruto ran out of the shop. She was shocked. Finally, I saw King Yu say goodbye to Naruto, and there was some fear. Looking at it now, the two seem to be in a good relationship. Doesn't King Yu know the identity of the child? The Kyuubi rebellion 12 years ago left a very deep impression on the 4-year-old Yueman. She clearly remembered that she and her brother Zeman trembling in the Anbu that night. Naruto saw Yueman and thought about his beautiful big sister, ready to say hello, but when he saw Yueman's serious eyes, his heart suddenly chilled. Ah, this kind of eyes again. The atmosphere suddenly became a little uncomfortable. Shima looked at Yueman for an instant and took the initiative. Naruto, this is my partner. Yueman, say hello. Hearing Shizen's words, Yueman was taken aback. Naruto touched the back of his head and smiled. Hello, sister, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. My dream is to become Hokage. When Yueman was silent, she didn't know what to do. Shijin smiled and said, Yueman, he is my friend. Shall we say hello? As he said, the breeze blew. Yueman looked at Shizen, and after a while, he said, my name is Takebana Yueman. Seeing Yueman's response, Naruto smiled happily. Oh, Yueman. Seeing Naruto so happy, Yueman was still a little puzzled, but seeing Naruto so happy, there was a feeling of indescribable. Is this kid so happy to know people? Chapter 53 Sunglasses and Little Yellow Hair. Yueman doesn't know about Naruto's childhood experiences. This child has been so blinded by others since he was a child, and ordinary people treat him as a monster of Kyuubi, and they can't wait to see him out of the village. Some people are even talking about why the 3 generations want to keep him. Why not kill him? So if a person is a little gentler to him, he can get a lot of comfort in his heart. But in fact, the people who really hate Naruto are the ordinary residents of Konoha, or the second-rate people who don't know the whole story. Like Sandai, Kakashi, Azuma, and even read. Kai has never expressed aversion to Naruto. It's a pity that they didn't have time to take care of Naruto, and they had no chance to contact Naruto in the past, which caused Naruto to feel very lonely and no one recognized him. So Uemon is willing to say hello to him, which makes Naruto feel accepted. Why is he unhappy? Hey, brother Sunglasses, why are you here? Naruto asked with a smile. I also came to practice ninjutsu. This sister is here to teach me. King Yu replied. Seeing that King Yu said that, Naruto didn't care anymore, and said, brother Sunglasses has to be taught by girls, really? Seeing the expression in Uemon's eyes before the end of the words, Naruto immediately shut his mouth and said in his heart, this is also a girl like Sakura. King Yu stepped forward and touched his head, then smiled and asked, Naruto, what about you? How is your ninjutsu learning? Have you made any progress this week? Of course there is. Naruto became excited when he heard this. Miss Iuka taught me several Fengdan ninjutsu, and I have now learned how to make a big breakthrough in Fengdan. With that, Naruto faced aside and said, brother Sunglasses, look at it. I will use it for you once. Hearing this, King Yu also stepped a little away and smiled. Please start your performance. Naruto chuckled and started knot printing, but he knotted the knot very slowly, one by one. Uemon frowned slightly when he saw this, but before he said anything, he saw a small whirlwind spit out of Naruto's mouth, then drifted slowly to the distance, and then disappeared within a few meters. What? It's amazing. Naruto raised his thumb and said excitedly. What can you tell me to say? Is it very delicate? Puff. Uemon laughed. Shizen and Uemon were stunned for a while, then Uemon held back a smile and said, this is your wind escape breakthrough. It was the first time Uemon saw such a gentle wind escape, and his power was far worse than Danzo's. That night, Danzo's wind escape made a big breakthrough. In the case of the fire suppressing the wind, it could still tear a hole in the flames of Yakumo. The power was estimated to be 50 times that of Naruto. Moreover, what people vomit is regarded as a small tornado, and the speed and rotation are much faster than his. Yes, this is the ninjutsu that I have worked so hard to master. Isn't it powerful? If I'm full, the power can be even greater. Naruto said excitedly. If you are full, the power can be even greater. Ha 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 ha. Uemon couldn't help it anymore, and he laughed aloud, laughing so hard that he was bending his waist, and clutching his stomach. King Yu also wanted to laugh, but he was also a little helpless. Fengdan was clearly known for his destructive power, but Naruto's breakthrough was surprisingly gentle. It is estimated that hitting people in summer will be very cool. But the reason, King Yu probably guessed, is because of Kyuubi. Because of Kyuubi's relationship, Naruto's chakra and Kyuubi are mixed together, so it is very messy. His chakras cannot flow normally like ordinary people, but sometimes run around uncontrollably. The reason for this is because of the relationship between the nine-tailed seal and the gossip seal. When Kyuubi was sealed in the 4th generation, this seal was used to make the chakras of Kyuubi flow out part of the chakras of Naruto. The purpose is good, and the idea is correct, but Naruto is just a kid nowadays, and Nine Tails as a tail beast. The chakra is quite violent and destructive. From the Naruto Demon Fox coat mode, the burns in the skin and eyes, you can see 1 or 2. Therefore, while this violent chakra is used by Naruto, it has more serious effects on his chakra and even his body. Therefore, it can be said that it is much more difficult for Naruto to learn ninjutsu than others. The super long Notian technique is not even mentioned. Seeing Uemon's laugh so wildly, Naruto was immediately unhappy. Really, brother Sunglasses, sister, why are you laughing at me? I didn't laugh. King Yu was speechless. Naruto, the power of your technique is too weak. However, King Yu did not hide from Naruto, and said truthfully, how can it be? Obviously very strong. Naruto said dissatisfied. Yesterday teacher Kakashi expressed his appreciation for this. Hearing this, Shizen was taken aback, and then it became clear that Kakashi probably praised Naruto for being able to learn ninjutsu. Indeed, in this case, Naruto's ability to learn to make a big breakthrough shows his efforts and talents. But Uemon didn't know. He heard Naruto's words and asked, Kakashi-sensei, are you a disciple of Kakashi-senpai? Yes, I graduated and divided into classes the day before yesterday. My guide is a Shanin named Hagai Kakashi. Naruto said, Kakashi-sensei is really amazing. Yesterday, I and Sasuke Sakura were completely complete. Can't beat teacher Kakashi. Sure, you are just ninja. Facing an elite like Kakashi, it is strange to win. Hearing this, Uemon thought thoughtfully, muttering to himself, Hokage-sama actually gave Naruto to Kakashi-senpai to teach. Shima heard this, and after thinking about it, he knew what Uemon was thinking. Just thinking about why Kakashi was allowed to teach Naruto. But there was no explanation, and he whispered softly, it should be. It should be. What do you mean? Uemon didn't know. You'll know later. King Yu smiled. Anyway, Naruto is a very cute person. Don't think of him terribly. Seeing Uemon's initial nervousness, I knew Uemon had misunderstood Naruto, so he said, relax. He is Naruto Uzumaki. He is Naruto Uzumaki. Doesn't he mean the nine-tailed demon fox? Uemon thought thoughtfully. What King Yu said should be naturally because of the relationship between Kakashi and Naruto. Yuukanzu.com. Kakashi is a disciple of 4 generations, and Naruto is the son of 4 generations. In terms of relationship, the two are actually very close. If Kakashi is not allowed to take him, who can take him? Uemon was suspicious, but Naruto cared very much, and continued, hey, brother sunglasses, where is my skill? Really? Although I know you are dating. Don't talk halfway. After finishing talking, she turned her head aside proudly. What? Uemon had a big reaction now, as if he had forgotten Naruto's identity, and said fiercely, little Huang Mao, how can you tell your eyes that we are dating? Xiao Huang Mao. Naruto touched the back of his head and said in a puzzled way, it's so late now, and you two are here alone again. Isn't it so difficult to date? When Uemon heard this, he rolled up his sleeves and walked over to mention Naruto's collar. Look at me. Then look at the sunglasses next to him. Do you think he is worthy of me? The sunglasses next to me ... Is my body also sunglasses? To cow things like this, if you vomit out, you will really be vomited back. Naruto was stunned and looked at King Yu helplessly. King Yu only stepped forward to relieve the siege. The most lovely girl in the world like Uemon. I naturally don't deserve this pair of sunglasses. Hey, it's disgusting. Who made you say such a thing? Uemon snorted and put Naruto down, looking quite cute. Naruto was out of condition throughout the whole process, but the life of the big brother in sunglasses is not easy. There is such a girl by his side. And how can it be the cutest in the world, not to mention Sakura, even far behind Hinata? Hey, why did I think of Hinata? Naruto would naturally not say this. Chapter 54 Uemon's Guidance. After thinking about it for a while, Naruto didn't care about it, and asked again, Brother Sunglasses, where is my skill? This is what he cares most about now. It's clear that Kakashi's such a strong teacher praised him, but Naruto has never seen other wind ninjutsu, and Iuka has no wind attributes. So Naruto does not know how powerful the powerful wind dodge breakthrough is. King Yu opened his mouth when he heard the words, but he found that he had nothing to say. Although he knew the reason, it was because he had read the original book. He couldn't talk about where it was weak and why it was weak. As for the solution, King Yu didn't even have a clue. Or just say it, just make a good relationship with the fox in your body? Joke. Thinking about it, King Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. He couldn't solve it, but that didn't mean Uemon couldn't solve it. This girl is known as a ninjutsu madman, so there must be a way, and even 3 generations have praised her. And this week I only practiced Jai-Ian, and I haven't formally received the instruction yet, so I can take this opportunity to use Naruto to test her level. Thinking of this level, King Yu said, well, I'm not proficient in this aspect, so I can't tell. Naruto was immediately disappointed when he heard this, but King Yu turned around and said, but this sister may have a way. As they said, the two looked at Uemon at the same time, and Naruto couldn't help showing a skeptical look. Really? This sister doesn't look like. He dared not say the following words, for fear of being beaten. Naruto, don't underestimate this elder sister, she is a master of ninjutsu. She has mastered 4 kinds of ninjutsu. Naruto asked in surprise, really? My sister doesn't seem to be much older than me. King Yu smiled and said, of course it is true. Naruto believed that King Yu would not lie to him, and said, can you show me that? Do you think him very free? Uemon said, I will show it to you. Naruto slumped and paused for a while before he said, what does it matter if you show it? Okay, sister, just show me. That's right. Anyway, there is nothing wrong with you. There is nothing wrong with helping the lovely younger generation. King Yu helped. Uemon frowned and glanced at Shijin grotesquely, saying that you are really troublesome. Before I practiced well, I started to take care of others. However, looking at Naruto's pitiful eyes, he immediately retreated a few steps and began to seal the seal. And then under Naruto's shocked look, he continuously performed 4 descent cleaval ninjutsu in addition to Feng Dan. Naruto was shocked when he saw this. He didn't expect Uemon to be so powerful. He practiced 4 skills within 10 seconds without breathing, and without repetition. Immediately afterwards, Naruto rushed forward, left Shima to the side, looked at Uemon in admiration, and said, big sister, you are amazing. Can you teach me? Uemon suddenly felt troubled when he heard the words, but when he saw Naruto's longing eyes, he couldn't harden his heart. Naruto is really different from the persons she imagined. After a long pause, she said, well, since you are the disciple of Senior Kakashi, let me teach you a little bit. Naruto looked excited and yelled too well. When Uemon saw this, his heart was a little calmer, and he said, but I only teach you once, and I don't care if I can't learn. Good, good. Naruto responded again and again, but then he was taken aback, and said, but sister, I didn't seem to see you show the wind just now. My 5 escape ninjutsu does not happen to be wind escape. Uemon said lightly. Ah? How do you teach me? Naruto asked puzzledly. You little Huangmao talks a lot. Don't worry, I teach you not to have much professional knowledge of wind escape. Uemon waved his hand. Upon hearing this, Naruto nodded helplessly. But Uemon is right. Although she can't escape the wind, she can show Naruto the breakthrough in person. But the inability to show it does not mean that Uemon can't teach him. She probably also guessed that Naruto's skills are like this because of Kyubai's relationship. Although she doesn't know exactly what kind of influence Nine Tails had on Naruto, even if she thinks about it with her hair, she can know that an aggregate of chakras like Nine Tails in the human body has no effect. It's impossible. What a hard-mouthed guy. King Yu smiled lightly. Then let's talk about the reason for your lack of power. Uemon opened his mouth. Hearing this, Naruto quickly sat down with a humbly learning appearance. Seeing this, Uemon didn't bother anymore, and directly said the answer. Your technique is so weak, because you chakra the problem of irregular flow. Chakra flows irregularly? Naruto was taken aback, then asked, what is chakra flowing irregularly? Upon hearing this, King Yu also simply sat down and listened. Uemon gave Shijin a glance and said, under normal circumstances, the chakras in our body are regularly circulating in the chakra meridian points, but you are different. Your chakras are very disordered. The speed and volume of the flow are both in the chakras. Change at any time. It's also because the speed and amount of chakras are changing, which makes it difficult for you to grasp and control the amount and direction of chakras during the operation. That's why you use so few chakras, right? Yes, yes. Naruto nodded again and again. Sometimes Chakrado is out of my control. I don't know why. Of course it is because of Kyuubi. But why? Then the problem is here. With such a small amount of chakrastic, the power is naturally insufficient. If you want the technique to be powerful, you have to use a lot of chakras to perform it. However, the amount of chakras is too large, and you can't control it as you want. Uemon said, in this case, even if you use ninjutsu, it will be very unstable. King Yu nodded, as expected to be a ninjutsu madman. Although Naruto could hear the cloud, but the sentence was unstable. He understood the sentence and quickly asked, "What should I do, sister?" The solution is actually very simple. Just strengthen Chakra's control. Hearing this, before Naruto said anything, King Yu first spoke. The problem lies in his lack of control. You know what a fart. King Yu was choked for a while. Uemon continued, "What I mean by strengthening control, u.uukanzu.com refers to the time for the operation. You need to spend more time to control the chakra." Spend more time? Naruto was unclear. Uemon was speechless. This guy is stupid than King Yu. She said, "I have already said, because your chakra is difficult to control. So compared to ordinary people, the same amount of chakra is naturally needed. Time to control. Experience it for yourself. Listen to my instructions when you are at Giant, let you feel it and you will understand," Uemon said. Hearing this, Naruto nodded in agreement. Originally, he didn't rely on theory to learn things, but on physical memory. He stood up, walked to the distance. Uemon said, "Let's start." "Yes, sister," Naruto responded, and Uemon said, "The first seal." Naruto did so, knotting the first seal, and Uemon said, "Okay, try to control the flow of chakras as much as possible, until you feel that the chakras needed for the operation are enough, then knot the next one." According to Uemon's instructions, Naruto only made the first seal for the next 5 seconds, and a faint blue chakra slowly overflowed from his body. Uemon nodded and said, "Okay, next one." Naruto did it again. This time it still took more than 5 seconds. Feng Dun made a big breakthrough with only 4 seals. After nearly 20 seconds, Naruto finally completed the seal. In the last seal, Naruto still controlled chakra until he said, "Sister, I can't control it. It's now." Uemon yelled. Naruto immediately made a move. Wind Dun, great breakthrough. With a bang, Naruto's mouth spit out a Tomata-high whirlwind, which quickly swept the forest not far away, blowing down and cutting off 4 trees. Chapter 55. Wow! King Yu stood up in surprise, and Naruto looked at the direction of the operation in surprise, with a look of disbelief. "In the future, you will have to achieve this kind of feeling close to the explosion," Uemon said with a serious face. At this time, she was also a little surprised. In the end, it was human pillar power. The destructive power of this chakra was no longer what ordinary Xianren should have. King Yu couldn't help clapping his hands. He was a ninjutsu madman in his heart, and the instructor did have a set. After Naruto's gentle breakthrough was directed by Uemon, the power of the technique increased by at least 20 times. Seeing this effect, King Yu also understood that the solution given by Uemon was to allow Naruto to spend more time manipulating chakra, so as to carry out effective control. Originally, Naruto had many chakras. Because of the immortal body, chakras are also very powerful. Only if they can be effectively controlled, the skills they cast will naturally have considerable power. But this kind of problem is also very obvious, King Yu said, but in the battle, there is not so much time for Naruto to slowly seal the operation. It took Naruto for nearly 20 seconds for the 4 seals of ninjutsu. Although the power has increased significantly, time has become the biggest weakness. And looking at Naruto's slight gasping appearance, it was obvious that this shot made him consume a lot of chakra. But it doesn't matter. For the successor of the fairy body, chakra consumption has never been a problem. Shizen knew, but Uemon didn't know how. She said, "Yes, but to solve the problem of insufficient power, I think this is the best way." After a pause, she looked at Naruto and said, "But your big brother in dark glasses also told you the shortcomings. So in the future, you should try not to use ninjutsu like this when you are an Ienon." Naruto nodded earnestly. He obviously knew that this kind of long-term Jin would only hit the enemy as a living target. But it's really powerful. Naruto was so excited that he couldn't express his excitement at this moment. He didn't expect that Sasuke would get such a qualitative change following Uemon's sister's method. If Sasuke saw it, he would be surprised. But there is no problem if there are multiple toon. Now you have formed a team. When you face the enemy in the future, let Senior Kakashi or your teammates block the enemy for you. so that you have time to perform the surgery. With that, Uemon looked at the destroyed forest and said with a smile, such a force hits the enemy. Probably no one will feel comfortable. Shima nodded, but Uemon was right. Although this kind of operation cannot be used in heads-up, it does not exist in many toon situations. And with Naruto's growth, one day Naruto will be able to perform powerful ninjutsu alone. I see, sister, thank you for your advice. Naruto solemnly thanked Uemon. No, I'm just passing by. Uemon said indifferently, if you want to thank you for your dark glasses, brother. After speaking, Naruto ran to King Yu and said happily, thank you, brother Sunglasses. Naruto, we are already friends. Don't be so polite. King Yu laughed. Oh, hearing the word friend, Naruto was even more overjoyed and said, brother Sunglasses, it's nice to meet you. King Yu smiled and nodded, recalling the youth who chased Hokage in the past, touching Naruto's head, and gently saying, me too. Naruto looked at King Yu in a daze. Naruto, you will definitely become Hokage. King Yu said again. Hearing this, Naruto's eyes turned red with a sizzle, and then he sniffed hard to stop crying. No one has ever recognized his dream so positively. Except for Mr. Alucard, Grandpa Naruto, and Uncle Yale, this big brother in sunglasses is the most gentle to him. This friendship must be cherished. He wiped his eyes, raised his thumb, and smiled. Oh, I promised you, after becoming Hokage, I want to treat you to the best ramen in the world. Good. King Yu said with a smile, I'm waiting for you. Naruto chuckled. Watching the interaction between the two, Uemon felt quite magical, and couldn't tell what it felt like inside. She was surprised by Naruto's simplicity and cuteness, and also surprised by King Yu's recognition of Naruto. The two had only known each other for a week, but Uemon felt that they were getting along so naturally like old friends. Seeing Uemon staring at him, Shizen realized that he was also practicing ninjutsu, so he patronized Naruto. Naruto, let's talk next time. I also want to practice ninjutsu. Let's talk again. It's a rare encounter. Well, I'll tell you the address of my home. Can you just come and play with me in the future? Really? Are you willing to let me go to your house? Naruto said excitedly. Why not? I'll tell you, my companion cooks deliciously. You will try it next time. Great. I will definitely come. Seeing that Naruto was so excited, King Yu was also moved. Probably no one has ever invited Naruto to his house. Although he played with the students in the ninja school, few of them were truly friends. Even Shikamaru, although Naruto's Naruto assistant is behind him, his relationship with Naruto is still a normal classmate. His identity is destined. Not many adults are willing to let their children interact with him. Then, Naruto took down King Yu's address, and was elated again. But he still said, brother Sunglasses, let's talk again. This. Shijin looked at Uemon. Uemon curled his lips, and said, you guys haven't practiced Nianjin, so you still want to rest? Hearing this, King Yu was helpless. He was about to say something, but listened to Uemon said, well, but there is nothing wrong with resting for a while, just so I will go buy a book. King Yu was taken aback when he heard the words, then smiled and nodded, and said, well, when you come back from buying the book, we will start practicing. Great, thank you sister. Naruto said happily. Uemon nodded, and then left alone. Seeing Uemon's leaving back, Shijin had an idea, and asked, Naruto, do you want to go with me to see Uemon's sister getting embarrassed? Sister Uemon is embarrassed. Naruto was taken aback at first, but he was worthy of being a prankster, and then excitedly said, why? What's fun? Shizen said the matter roughly, and Naruto responded immediately, and the two hurriedly followed Uemon. Uemon came to the Konoha bookstore Jaido, and Naruto and Shima crouched on the window to peep. You were reading www.yuukanzu.com. Master Ninja, what do you need? The boss greeted quickly. Although Konoha village is peaceful, there is also a status gap between ninjas and ordinary civilians. Most people call a ninja an adult to show respect. After all, they all know that they can live safely in Konoha, relying on these ninjas who were born to death. Oh, I bought a book called Intimacy Heaven. Uemon didn't find Shizen and the others, and said to himself, "Boss, do you have it here?" As soon as this was said, all the customers in the store looked at Uemon. At this moment, Uemon was staring at me and looked at the boss again with a weird look, and said nervously, "Hey, boss, why are you looking at me like this?" Hearing this, the bookstore owner was taken aback, looked at Uemon with a strange expression, and was speechless for a long time. "Can't tell, this beautiful ninja lady also has this kind of little hobby." He moisturized his throat and asked, "Yes, but Master Ninja, do you really want it?" "What's this?" "Of course I want it. Why should I not come here to buy it?" Uemon didn't think much yet. The boss didn't say much after hearing the words, and took a copy from the counter and said, "Thanks for your patronage, 120 tals." Uemon paid the bill decisively, and opened it eagerly. "Wow, so hungry?" The bookstore owner thought, "Are ninja days so sad? Shouldn't I let my daughter be a ninja?" Uemon looked at it, and within 2 seconds, his face rose as red as an apple, and he almost threw the book out. "What is written on this?" That night, his hand reached into mine. Just unsightly. Chapter 56, The Enviable Brother and Sister. My eyes are so hot, my heart is beating so fast, I feel that my world has been stained. As soon as Uemon opened the book, the love heaven glowed with a pink light, almost blinding Uemon's eyes. "Look at the lines in the book." I attacked her like a beast. I used my lips to block her mouth where she wanted to say something, and I won't give her a chance to refuse me. The unity of body and soul has brought us the ultimate pleasure. Uemon slapped and reclosed the intimate paradise, only to feel that his mind was spinning around, and his heart was eager to cramp. King Yu. That guy in dark glasses actually let me read such a disgusting novel. What kind of a fine book describing the essence of love, which clearly poisons the teenagers. Damn it. The pure love experience brought by Battlefield in Bloom collapsed instantly. No wonder these people stared at me like this. Damn it, shameless. Uemon blushed, and he was holding on to the intimate heaven, almost squeezing it out of shape. Seeing such a big reaction from Uemon, Shigen's sunglasses almost laughed off. He just wanted to see how Uemon said he would be washed away when he bought the intimate paradise. However, he did not expect Uemon's reaction to be this way. Cute. But Naruto was speechless. Brother Sunglasses, what's so funny about this? It's boring. King Yu was speechless and said, "You are still young, so you don't know where to laugh." Huh? Naruto really didn't understand, so he could only look at King Yu. After a long silence, Uemon seemed to think of something, and suddenly said loudly, "This book is not ... I didn't want to read it. I bought it for my brother." "I bought it for my brother?" Nowhere is the older brother letting the younger sister buy such a book. If there is, that would be a gentleman. Girl. This explanation is very far-fetched. Shima almost laughed when he heard Uemon's excuse. Shindo-Zeman, thank you very much. After that, she looked at the boss and said, "Boss, I am not such a casual woman." Huh? Oh, hee. Okay, I understand. Seeing the boss' ambiguous smile, Uemon's face became even more red. Very cute, and the male compatriots in the bookstore almost drooled. What? Black spots in my life? Uemon gritted his teeth, looking forward to killing King Yu. Shima's face jumped when he saw that. Shindoemon wouldn't be so unreasonable to joke. Would he want to hit me? Thinking about it this way, a bad premonition rose in King Yu's heart, and it was time for him to appear in his heart. He said, "Naruto, after all, my sister is a girl with a thin face. If this goes on, my sister will be looked down upon by other boys." Naruto couldn't understand what King Yu was talking about, and said, "Oh, so I am going to save her." King Yu continued, "Huh? Good." Naruto agreed without thinking about it. After thinking about it, King Yu immediately walked into the store and said in surprise, "Boss, I want a ... Huh? Sister, why are you here?" Everyone was stunned when they heard the words, and suddenly exploded. I wiped it. It was really my brother who asked my sister to buy it. The boss was even more shocked. wondering what kind of world this is. Hey, it seems wrong. Listening to this, it seems that it was not the brother who asked the sister to buy it. My sister bought it herself. Everyone entered the analysis mode. Seeing King Yu suddenly appear, Yuemon keenly felt that this was King Yu deliberately punishing him, and his heart was frightened and angry. But she also knew that King Yu came out at this time and naturally came to relieve her. Suddenly, my heart was angry and funny. Ah, love heaven. Shaijin snatched the book in Yuemon's hand and said, "Ah, God work, my beloved, the origin of my life." With that exaggerated reaction, everyone was stunned. King Yu said, "Sister, why would you buy this book?" Yuemon looked at him dumbfounded. Shima pretended to be in a daze, and said, "I see, this is your birthday present for me, right?" Oh, it turned out to be a birthday gift. Everyone suddenly realized that this younger sister was also interested in buying something like this for the sake of her brother's birth. Yuemon looked at Shaijin in surprise, then reacted and said, "Well, I know you like this, and I've been talking about it all day long. So I will give you a surprise. I didn't expect you to run into it today." Hearing this, everyone suddenly felt that Shindoemon was really a good sister. King Yu observed everyone's reaction and said, "But you shouldn't buy these things from a girl's house, it's not very good." Upon hearing this, Yuemon said, "I don't know, but I heard you mention it often, so I wrote it down, and I don't know what it says." "Is that so?" King Yu nodded in satisfaction, but Yuemon still had some brains. Knowing to cooperate, "I will cherish it. Thank you for giving me such a birthday present." "Then let's go back," King Yu said gently, like a gentle elder brother. "Yes, elder brother," Yuemon responded happily. Everyone applauded. Xintao is really a pair of enviable brothers and sisters. Out of the bookstore, Yuemon immediately changed his face and said cruelly, "Count you acquaintance, otherwise you will be killed." Shizun was speechless. Originally, he came out to help Yuemon just to avoid suffering. "Explain." Yuemon said coldly, "Why do you want me to buy such a book? And why is Naruto here?" "Oh, the big brother in sunglasses said that someone took me to see my sister. You are out." Before the words were over, King Yu quickly covered it and said, "Ahaha, it's nothing. It's just that you are indulging in romance novels during this period of time. I and Suo why the door has discussed, and is ready to help you." King Yu decisively pulled Zeman into the group. "Is that what my brother meant?" Yuemon asked Shaijin in surprise. "Of course, otherwise, how dare I punish you? Did you use the whole word?" No, absolutely no." King Yu quickly denied. Yu reading www.yuukanzu.com. Yuemon glanced at King Yu coldly, and said that this is absolutely your own intention. Brother wouldn't cheat me like this. But Yuemon didn't bother with King Yu, because he finally came out to make a relief. And remembering Shima's flamboyant performance just now, Yuemon also wanted to laugh. She had never seen that King Yu still had this kind of skill. "Aren't the oily girls all prudent and mature? Why is this guy so different?" So she said, "Since it was my brother's intention, then this time, I will let you go." "Thank you, female hero." King Yu repeated his hands. "What kind of posture is this?" Yuemon curled his lips and said, "Let's go, cockroach, it's time to practice ninjutsu." "Well, Naruto, I'm going to practice, shall we see you next time?" King Yu smiled. Outside of Naruto's whole situation, he didn't even know what was going on. The world of Mrs. Xintao was really hard to understand. But he also knew that practice was important, so he didn't intend to continue to disturb Shaijin, saying, "Oh, brother sunglasses, see you next time. Sister Yuemon, see you." "Goodbye." Yuemon waved his hand. "Remember to come and play at my house, Naruto." King Yu waved. "Oh." Naruto responded happily, and then ran away. "Really an energetic child." King Yu laughed. "Yes, it's different from a certain cockroach wearing sunglasses." Yuemon said. Her attitude towards Naruto has changed quite a bit now. The cockroach wearing sunglasses. Zaijin couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Yuemon, you are getting stronger and stronger now." Yuemon didn't bother to pay attention to him, and said, "Let's go. Today is the time to practice ninjutsu." Chapter 57, The Cultivation Controlled by Chakra. Back to the 8th practice range. Shizen and Uemon started to practice without any delay. "You have almost mastered the knot seal of the unburnt technique, and now you can start the formal practice," Uemon said. "Oh." King Yu responded, feeling a little excited in his heart. This was the first ninjutsu he learned in the true sense when he came to this world for a month and a week. "Did you see the rock over there?" Uemon said. "Which one?" Shijin asked, looking in the direction Uemon pointed. "Only that piece, which is very similar to yours, the piece that is big, ugly, and in the way." Uemon naturally launched a personal attack on King Yu. But King Yu didn't care. He smiled, and said, "Oh, that piece? Well, it's not bad. The shape of this stone is beautiful and natural." Hearing this, Uemon was stunned, and suddenly cursed, "Shameless. Talking about stones," King Yu said in a lustful tone. Hearing this, Uemon wanted to say something. Shijin waved his hand and interrupted. Okay, is there anything wrong with that stone? Burn it." Uemon gave instructions succinctly. "Burn the stone?" King Yu didn't understand the meaning of this approach, and asked, "Is this training?" "Of course. Why would you burn it?" Uemon looked at Shijin like an idiot. Shijin didn't bother to care about her, stepped forward and touched the stone. Uemon continued, "This is the first practice of the unburnt technique. The first stage of practice." King Yu couldn't help asking, how to say. When Uemon heard this, she was speechless. She knew that if she didn't say it clearly, King Yu probably wouldn't understand it. She organized the language and said, "The technique of unburnt is different from the general fire escape. The general fire escape is when the seal is formed, and the chakra has already changed into a flame, which has formed in the body, and then it can be emitted from the mouth. The biscuit technique is the moment when chakra touches the target, it can breed flames. Therefore, Chakra is very particular about the control of chakra, and even requires considerable predictive ability. Otherwise, it will not hit the target at all, and the attack speed is not as fast as the formed Huo-dun. "Oh?" King Yu nodded and said, "That means the so-called first stage of practice, which is the training hit." "Exactly." "Then you can't just say it, it's over." "Talking so much nonsense." King Yu curled his lips. Hearing Shizen's words, Uemon immediately wanted to give Shizen a punch and said, "I kindly explain to you, you still think I talk too much? Do you not practice? I will go back if I don't practice." After all, Uemon turned his head and wanted to leave. "Practice." King Yu hurriedly stopped when he saw this. "I'm just talking." Uemon snorted coldly and didn't say much. But on the surface, King Yu said so, but he didn't agree with him. What a delay. However, Uemon, as a ninjutsu madman, has her own rationale for her arrangement. Then, under the supervision of Uemon, Shijin began to practice the technique of unbaking. He faced the boulder, knotted his hands, and drank from his mouth. Fire escape, the technique of unburned. The next moment, a faint chakra overflowed in his hand, and King Yu found the feeling and immediately controlled the chakra to slowly fly to the boulder. However, the chakra immediately burned before touching the stone, and then disappeared. A question mark appeared on King Yu's head. What's the situation? Why did chakra ignite by itself? Seeing Shijin's look on his face, Uemon sneered and said, "Is it easy to know?" Hearing Uemon's words, Shizen aroused fighting spirit, pretending to be relaxed. "It was just a small test. This time it will definitely succeed." Uemon continued to sneer. She looked like it seemed to be a joke for King Yu. After that, King Yu continued to seal, still controlling Chakra's attack on the boulder. However, this time, several small grasses at King Yu's feet ignited. As Chakra used less, the flames generated by Chakra burned in less than 3 seconds and then went out without causing a fire. This time, King Yu was stunned when he saw this. "I was obviously the attacking stone. Why did the grass at my feet burn up?" King Yu shook his head and began to seal again. This time a small tree next to the boulder ignited. "I tried a dozen times in a row, and it started to burn in other places every time. So I couldn't tell the truth. He didn't understand why this was at all. Ha ha ha. Yueman laughed wildly, and said, "You can't hit such a big rock, you guys, you are so stupid." King Yu helplessly, this time being ridiculed by Yueman, was speechless. He felt that this kind of practice was a waste of time at first, but he slapped loudly every minute. So Shijin decisively ignored Yueman's ridicule and asked directly, "Yueman, what's the situation? Why does Chakra run around like this uncontrollably? You beg me? Are you a primary school student?" Helpless, King Yu immediately raised his hands and said, "Please, Yueman's guide." Yueman nodded in satisfaction when he heard this, and said, "It's still because of Chakra's control problem." "The problem with Chakra control? Why is it Chakra control again?" "Crap. Ninjutsu is the product of Chakra's control. Don't underestimate the control of karate. If a ninja has poor control of Chakra, it won't even be used by ninjutsu," Yueman said sternly. "I know this. As a Naruto fan, King Yu certainly knows how important Chakra's control is. As the origin of the ninja, Chakra is very important, and Chakra control is to maximize the use of Chakra and maximize the use of Chakra. A ninja's Chakra control is not strong. The most direct effect is reflected in combat effectiveness. But my Chakra control is not bad," King Yu said. As a clan of oily women, you are reading www.yuukanzu.com. Chakra control is one of their few advantages. After all, the way they fight is to use chakras to control bugs, because chakras have excellent control ability, and the average level exceeds that of ordinary ninjas. Your chakra control is good, but not good enough. When the chakra is in your body, you can naturally control the chakra handily. But when the chakra is placed outside, your control is obviously insufficient. Chakra's control is divided into two parts: internal control and external control. Internal control is a level that every ninja must reach. The most direct manifestation of its role is treading water and climbing trees. Internal control, treading water, climbing a tree? King Yu was stunned, and asked, "Doesn't the treading water and tree climbing gather chakras to release them? Why is this internal control?" King Yu seemed to have grasped the key, and after thinking about it carefully, he felt that this kind of statement was very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he heard it. Seeing Shijin's question, Yueman frowned and said, "Well, let you experience it directly. Look at it." After that, Shizun looked at Yueman, and saw that she slowly raised her right hand, with a light blue chakra overflowing. "I control the chakra in my body to reach the palm of my hand, and then release it. This process is called internal control." "Stepping on water is the same as climbing a tree," Yueman said. "Then the next step is the external control, and the external control is the chakra that can control the external release. The purpose is to change its shape." Said that the chakra in Yueman's hand began to rotate slowly, and slowly began to accelerate, forming a palm-sized vortex. King Yu was taken aback, and immediately understood, exclaiming, "No wonder he felt that what Yueman said was so familiar." It turned out that this was what Kakashi said when Naruto was practicing the spiral shuriken. Chapter 58. The external control in the gate of Yueman actually refers to the control of the shape change of chakra. Chakra control is divided into two types: form control and property control. And Yueman divided the change of form into two parts: external control and internal control, so that King Yu didn't understand what she was saying for a while. But seeing the small chakra whirlpool in Yueman's hand, Shijin instantly thought of Helix Maru, and understood what Yueman said. In short, the so-called internal control of Yueman is to control the flow of chakras in the body, and the external control is to change the shape of the chakras that are released outside. The most representative performance in this respect is Naruto's spiral pill. After all, the original book says that the spiral pill is the ultimate chakra morphological change. In addition, it can also reflect the power of the performance of the chakra form changes, such as the chakra thread of the sand-hidden puppet masters. the Chakra scalpel and so on. The Sharingan also played very well in the control of the Chakra form. After all, the ability to control the puppets with such a thin line is enough to explain the problem. And 2. As a medical ninja, the change in form is also the point where he can be mastered. It is not easy to control Chakra to be as sharp as a knife. The nature control is based on the form control, plus the 5 escape attributes. When the two changes are combined, the resulting product is ninjutsu. After understanding what Ueman was talking about, Shijin instantly understood why he couldn't use the unboiled technique. King Yu probably understood the release principle of the unburnt technique. Simply put, it is to release the Chakra first, control it not to disappear, not to run around, and then touch the target for a moment, and then add the change of nature, so that the Chakra that is released becomes a flame. This is the same as Kaka's Chidori. First, you control Chakra in your hand, and then add the Thunder Dunge attribute, and then the Chakra in your hand turns into lightning, forming Chidori. Of course, this is a step-by-step approach. In reality, these processes are all completed in an instant. I understand. King Yu nodded and said, it turns out that it's because of my ability to control Chakra externally. At this time, King Yu was already convinced, and in terms of Chakra's controllability, he was indeed far behind the above-mentioned people. The technique of unbaking cannot be performed perfectly, and this is what it should be. Yes, I have already said that this technique has considerable requirements for Chakra's control. Of course, this is also a good exercise for Chakra's ability to control externally. Ueman said. King Yu nodded when he heard the words. Indeed, if he could master this technique, it would be a good exercise for his control over the changes in Chakra's form. Although the effect may not be as good as the practice spiral pill, it is not much worse. Ueman looked at King Yu and said, I guess you haven't noticed it yet. The several techniques that Naruto-sama gave you are specially prepared for you. How do you say? King Yu asked quickly. The Fire Dragon Flame Bomb is specially used by Hokage-sama for you to practice Ji-in. The Unburnt technique is for you to practice Chakra control. The Earth Flow River is to exercise your Earth attribute Chakra. Ueman said. King Yu was stunned when he heard the words. And then he was stunned. After thinking about it carefully, it was indeed the case. The 37 seals of the Fire Dragon Flame Bombs, if you can master this technique, the seals will be considered as completed. After practicing the biscuit technique, Chakra's control can definitely be significantly improved. But what does Tilde say? King Yu asked. I understand the first two. But what does it mean that the Tulu River exercises the Chakra? The trick of the Earth Flow River is to turn the land under your feet into a liquid to wash away the enemy. It is impossible to do without the Chakra of the equivalent soil attribute. And your current Earth attribute Chakra is still in an undeveloped state, and its power is very weak. Ueman paused, and then said, so you have mastered the art of the Earth Flow River. Your soil attribute Chakra is complete. It turned out to be like this. King Yu was stunned, and couldn't help but praise the 3 generations in his heart. The 3 generations of Xindao are worthy of being a doctor of ninjutsu, and the Hokage who can teach people the most in Konoha's history. He can come up with a set of targeted practice plans casually. There is indeed a set. King Yu can't help but applaud. It's just 3 generations of this routine. If he wants to master it all, it will take no less than a year. This is still a conservative estimate. If there is any difference in the middle, it may not be finished in 1 year. And Dashwin is coming to make trouble in August. Now is the golden time to improve your strength. King Yu thought for a while, and only had this time to vomit blood. And it was 5 months before Daishiwan came to beat Konoha. In these 5 months, you must do your best to improve your strength to the greatest extent. With an idea in his mind, King Yu acted immediately and began to practice the technique of biscuit burning. Oh, seeing King Yu, Ueman started to practice directly. His heart slightly appreciated. That's it. Practice should be like this. The sky is bright and the moon is bright. And there is one King Yu on the ground. It was 4 hours in the blink of an eye, and it was already close to the early hours of the morning. After 4 hours of special training, The 8th practice field was scorched. King Yu was lying on the ground and panting heavily. The 4 hours of non-stop special training made King Yu so tired that his consciousness was almost blurred. King Yu couldn't help but spit in his heart. This unboiled technique was really hard to practice. This week, all the chakras stored in the worm tank were exhausted, and he had to endure various ridicules and insults from Yueman. After 4 hours, he estimated that the stone was burnt less than 10 times. There were several times of luck. He didn't know how he hit it. However, King Yu is not a fool. After 4 hours, he finally touched some doorways. And although the technique of unburnt is difficult to control, it has obvious advantages. That is, its power is beyond ordinary fire escape. The normal fire escape is over when the enemy is attacked. But this technique can burn the target for a long time. As long as it can be effectively controlled, the burning flame is difficult to extinguish. In short, the general fire escape is to release fire to attack the enemy. And this technique is to control the fire to attack the enemy. The difficulty of setting fire and controlling fire is naturally different. There is a clear difference between the two. Thinking about it this way, you can understand the difficulty of the unbaked technique. On the huge boulder beside, Yueman ate the last bunch of meatballs, released the shadow clone, and said, "Okay. It's not good for your weak chicken." That's it for today. You reading www.uukanzu.com will continue tomorrow. Hearing this, King Yu couldn't help but say, "Of course, I should be able to improve a little tomorrow." Seeing that King Yu was not complaining or tired, Yueman was quite satisfied. He thought that King Yu was used to living a good life in Konoha Medical Department and couldn't bear any bitterness. HMPH. He'll wait and see. It's a rare occasion that Yueman didn't hit Shima. "I won't let you down." King Yu is also confident, since he has touched the doorway. He is not far from mastering it. "Okay, let's go. How long will you sit for?" "Yueman, come over and give me a hand. I feel my feet are a little soft." "Who cares about you?" Yueman just turned his head and left. Regardless of Rishigen, wipe. This girl just said to leave. King Yu hurriedly called, "Yueman, hey, wait for me, hey." However, Yueman went further and further. King Yu, helpless, just thought this girl was a little cute, but she was not cute again in an instant. So tired. King Yu is so tired that he doesn't want to move. He wants to just lie on the ground and sleep. Thinking about it, King Yu fell asleep in a daze. I don't know how long it took. King Yu felt a jolt, and the feeling from his body seemed to be lying on a person's back, but his back was light. "Yueman, how can you leave Shima-sama alone?" "Cut, I don't know, this guy is really tired." Hearing the voices of Zeman and Yueman, Shima opened his eyes lightly and looked at him. Yueman was walking in front of him with his worm pot, while Zeman was carrying him and walking slowly. On the way home, it feels good to be taken care of by someone, and King Yu fell asleep peacefully with trust in the two of them. Chapter 59. It's dawn until dawn. In the morning of the next day, King Yu still got up early, ready to go to the 6th practice range to find Kai for physical training. After a week of getting along, King Yu and the members of the 3rd class are also familiar. Kay doesn't mention it. He has always treated people with enthusiasm, and from the very beginning, he was really good with impressionism, so he was relatively gentle with King Yu. Xiaoli and Ning, seeing King Yu running unimpeded every day to train, their impression of King Yu is getting better every day. In addition, every time after training, King Yu would use the Higuang worm to rejuvenate them before going to work, which naturally increased with each passing day. Especially with Tanshan, King Yu has the most harmonious relationship with her. It may be because Ning's is too cold, Xiaoli is too hot-blooded, and the opposite sex attracts each other, but Tanshan is more able to talk with King Yu. Except for his idiot-like dress, every day he thinks King Yu is a good person. He is gentle, with the maturity and crispness of a big brother, and looks good. By the end of the week, the two have become friends who can talk and laugh. Senior King Yu. The moment he arrived at the 6th practice field, Tanshan seemed to feel the arrival of King Yu, and immediately turned his head and smiled and waved. Facing the friendship revealed every day, King Yu naturally responded with a smile. In the distance, Xiao Li and Ningxi were practicing each other, and Kai watched and pointed, accompanied every day. Seeing King Yu coming, Ningxi said coldly, "Ha, finally here." Ningxi, you should focus your attention on your enemy. Xiao Li Akono, a whirlwind attacked Ningxi. When Ningxi saw this, he smiled coldly and said, "You don't need to concentrate too much when dealing with you." As expected of the genius of the Hyuga family, really confident, Xiao Li ignored the irony in Ningxi's words, and responded very calmly. Although the two made you come and go, King Yu realized that Ningxi was releasing water. Under normal conditions, Ningxi's physical skills are obviously better than Xiao Li, and the soft boxing has a strong restraint against the gang boxing, supplemented by Ningxi's eyes. If Xiao Li doesn't open the 8 doors dungeon, he will definitely not win against Ningxi. But once Xiao Li opened 8 doors, Ningxi would definitely return to the west. There was nothing to say. Of course, this was just a normal duel exercise, and it wasn't to kill Ningxi, and Xiao Li wouldn't open 8 doors. Senior Kai. After King Yu waved attention, he said hello to Kai politely. Kai Wenyan smiled and nodded, and said, "King Yu, did you sleep well yesterday?" "Certainly." "That's good. Maybe it will be very hard today." Kai smiled mysteriously. King Yu and Tantan didn't know why. While talking, Ningxi knocked Xiao Li to the ground with a sweep of his legs, ready to step forward to give him a victory or defeat. Kai stopped in time. "That's it." Hearing this, Ningxi stopped immediately, looked at Xiao Li on the ground, and said, "Li, don't challenge me anymore. You won't be my opponent." "No. Hard work will surpass genius." Xiao Li looked at Ningxi seriously and said, "Sooner or later, I will beat you up right in the hall." Ming is stubborn. Ningxi shook his head disdainfully. Kai knows the sense of competition between the two, and Kai also sees Ningxi's arrogance. It's normal for Hyuga's family, Konoha's #1 noble family, to be a little so proud. But he didn't intend to stop anything. After all, practice is like this: only when there is competition, there is progress. Although he was optimistic about Xiao Li, he didn't intend to be partial. He clapped his hands and said, "Well, today is an important day. Come with me." "Miss Kai, is today your birthday?" Xiao Li thought for a while and asked. "Of course not. Today I want to teach you a trick that can be called a trick." Kai smiled. Xiao Li, Ningxi, Tantan, the three of them looked at each other, but King Yu frowned and taught the trick. No wonder Kai said that today will be very hard. But what is the trick? Is it Bayman Dunjia? Shouldn't it? The 3rd class has been established for a year, and Bayman Dunjia should have been taught long ago. In addition to the 8-door Dunjia, what other tricks does Kai have that can be called a unique trick? I thought so. But King Yu didn't intend to steal the lesson. He came to Kai just to accept the most basic instructions, but he didn't have the intention of coveting Kai's unique knowledge. In addition, Bayman Dunjia's tactic is also incompatible with King Yu's routine. So he said, Senior Kai, then I will leave today." "Why?" Everyone looked back at King Yu. Kai smiled gently, and didn't let him leave directly. "Well, this kind of trick, I am not your disciple after all. If you learn your trick, it is not very good. Moreover, your trick is probably a powerful physical skill. With my current quality, I am afraid I will not be able to learn it. So I'll go for a run." King Yu said truthfully. This week, Kai did not teach King Yu any physical skills. He has been letting King Yu exercise his physical fitness. Although in just 1 week, his physical fitness will not become stronger quickly. But with the weight of the insect pot on his back, King Yu is adapting day by day. King Yu also knew that the training of physical exercises did not happen overnight and had to be down to earth, so he did not take the initiative to learn Kai's physical exercises. Hearing this, King Yu was quite puzzled and stepped forward and said, "Senior Chi, Xiao Li, Ningxi, Tantan, are you waiting for me?" "Ha ha, King Yu, you are a good boy," Kai said with a smile. "I did not see you wrong. Of course, where an honest and reliable person like me would covet other unique skills. And one more thing, he really doesn't want to learn it now. After all, He hasn't laid the foundation well. So King Yu responded with a smile. Senior is polite. Then I will. He wanted to leave and continue to run, but before he could finish his words, Kai smiled. Stay. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. King Yu, because of your character, I allow you to stay and listen and study. Hearing this, King Yu was stunned. Is there such a thing? Brother, don't you see that I really don't want to learn? From Kai's tone, King Yu heard some questions, and Kai probably was testing him. Indeed, the professor originally had a trick on this kind of thing. King Yu was not a disciple, so he shouldn't have studied. But Kai didn't rush King Yu away. He just wanted to see how King Yu would choose. As a result, King Yu's character did not disappoint him. In this way, Kai didn't think it mattered to let King Yu listen. However, if King Yu can't wait to express his desire to learn his moves, then Kai will directly ask him not to teach him, and perhaps find other reasons to distract him. You are not my disciple. Just want to learn my trick. Roll rough. Now that King Yu has expressed his attitude, I am embarrassed to learn, so Kai feels very good. So King Yu is allowed to listen. Of course, there is another reason, apart from King Yu's attitude, that makes Kai admire very much. That is that King Yu now can't learn it either. The 5 came to the depths of the number 6 practice range, and Kai smiled and said, sit down. The 4 of King Yu sat on the ground. Kai looked at them and said, to meet an important event in July, today I decided to teach you a trick to victory. Since last March, you have been studying with me for a year, and now you have a good foundation, so it's time to pass this trick to you. Miss Kai, what trick? Is it great? Xiao Li asked excitedly. Very awesome, Li. If you can learn this trick, you won't have a problem with defeating Ning Si. Kai smiled gently. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Chapter 60. Wouldn't it be a problem to learn this trick to defeat Ning Si? Note that K is not talking about the possibility of defeating Neji, but that there will be no problem with defeating Neji. Xiao Li was dumb and speechless, and Ning Si also looked surprised, and said after a long silence, Xiao Li can learn, can I learn it too? But King Yu was shocked. What Kai said is, seeing the performance of the two, Kai smiled and didn't say much, but directly said the name of the move. This trick is a unique trick my father has mastered for 20 years of hard practice. Its name is Beimandanjia. What? King Yu almost vomited a mouthful of old blood when he heard this, and he was actually Beimandanjia. King Yu thought that Kai had already passed this to his disciples. But now it was clear that it was in order to meet the Zongnin exam that the elites taught this trick to them. But King Yu thought carefully, and it was really possible in terms of time. After all, it is still 4 months before the Zongnin exam in July, and it is completely possible to teach Beimandanjia to Xiao Li at this time. Beimandanjia? Everyone looked at each other. They had never heard of Beimandanjia, and they didn't know what Kai was talking about. The founder of Beimandanjia is unknown, and there is no mention of the originator of this technique in the original work. Some people say that this was created by the second generation of Hokage, and some people say that this was created by Kai's father, Mat Dai. But King Yu prefers this statement created by Mat Dai. It is said in the original book that this trick is the result of Mat Dai's 20 years of asceticism. Someone will refute this, saying that this is obviously a forbidden technique in the second generation seal book. Why is it not created by the second generation? Most of the techniques in the Book of Seals were indeed created by the second generation. But the Book of the Seals recorded techniques that were forbidden to be learned or used by ordinary ninjas. Not all techniques are created by the second generation. The forbidden techniques recorded in the official book, except for the second generation of the God of Thunder, the reincarnation of the dirty soil, the multiple shadow clones, the multiplication detonation talisman, the dark line, as well as Izanaki, Izanami, and even the first generation of Mudan. Corpse the Ghost is sealed, and the 8-door Dungeon. Could it be that the following ones were created by the second generation? Obviously impossible. There are 2 criteria for the so-called forbidden technique. One is that the use of this technique will affect oneself, such as multiple shadow clones, 8-door Dungeon, and Flying Thunder God. The second is that using it will cause unpredictable consequences, such as wooden escape. Well, in this way, some people might say that although Baemon Dungia was not created by the second generation, it was not created by Matt Dai. After all, when Kai opened 8 doors for Spotting, Spotting said no, you haven't seen any red steam, so sprinkle water on it. This shows that Madara has seen Baemon Dungia in the past, and this statement is correct. But in the same way, this may also be news of no feedback. Moreover, Madara seems to know everything Baemon Dungia knows. He also knows the seal and deciphering of dirty reincarnation, and it feels like there is no technique he doesn't know in Hokage. Therefore, Madara cannot be used to deny Matt Dai, saying that he is not the founder of Baemon Dungia. The biggest reason King Yu felt that Baemon Dungia was created by Kai's father was that 20 years. It took 4 generations to develop Helix Pill for 3 years. And Naruto learned it for a week. Is it because the 4 generations are not as qualified as Naruto? It is because the 4 generations are developing spiral pills, creating a technique and learning a technique. These are 2 things. Similarly, in the comics, Kai recalled that when he taught Xiaoli 8 schools, the 3rd class had already been formed. Calculated by time, even on the first day of the 3rd class, Kai taught 8 subjects. It took only 1.5 years for Xiaoli to master 5 by the time of the Zonran exam. And Kai wouldn't teach Xiaoli and the others as soon as he came, because the learning conditions and use conditions of the Baemon Dungia are very demanding. That is, they are quite physical. They are only 12 or 13 years old. Kai will definitely spend a year training them from graduation. Will teach Baemon Dungia. Then it took only 1.5 years for Xiaoli to learn from 8 subjects to 5 subjects. So why did Matt Dai learn for 20 years? The reason is that Matt Dai is developing 8 subjects instead of learning 8 subjects. As for why Baemon Dungia appeared in the Book of Seals, the biggest possibility was the addition of the 3 generations. Matt Dai fought against the ninja swordsman, and after a battle, the 7 men became a trio. One Wanyan Xianren, relying on 8-door Dungia, killed 4 and beat 3 away. What is the situation? Is it not clear to the 3 generations? In addition, Matt Dai finally ran out of chakra and died. As Dr. Ninjutsu for 3 generations, how can he still not see the side effects of this technique? Therefore, it is entirely possible for the 3 generations to add Baemon Dungia to the Book of Seals. As for Kai, as the orphan of Matt Dai, he has practiced physical skills since childhood, so the 3 generations allowed Kai to continue learning Baemon Dungia because of this. But it should be forbidden to allow Kai to spread. The reason is naturally that the side effects of the 8 sects are too great, and secondly, it is also afraid that the 8 sects will flow out. But now that Kai passed to Xiaoli, the first reason was to make Xiaoli stronger, and the second was to pass on this trick. Of course, this is just King Yu's analysis. It doesn't matter whether Baemon Dungia was created by Matt Dai or someone else. The important thing is that he didn't expect that he would come into contact with Baemon Dungia in this way. Originally, he didn't have any idea about Baemon Dungia's unique trick. For one thing, it didn't fit well. Secondly, he couldn't learn it with his current body, and he might not use it if he learned it. Moreover, this is specially prepared for sports athletes, so it is not very useful for him to learn. Look at Kakashi. He can also use 8 doors, but how many times has he used it? The only time Kakashi used it while climbing by hand. He was useless even when playing Pennsylvania. Immediately afterwards, Kai began to talk about the cultivation method of Baemon Dungia. There are 8 doors in our body that inhibit the flow of chakra. After listening to Kai's explanation, Nings and Tenten both showed solemn expressions, except for Xiaoli's face with unspeakable enthusiasm. That's it. This is my only hope to become stronger. Xiaoli clenched his fists and stood up and said, Teacher Kai, please teach me the 8 school Dungia. Ha ha ha. Kai smiled lightly, He wanted to say, "I passed it to you." King Yu's expression was a bit solemn. You read www.uukanzu.com without saying a word. He wondered if he should learn Beimondanjia. Once you learn the Beimondanjia, then the training of physical skills will have to change the plan, and high-intensity training must be carried out. If he doesn't study, he also feels a bit wasteful. After all, the strength of the 8 disciplines is well known. But King Yu is not a person who can't walk when he sees his strength. He wants to become stronger, but he must carefully consider what he learns and what he practices. So on the first day when he came to Naruto World, King Yu never thought about these big moves. What the God of Thunder, Baemon, King Yu has no desire to learn, because he is a ninja of the Oil Girl clan. He was born with a way of fighting. If he learns this, it means that he will start all over again, and he does not have the time to slowly start from the beginning. Just as King Yu thought, Kai's voice sounded, "King Yu, how about you? Do you want to learn Beimondanjia?" King Yu heard the words and looked at Kai, closed his eyes and thought for a while, and said, "Senior Chi, I'll forget it. I just want to exercise physical skills, but I didn't want to reach the point where you are. Moreover, Beimondanjia, it's hard for me to learn now. I started too late. Instead of getting distracted, it's better to practice my own skills down to ha ha ha." Kai Wenyan immediately gave a thumbs up. "King Yu, you are really an excellent ninja." "Yes, it is impossible for you to learn Beimondanjia now. Then you call me to listen?" King Yu complained silently. "But the practice of Beimondanjia is good for you. In battle, it will make your strength soar." This is true, of course, but the consequences are also serious. Look at Xiao Li, he severed his hands and feet after opening 5 doors. Even if I don't want to make up for the knife, Xiao Li's injury is probably going to be operated on. Chapter 61. Xiao Li's current physical fitness is many times better than King Yu's. Under this circumstance, he had opened 5 doors in the same way, but if King Yu opened 5 doors, his body would only be scrapped. Yes, after learning it and using it, the combat effectiveness becomes higher, but when it's used up, people are almost there. The reason why Beimondanjia is so demanding on the body is because of how much power it bursts out. The body will suffer much damage. Therefore, if you want to use 8 sects, you must exercise beyond the limit for a long time, so that the body can withstand the outbreak brought by the 8 sects. To truly use the power of the 8 doors, you must reach Kai, and you can still act as usual after opening the 7 doors. In this way, is the correct way to open the 8-door Danjia. But to reach this point, it would be impossible without 10 or 20 years of penance. Normally, Beimondanjia is just a big move to hurt people based on this. With his current physical fitness, it is very difficult to open the first door. Even if he opens it and uses a lotus flower, his body can't stand it anymore. Even if healed with Yuguang worm, his body still couldn't afford it. For him, Beimondanjia really does more harm than good. He said, "Senior Chi, do you want me to learn?" Kai Wen said, "It depends on you, whether you are willing or not." This made King Yu flattered. He didn't expect Kai to be willing to teach Beimondanjia to him. However, King Yu is not incomprehensible. Kai is always a hearty person, and secondly, he doesn't know how to hide privately. If you look at Kakashi, you know how generous Kai is to friends. Although King Yu only spent a week with Kai, Kai didn't have a lot of impression of King Yu. Although he was young, he had perseverance, and he followed them every day to train their stamina. He is also very kind to others, and he uses bugs to recover them every time before going to work. He is a very good junior. The most important thing is his character, a person worthy of trust. Therefore, teaching him 1.8 doors of Danjia is not a bad thing. Facing Kai's enthusiasm, King Yu's heart was touched and somewhat helpless. He thought for a while and said, "Thank you Senior Kai for your kindness, but I still want to practice step by step down to th." King Yu refused. Except for Kai, Xiao Li and Ningxi were still a little surprised every day. After Kai's explanation, everyone knows that Beimondanjia is a powerful trick. However, The opportunity to learn such a big move was right in front of him, and King Yu was actually able to resist not learning it. They don't hate King Yu, so King Yu learns with them, and they have nothing to think about. And Kay is also willing to teach. But King Yu actually didn't learn it. At this time, Tantan couldn't sit still. She said, "Senior King Yu, Baemon is a very powerful move. Do you really want to learn it?" "It's not that I don't want to learn it, but I can't learn it now, and it will only increase the burden of my practice. After all, I have my own skills, unlike you who are ninjas who specialize in physical skills. I am not a genius, I can't distracted. Now I am still learning ninjutsu, and my clan's secret arts can't fall behind. So if I increase the amount of physical exercises, I'll be overwhelmed." After speaking, King Yu smiled embarrassedly at Kai and said, "Senior Chi, thank you very much for your kindness. But I still decided not to learn." "Senior King Yu, what if Senior Kai won't teach you next time?" asked Tanshin. "Kai is such a person." King Yu looked at Tanshin helplessly, and said, "That can only say that I lost my life facing King Yu's free and easy way. He pouted every day. Xindazi is really an elm-headed head. If you don't know how to learn, you can learn it first." However, Kai gave a thumbs up and said, "No problem, King Yu, go your own way." Kai originally wanted to help King Yu, but King Yu knew his situation so well, Kai didn't say much. On the contrary, he praised King Yu even more. "Thank you Senior Chi, then I'll go for a run first, so I won't disturb your studies." King Yu bends slightly. "Oh," Kai answered with a smile. Then King Yu said, "Every day, Xiaoli, Ningse, you have to study hard." "Oh." Xiaoli's posture was exactly the same as Kai. Ningse snorted coldly and expressed his attitude coldly. King Yu smiled and said, "Then I will go first. If you feel that the physical injury is serious, remember to come to me at any time. Goodbye, everyone." After speaking, King Yu left, ready to go for a run. Wait. Tanshin wanted to say something, but King Yu had already walked away, and in desperation had to stomp his feet, and said in his heart, "Forget it. After I learn it, I will teach it to Senior King Yu later." Really, I won't grasp such a good opportunity. However, if you think too much, girl, you have not learned it. On the 6th practice field, King Yu ran slowly, not regretting his decision just now. It's just that Kai's heart touched King Yu a little. Kai's enthusiasm is not just talking, as long as it is someone he recognizes, he will help. Just like Naruto, Kai also gave him a close-fitting training suit of the same style, green. Naruto was very happy. If it weren't for him, Naruto would put it on. On the other side, in Sandai's office, he was using his voyeurism to look at Shima, and in front of him, Uemon stood respectfully. Seeing that King Yu refused to teach Baemon by Kai, the third generation was slightly surprised, but at the same time he also appreciated King Yu very much. This young man is really different from ordinary people. He thought for a while and said, "Don't worry, there will be no problem with King Yu and Naruto contacting." Uemon came to Sandai early in the morning to report on the encounter with Naruto yesterday. But for 3 generations, Naruto Uzumaki is really a human being, I'm afraid. Uemon, what do you think of Naruto? After hearing this, Uemon was stunned, and thought for a while and said, "Well, it looks like an ordinary child on the surface." "What else?" "Like character." "Well, very energetic and simple in character," Uemon said truthfully. "Then do you hate him?" "This. I don't hate him," Uemon said, "but I'm afraid that the thing in his body is out of control." "Reassure, as long as the seal is not unlocked, Kyuubi will never have a chance to come out." 3 generations smiled faintly. "It's just that I didn't expect King Yu to become friends with Naruto. It's really interesting." "Interesting?" Uemon didn't dare to complain about 3 generations, so he said, 3 generations. "Do you need to stop Shima from getting too much contact with Naruto?" "No, I think King Yu did a good job. 3 generations laughed. You were reading www.yuukanzu.com. Well done. It's a good idea to be friends with Renzulai. Yuiman, the 4th generation sealed 9 tails in Naruto's body in order to make Naruto a hero of Konoha. He died with such hope. 3 generations faintly said. Hero? Yuiman was puzzled. But everyone doesn't think so. Most people think of Naruto as a monster, and some even think of him as Kyuubi himself. They are very indifferent to him, and even hate him. Sandai paused and said, Naruto, I came from loneliness since I was a child. Adults hate him, and their attitude is naturally transmitted to their children. Therefore, children nowadays also hate Naruto. Fortunately, the younger generation of Konoha does not know Naruto's identity or the chaos 12 years ago. This is a blessing in misfortune. Yuiman was silent for a while, and asked, since this is the case, why doesn't Naruto-sama tell the truth? It's useless. Even if I'm Hokage, I can't change the thinking of the whole village. It's also because in a movie, I can't openly favor Naruto. This will only make everyone hate Naruto even more. The only thing I can do is to protect him silently and help him within the scope of my ability. But this doesn't comfort Naruto's heart. So King Yu's approach is very good to me. 3 generations smiled and said, but Naruto is getting older now, and he will get better in the future. I see, Naruto-sama. Yuiman said. Just understand, go. Yuiman retired. Then, the 3 generations looked at the others, Kakashi, Azuma, Red, and their student, Konoha 12 Xioqiang, and smiled with satisfaction. Where leaves fly, the fire will burn, and the new flames are already burning. Chapter 62 In-depth study of bugs. After running, King Yu was ready to go to work. He returned to Konoha Hospital and came to the research class. A lot of people have already arrived at this time. King Yu greeted each with a smile, and then couldn't wait to observe the row of glassware on the table. In addition to the normal practice this week, King Yu also conducted in-depth research on the light worm and rockworm. First, he observed the specific reproduction process of rockworms. This worm reproduces asexually, that is, it reproduces alone, and there is no gender difference. By stimulating their bodies with chakras, their bodies, which were originally difficult to damage with swords, will appear to be cracked. With the passage of time, new juvenile rockworms will crawl out of their bodies, and their body size is larger than that of adult rockworms, 3 times smaller. In addition, the number of rock-hard worms born is mostly 2, and due to individual differences, sometimes 3 will crawl out. If chakras are not cultivated, under normal circumstances, rockworms will only start to reproduce on the day they die. Then the dead rockworms will be swallowed as food by the newly born rockworms to supplement nutrients. However, the vitality of this insect is very tenacious. King Yu splits the 2 newly born rock-hard insects apart, and one of them does not give it food. The one who didn't eat anything, and didn't receive chakra, still lived for a week. And today it was exactly a week. This one died, but its size did not change, and no new rockworms were born when it died. In terms of hardness, it is not as good as the one that has received nourishment. As for the one that received nourishment, on the 3rd day, it was already as big as an adult rockworm, and when it died, it gave birth to a new rockworm. At this point, King Yu probably understood the nature and requirements of rockworms. At the same time, he also put the rockworm and the light worm together to see if the 2 would mate and give birth to new worms. But this point is really obviously thinking too much, because rock-hard worm reproduces asexually, there is no gender difference, and therefore there is no reproductive organ. It is impossible to mate or something. As for the worm, this worm reproduces sexually and lays eggs. After mating, the females will shed eggs, about 10 at a time, and they can grow up within a day. The reproduction speed is faster than that of rockworms. The life cycle is also longer than that of rockworms, about 15 days. If you don't mate, King Yu can also be cultivated with chakras, using the secret technique cocoons of the Yun family, which will speed up the egg laying and the growth of larvae. But this is consuming the vitality of the insect. The original 10-day life cycle will be shortened by nearly half after stimulation with chakra, but the effect is not compromised. In terms of level, the light bug is indeed higher than the rockworm, and the effect is also very powerful. But the only thing that is worse is that it is weak in attack power. In addition to understanding the living conditions of the two insects, King Yu also made practical research on the two insects. I found a very interesting phenomenon. That is, the lightning worm has insufficient attack power, but it has a strong resistance to poison. No matter what kind of poison it is, the lightning worm will swallow it. King Yu injected a small amount of poisonous gas into the worm's vessel, and in less than 5 seconds, the purple poison was absorbed by the worm, and there was nothing wrong with it. To the corrosive venom, as long as the body does not touch it, the phoenix can even drink the venom. The resistance to the poison can be said to be very outstanding. In this way, King Yu was not afraid of being poisoned, because this insect could be regarded as a natural enemy of almost any poison. However, its shortcomings are also obvious. The body is fragile and can be easily damaged with a cotton swab. Rockworms have very poor resistance to poison. A small burst of poisonous gas can stun the rockworms, and the corrosive venom can directly melt the rockworms. But in this case, its resistance to physical attacks, the resistance to ninjutsu, is extremely strong. The dark part of the root can hardly be burned to death with fire done, and generally Kyu can't touch it. Although Thunder Dun can paralyze rockworms, it will not kill rockworms. Through King Yu chakra treatment, he will recover very quickly. Of course, not to mention the powerful Huo Dun and L Dun. The former can directly burn rockworms into ashes, and the latter can directly electric them into a pile of carbon. Naturally, rockworms can't hold them. But it is normal that there are shortcomings. I won't mention the Yuguang worm for the time being. To understand the advantages and disadvantages of the rockworm, King Yuxin also has a general direction for the use of the rockworm. When to use it and how to use it, I also have a good grasp of it. And after a week of research, King Yu also had a bold idea. He wondered whether using Xianzu chakra to cultivate these two insects would make them qualitatively change. King Yu is very curious about this, and can't wait to try it. It's a pity that he can't get natural energy now, so he can only see if he can ask for help in the future, or let Naruto, who has learned the fairy mode, do a research. There are many psychic beasts in Naruto, but there are only 3 holy places that can learn the fairy mode. As for the 3 psychic beasts, King Yu estimated that he would not be able to get it. The toad of Miyomu Mountain, Jai would not teach him. The slug in the wet bone forest, Tsunade probably wouldn't be able to teach him. As for the snakes in Longdedong, if the price of Dashwen is enough, Dashwen might be able to teach it. But even if Dashwen is a person, he is too crazy, and he is almost dying to do research. Moreover, the group of snakes in Longdedong are not easy to get along with, and King Yu has always disliked snakes. Therefore, this research agenda can only be temporarily shelved. How is your practice? Director Sato's voice rang as Shizen observed. Huh? Shizen looked up and saw that it was Sato, so he said quickly, "It's okay. What can you do, Director Sato?" "That's fine. But don't let go of the research." This week Sato thought about what King Yu said, and felt that King Yu's words were not unreasonable, and his attitude eased a lot. Seeing that Sato is so gentle, King Yu couldn't be surprised, but at the same time he felt more relaxed. "Yes, Director Sato. I won't leave to study," Shizen promised. "Well, what kind of bug is this?" Sato nodded, then looked at the rockworm in the container. "This is a rock bug, and it's my second kind of bug," King Yu said truthfully. Facing the old Sato, King Yu was more respectful, so he explained patiently. "You are reading www.yuukanzu.com. Oh, what are the characteristics?" Sato came to be interested and asked. "Well, it's very hard." "Hard?" Sato was puzzled. "This insect lives on the or in the soil, so its body surface is very hard." "That's it. Is there any effect on medical treatment?" "I haven't found it yet." Hearing this, Sato's originally enthusiastic face suddenly stepped down and said, "Let's change the study." Then he left. After not taking a few steps, he said without looking back, "The insects that cannot be used for medical treatment are not good insects." King Yu had nothing to say. "Oh, Director Sato didn't scold you." "King Yu is okay. Your kid is finally sensible." Yuan Yi quietly walked over and joked. "Fortunately, I didn't expect Director Sato to support my practice." King Yu smiled. "Then you have to work hard, you know. Our medical department is not capable of fighting, and the only one who has some strength is you. There must be something to protect us," Yuan Yi said. King Yu nodded heavily when he heard the words, "Definitely." Yuan Yi was taken aback, then he put his arms around King Yu's shoulders hard, and said with a smile, "You guy has really changed, but that's okay." King Yu chuckled when he heard the words, and Yuan Yi smiled and said, "If you continue to be busy, I will continue to work. I will have dinner together later." "Okay," King Yu responded, and then Yuan Yi left. Looking at the busy figure in the field, the colleagues in the medical department, King Yug, must take good care of them in August. Although they are all friends of original Shizun, King Yu did not want to see any of them die. Go hard. King Yu secretly cheered up and started to continue working. Chapter 63. Since then, King Yu has been living a regular life, still working out with Kai and others in the morning before going to work. Practice ninjutsu after get off work. It took more than a month in the blink of an eye. After more than a month, King Yu's physical fitness has been significantly improved and his strength has also been increased after basic daily training. With the 50 catty worm pot on his back, King Yu was completely accustomed to its weight. Although it still had an impact on his actions, it was not big anymore. Moreover, a considerable amount of chakra was stored in the worm tank, enough for King Yu to use it without hesitation. As for the training of ninjutsu, he finally succeeded in mastering the technique of unburned, and he could refer to where to fight. The fire dragon flame bullet has also mastered Ji-in and can be displayed within 10 seconds. However, since this trick is too consuming chakra, King Yu has not yet mastered it. With 2 earth escape techniques, the big earth flow river and the rock slab, King Yu stays in place. Although he was awakened to the earth attribute chakra due to the rock worm, the development of his power was quite slow and there was almost no progress. Only a little better than a month ago. Of course, King Yu didn't just focus on this aspect. King Yu also didn't practice the secret technique of the family. After a month of special training, it is estimated that because King Yu has mastered the technique of unburned, chakra's control has been improved, and the trick he had imagined is also successfully completed. This is where King Yu has made the most progress. His insect control skills have reached at least 2 levels compared to a month ago. Today's strength can be regarded as a true Zongren. Regarding Kamishino, King Yu is sure to win. First of all, the bad bugs can't eat the rock-hard bugs. Second, he has more chakras than Shino. Third, he can still use ninjutsu. If he couldn't win this way, King Yu planned to die. No major events happened this month, and the 3 generations did not give them tasks. King Yu was also happy and was able to concentrate on his practice. Naruto didn't come to his house either. Only occasionally I could bump into Yaramon, and sometimes I could run into Ayuka with him, but he still didn't see Sasuke and Sakura. In addition, he also went back to the clan of the Yunf clan to visit Uncles Iwai and Aunt Gianzi. As for Shino, as she was also in the end, divided into classes, and started to do tasks, she gradually got busy. King Yu didn't see him. However, the peaceful days cannot last forever. A sudden task broke King Yu's peaceful life. In the morning, King Yu still exercises with the 3rd class in the 6th practice range. Sure enough, only Xiao Li has learned Beiman Danjia. He is indeed a genius. King Yu and Tantan were chatting while running. Yes, Xiao Li can master the 8 doors Danjia in a month, and he doesn't need to be a bad guy for his physical skills. Isn't it? Teacher Kai said it lightly. I don't know that this trick is so difficult to practice. I can't learn it at all. Tantan was a little discouraged. Ha ha, don't worry, Ningsi didn't learn it. King Yu comforted. Well, that's what I said. But I wanted to learn to teach you again, Tanshan said. After a month, King Yu and Tantan have become thoroughly acquainted, and the two have no scruples about talking. And for some reason, King Yu felt that he was getting closer to him every day. However, how did King Yu know that he is here every day, and that is getting more important day by day? This girl Tanshan is now only 13 years old. She was in adolescence. Compared to practicing, she still had a girlish heart and wanted to talk to boys. But her teammates are Ningsi and Xiaoli again. She wants to talk to Ningsi, but Ningsi obviously doesn't want to talk to her. With Xiaoli, I can talk to him every day. As for K, it is directly a generation gap issue. Even if there is anything, it is not easy to tell him every day. In addition, she didn't have any friends in the ninja school in the past. The only two she had are now graduated, and they are busy with each other and have less contact with each other. So she didn't know who to tell her what she said, such as the hard work of practice, and the interesting things in life. Although you can talk to your relatives, you will be taught a lesson when you tell your parents that the practice is hard. As for talking about funny things, it doesn't make sense to tell them. So naturally, King Yu's appearance was a spiritual comfort to Tantan, and he could say anything to this mature elder brother. This feeling is really good. But what? King Yu asked suspiciously. He still didn't know Tanshan's thoughts. Naturally, Tantan wouldn't say it, so he said, "It's nothing, just a little unhappy." "Well, he'll give you away. Maybe you can learn it well." King Yu thought, and said, "What's the solution?" Every day, his eyes lit up, and he asked quickly, "What do you think Senior Kai and Xiaoli have in common?" "Common? That should be thick eyebrows." "Yes, there are also watermelon heads and green leather jackets. Maybe you can make such a look." King Yu smiled. Hearing this every day, he was stunned, and then groaned, "Really, Senior King Yu, you are kidding me again." "Well, if you say you are not happy, I will coax you," King Yu said. Hearing this, Tanshan blushed inexplicably, and smiled. "Senior King Yu, you won't be liked by girls like this." "Impossible. As handsome as I am, it is impossible that no one likes it." "Then why don't you have a girlfriend now?" "Little sister, this question is very sharp." "That's because my mind is focused on practicing and making contributions to Konoha." King Yu snarled immediately. Cut. He curled his lips every day, but at the same time he felt relieved. Senior King Yu would be fine if he didn't have a girlfriend. On the other side of the playground, Xiaoli was all running. K observed King Yu and Tanshan, and said in his heart, "Hey, these two little guys are getting closer and closer. Maybe there will be a period of unforgettable youth." And Ningsi looked at King Yu and Tantan talking and laughing, and felt a little uncomfortable. He used to follow him every day. Although he had no ideas, if Tan didn't follow him today, he was a little uncomfortable. I don't concentrate at all when I practice every day, or King Yu is a guy with no perseverance. After that, he looked at Xiaoli and said in his heart, "Li, don't think you have learned the 8 schools of Dunjia, can surpass me." Then quickly chased up. Shaijin even said this to Tanshan, and at this moment, a figure flashed in front of him, and Zeman and Ueman appeared in front of them out of thin air. Tantan suddenly looked at Brother Orange in horror, slightly surprised. These two men are so strong, there is no sign of them. Not only every day, but even Xiaoli and Ningsi were shocked, and then ran over quickly. Only Kai felt the action of the two. Just when he was puzzled every day, King Yu said, "Why are you here?" "Master King Yu, 3 generations have tasks. We are here to inform you." Xiao Aemon said. "Task?" King Yu was puzzled for a moment, and then responded, "I see." "Grown-ups asked every day, Senior King Yu, is this your partner?" "Yes." "You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Both of them are my teammates." "Every day, I'm sorry, I'm going to do the task." King Yu did not delay either. Oh, nodding every day. There is no way to do the task. Just who is this beautiful girl with orange hair? Senior King Yu has such a lovely teammate beside him. She opened her mouth, but at the moment there were so many people with mixed eyes and it was hard to ask questions. She could only watch King Yu walk away. Damn it, walking so fast again. Well, forget it. Wait until Senior King comes back to say hello. Senior Chi, I'm going to go on a mission. Let's say goodbye today. King Yu walked up to Kai and said, "Oh, come on." Kai gave a thumbs up, his teeth bright. King Yu also gave a thumbs up and agreed. Zeman and Yueman are quite speechless. This posture is very funny. Also, don't cooperate with you, Guy. After saying this, the three jumped and disappeared. Chapter 64. New mission is coming. On the roof, three figures quickly shuttled, and in a short while, they arrived at the Hokage building. In front of the third-generation office, King Yu knocked gently on the door, and the third-generation calm voice sounded inside, "Coming." After all, the three pushed in. Master Naruto. 3 generations stopped writing and asked Xiang King Yu gently, "How are you doing?" "It's okay." King Yu replied. "How is ninjutsu practice?" 3 generations continued to ask. "Master the technique of unbaking." The third generation nodded in satisfaction. "This progress is pretty good." "Not bad. I practiced for a month before I mastered one technique." "Uncle, do you think you have mastered 4 techniques?" To be honest, King Yu is not satisfied with the progress of ninjutsu. Especially the development of the 2 soil escapes is too slow. Unexpectedly, the 3 generations still feel good. "It seems that I am at this level in the 3 generations." King Yu murmured silently. Naturally he wouldn't say this. "Now that you have been practicing for a month, it's time to check the results of your practice. I am going to give the King Yu team an important task." 3 generations laughed. "Let me practice for 1 month in an Ansheng, and then arrange a task for me to check my academic performance." The 3 generations of routines have indeed slipped. But King Yu wouldn't refuse, so he said directly, "My lord, please." "Well, today there is a bridge building expert from Poland, called Tazna. We ask us to protect him back to Poland." Hearing this, Zeman and Yueman didn't feel much. But Shijin was shocked by the heavens. It was this mission. "But isn't this task handed over to Kakashiban? Why am I on the court?" Hokage-sama, is this the content of the mission? Xiao Aemon asked lightly. "No, I handed this task to Kakashiban." 3 generations laughed. King Yu 3 people suddenly puzzled. Seeing the expressions of the 3 generations smiled and said, "Your task is to investigate the situation in the country of waves." "My lord, what does this mean?" King Yu couldn't help asking. "Because Tazna lied," 3 generations said sternly. Hearing this, Zeman Yueman was taken aback at the same time, but Shizen was taken aback. Indeed, Tazna had lied. On the surface, he commissioned Konoha ninja to escort him home. But the actual task was to protect him until the bridge was built. The reason is because Dazna money to support pay high reward tasks. Escorting him home is only a cleaver task, and the commission fee is not high. But if he protects him until the bridge is built, it becomes a bleevil task, which must be accepted by Zongren, and the commission fee has increased several times. King Yu, who has read the original work, is of course clear. But how did the 3 generations see it? "My lord, what do you say?" Xiao Aemon asked. The 3 generations lit their pipes, took a deep breath, and slowly said, "The country of Nami is a very small and barren country. The people's lives are very poor. Many people can't even eat enough." Under this situation, Tazna hired a ninja to protect him back home. Don't you think it's too extravagant? When everyone heard this, King Yu nodded their heads in agreement. After all, it was a shadow. This thought was indeed far more detailed than ordinary people. Yes, a person who comes from a place where he can't get enough food will have to hire a ninja when he returns to his home. This is indeed a luxury. Tazna is not a nobleman in Poland. He is said to be an expert in bridge building, but in fact he is just a poor craftsman in Poland. So the first time the 3 generations saw this task, they immediately noticed something wrong. 3 generations continued. Tazna came to Konoha, and he said that he was buying some materials, but in fact he didn't buy anything. This made me sure that Tazna was lying. Hearing this, Xiao Aemon thought for a while and said, "That's it, I guess Mr. Tazna, the real purpose should be to hire someone to protect him. However, because he could not pay the commission fee, he only hired ninja and set the task to be evil, not bad. Sandai nodded, and glanced at Zman in admiration. In that case, why did you accept the commission for the third generation? Ueman was a little puzzled. The three generations knew that there was something awkward, so why did they still agree to it? The country of Nami is adjacent to the country of fire, and it is also Konoha's important source of aquatic products, so I accepted this commission. Zeman thought for a while and said, since Nami is an important aquatic country, they are so poor that it makes no sense. Couldn't Konoha send some fish, shrimps and crabs to the country of waves? How can this be? I think so too. Poland is an island country with very rich aquatic products. Just selling aquatic products should not be so poor that it is about to die out. So I suspect that there is a problem within Poland. The three generations are right, this is indeed an internal problem. And King Yu also knows this clearly, that is, the country of Poland is now in the hands of a bully called Kado. So what does Naruto-sama need us to do? King Yu asked. Investigate everything in the country of Poland. Three generations said sternly, from the situation of Tazna's request for protection, there should be someone who does not want Tazna to build the bridge. His life should be threatened. Why? Ueman asked. This is because of the economy. King Yu gave the answer. The third generation nodded after hearing this, and said, it should be economy. Ueman was taken aback when he heard the words, then he thought about it, and it became clear. The economy of Poland mainly relies on maritime transportation. If maritime transportation is interrupted, then the country will have no vitality. I guess that the maritime transportation of Poland should be controlled by people. And the people of Poland are trying to save themselves. So I wanted to build a bridge for land transportation. But this approach touched someone's interests. It's really not stupid to be the unbeliever after all. Shima nodded secretly. Ueman's analysis was right. In an island country like Nami country, the traffic depends entirely on the sea. So once the maritime transportation line is controlled, it is equivalent to controlling everything in this country. And Kazuo is obviously not a great person who will distribute money to the people. Therefore, in order to save himself, Tazna wanted to build a bridge that could be used for transportation, so as to improve the situation of Poland. Once the bridge is built, Poland will have its own economic line, and Kado will no longer be able to control Poland. However, how could Kado make Tazna wishful? First of all, ordinary people have no power to bind chickens, and they are powerless to resist in the face of evildoers. The most important point is that the country of Paz is a country without ninjas. King Udao. The ninja in Naruto world is like an army in a country. Yuukanzu.com and Poland are not far behind. They are a country without an army. So facing the ninjas and thugs hired by Kado, the people can only be slaughtered. This is also the reason why Tazna went to Konoha to invite the ninja. Hearing the saying that there are no ninjas, Ueman knew it. She knew what it meant for a country to have no ninjas. That's the case, but Naruto-sama, this should be something the cabinet is considering? Ueman asked. This is what King Yu wants to ask, uncle. What are you doing in other countries' affairs? Three generations looked at Ueman, but didn't get angry, took a cigarette, and said, this is something the cabinet is considering, but I will only take this task for the sake of the country of fire. Then, the three generations gave their reasons. The senior leaders of the country of fire will not consider the situation of the country of fire, because as one of the 5 major countries, no one dares to offend the country of fire. Therefore, no matter what the situation of the country of fire is, as long as it does not affect the aquatic economy of the country of fire, the cabinet will not take care of such nostalgia. However, the nation of Paz and the nation of Fire are adjacent to each other. Once a large-scale riot occurs in the nation of Nation, Konoha will be the one to suppress it. Therefore, I must be prepared. But you don't have to pay attention to these things. You only need to investigate the current situation in the country of Poland, and I will submit other things to the daimyo. Steady, uncle. King Yu applauded silently. After all, it was Hokage, and the handling of the incident was nothing short of leaks. The three generations are right. Although they are only Shinobu village in the country of fire, it is not their turn to take care of other people's national affairs. But once there is something, Konoha will come forward, so it is necessary to figure out the situation in advance. Of course, how to do it in the end, as the three generations said, must be presented to the daimyo. It's up to the daimyo to decide. Chapter 65 Departure. The Country of Waves. After hearing the words of the three generations, the Kinyu trio had no more doubts. That is, three generations of gentleness. They dare to ask this clearly. If you change people, tell them a lot of bullshit every minute. I'm under the task. Why do you still ask? Get rid of it. Yes, my lord. Kinyu 3 took their orders. Besides, you have another mission. The three of them bowed slightly, and the third generation continued. Protect Uzumaki Naruto. On this point, the three of them had no doubts. The people in their own village had to work hard, and it would be impossible not to send someone to protect them. Even with Kakashi, that's not enough. It's just that Kinyu didn't expect this task to fall on him. Then we want to walk with Kakashi-senpai. Kinyu asked. No, you can contact Kakashi secretly, but don't let Naruto and the others know. This task is also a good exercise for them who have just graduated. Kinyu nodded in agreement. To be honest, this mission of Nami country is very important to Naruto's growth, because Naruto has established his own way of forbearance if he doesn't cut and white. If possible, Kinyu plans not to show his face in front of Naruto for this mission. Okay, that's it, you go back and prepare. Three generations smiled. Kinyu, I will send someone to notify the medical department. You don't have to go. Yes, my lord. Then the three of them bid farewell to three generations, ready to go back to prepare for the task. But first the three people found Kakashi's residence and prepared to make a handover with Kakashi. Kinyu knocked on the door, and Kakashi's voice sounded, Who? Senior Kakashi, it's me, Uzujijin. After speaking, the door opened and Kakashi looked at Kinyu and asked, Shizun, Zeman, Uemon, are you coming to me for anything? Kinyu nodded, and informed him of the arrangements for the three generations. In this regard, Kakashi has no dissatisfaction with the three generations of sending people to protect Naruto. He knows the importance of Naruto, and he also knows that if it is really dangerous, he can hardly handle it alone. At the same time, Kinyu also told him about Tazna's lie and the analysis of the three generations. A shrewd man in Kakashido, upon hearing Kinyu's words, he also found that something was not right. So he asked, if this is the case, why not cancel the task? Three generations think that this task is a good exercise for Naruto and others, so they hope that the 7th class will take this task. Kinyu Dao, I understand, Kakashi responded. Indeed, this task is a good exercise for Naruto and the others, and Shima and others. It should be fine. Although he didn't know the strength of this sunglasses boy, Kinyu was able to protect Yakuma from Danzo a month ago, and Kakashi felt that Kinyu still had some abilities. No matter how bad it is, there are Zeman and Uemon, the two talents who came out of Anb. Well, Senior Kakashi, when are you going to leave? Let's prepare too. Kinyu didn't know that Kakashi had already speared him, so he asked naturally. Well, noon. Kakashi thought for a while and said, this time I don't expect Konoha to be back in a short time, so Naruto and the others must be prepared. I know, then we will start with you and follow you secretly. Kinyu said. Well, please. Kakashi smiled. Yes, senior. After speaking with Kakashi, the three of them returned to Kinyu's residence and began to prepare. Uemon is in charge of the ninja, and Zeman is in charge of the rations. Shima does nothing and waits for departure. It's not that he didn't help, but that he didn't have much to prepare. The oil girls generally don't need to bear to fight, and Zeman doesn't need Shizun to be responsible for the food. So Kinyu is very leisurely. In a blink of an eye, in the afternoon, the three Kinyu and Kakashi stepped out of Konoha. Having been in this world for more than 2 months, this is the first time that Kinyu has walked out of Konoha's gate, so he was a little excited in his heart and couldn't help but look at the surrounding scenery. The country of fire has dense forests and fresh air. It is a place with good mountains and rivers. Seeing King Yu's excitement, Yuemon snorted coldly, "You fellow, this time you acted very easily." King Yu heard this with a smile. "Well, this task is much less difficult than the previous one, and there are Senior Kakashi. Why am I not easy?" "Hey, Kakashi Senior, they have 2 tasks with us," Yuemon said, uncomfortable. "Although you should have a good mentality when facing the task, you guys feel that you are completely out for travel." "Yes, I just came out to travel." Seeing that the 2 began to quarrel, Zeman came out to make a round of battle. "Okay, it's okay to have a relaxed mentality. Don't say anything about Yuemon." "Huh?" Yuemon snorted coldly. Shima heard this with a smile. "I heard that, but Zeman understands me." "But Master King Yu, don't relax too much. After all, it's a task. You still need to be alert." "I know." King Yu smiled. "Don't worry, I have a sense of measure in my heart." Zeman smiled and nodded. He believed that King Yu wouldn't make mistakes because of his playfulness. In fact, King Yu would not miss things, because he knew the importance of the task very well, but he really couldn't get nervous. With Yakumo's mission experience, plus 1 month of hard cultivation, King Yu is a little more confident now. And he also knew the details of the enemy this time. Even if he didn't cut it, he was considered a strong enemy, but his strength was not strong enough to guard against the sky. To put it bluntly, he was just ordinary. Compared with the group of Xiao, there is not much difference between not being cut and fighting the 5 scum. Secondly, it's not him who won't cut it, it's Kakashi. When the 2 fought, Kakashi was sure to win. In summary, what's so nervous about King Yu? To say that the only time that may be nervous is that Kakashi made a mistake and was hit by the technique of never cutting the water prison. However, Naruto and Sasuke used a beautiful tactic to break the skill of not cutting, so there is no danger. I just don't know if the trend of the plot will change because of his butterfly. But King Yu felt that even if the plot changed, adding him, Zeman and Yuemon, it would be more than enough to deal with it again. Kakashi can deal with it without being cut by 1 person, plus the 3 of them, without being cut. It will not be a demon anyway. As for their task of investigating the country of Poland, the strongest of Kado's men is not to cut anymore. The others are just rascals. You are reading www.uukansu.com thugs. In terms of combat power, it is completely different from the ninja. And King Yu and the others can walk sideways in an army. The 3 of them walked all the way and chatted all the way. Suddenly, the 3 of them were attracted by a puddle on the ground, and they were taken aback. I remember this is the subordinate who seems to be no longer beheaded, Ghost Brother, right? The 2 cannon fodder who came to assassinate Tazna. It's so obvious. King Yu couldn't help but complain. In this cloudless weather, there would be puddles on the road, which was really abrupt. And Konoha hasn't rained for several days. The 2 idiots, the Ghost Brothers, figured out this hiding method, but they didn't know if they looked at themselves or looked down on Konoha's ninja. This kind of trick will be noticed by any ninja with the level of skill. It is normal for Naruto and the others to be inexperienced and unable to detect it, but Kakashi's old rivers and lakes can tell the problem at a glance. King Yu didn't mention it, he remembered it clearly after reading the original. As for Zeman and Yuemon, it is impossible to discover the exquisiteness of the former and the technical accomplishments of the latter. At the same time, the 3 of them looked at each other and then left. Zeman asked in a low voice, "What do you think of Yuemon?" "Well, I want to laugh." Yuemon said. "Master King Yu, what do you think?" "Forget it." King Yu laughed directly and whispered softly, "Leave this kind of stuff for them to practice." "All right." Zeman and Yuemon thought for a while, but didn't care. After walking a few steps, King Yu said, "Just choose a place around and wait for Naruto and the others." "Well, just look at how Senior Kakashi cleans up these 2 idiots." With that, the 3 of them hid in the forest aside. Chapter 66. After waiting for a while King Yu and the others were chatting, Kakashi and his group appeared in the sight of the 3. Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Tazna. That's Mr. Tazna, right? Zeman observed Tazna and saw that he was dressed plainly, and said, indeed, it's not like a rich man. It's too extravagant to ask a ninja to escort him. Yeah? King Yu nodded. The enemy should be about to appear. At this moment, the sudden change occurred, and two extremely strange killers appeared in the puddle. They are the people who will never be cut again. Yui in Betrayal Shinobu, the Ghost Brothers. Kakashi glanced coldly and didn't make a move, just standing so that the Ghost Brothers' chains were entangled, and then pulled hard. Kakashi was divided into pieces of meat. Kakashi-teacher. Naruto and others were so scared by this sudden change that they didn't understand Kakashi's strength and thought Kakashi was really killed by these two killers. But King Yu and others were naturally very calm, because they saw Kakashi using a substitute technique. Kakashi-senpai is really terrible. Uemon said lightly. It's not good to say bad things about someone behind your back. Kakashi's voice sounded leisurely as soon as he said this. Senior Kakashi. Uemon suddenly panicked like a cat caught. Yo. Kakashi greeted with a hand out. King Yu was also a little surprised in his heart, and he was ashamed of Kakashi, who could actually find them. His intention to appear here. King Yu and others understand that he wants the students to fight against the Ghost Brothers. And Zeman was still a little worried. Although the Ghost Brothers were mediocre, Naruto and the others were just graduated students who had not experienced life and death, so they might not be able to deal with it. Kakashi-senpai, is this really good? Zeman asked. Don't worry, my students are not that weak for them. These two are just right opponents. Kakashi smiled. But there will be ninjas to assassinate Mr. Tazna. It seems that the task is better than it's a bit dangerous in my imagination. Well, Senior Kakashi will still let Mr. Tazna tell the story later, lest Naruto and the others are frightened. I know, Kakashi replied. With that, the four of them looked at the war circle together, no different from the original. The Ghost Brothers are still being subdued by Sasuke's gangsters, while Naruto is standing by and watching the play, too scared to move. Do you still dare not fight after learning ninjutsu? King Yu frowned. Naruto should be stronger than in the original. That kid is good. Zeman watched Sasuke fight and said, very good. Well, it's a descendant of Uchiha after all, Kakashi said. Nonsense. People are not just the descendants of Uchiha, but also Indra's reincarnation. How embarrassed to come out if it's not awesome. King Yu took a closer look at the second pillar, and indeed, his appearance was quite handsome, but his movements and expressions were a bit pretending. But he is not to blame. Uchiha's people are like this, arrogant, cold, and secondary. There is also Sakura. Her pink hair is really very beautiful. As for her current strength, nothing to mention. Sasuke nailed the two iron ropes to the tree with a handful of kunai, and then took a flying kick, and the Ghost Brothers were both hit. But the purpose of the two people was not to fight with Sasuke, and immediately abandoned the chain and rushed towards Tazna. Sakura was shocked, but her performance was much better than Naruto's, and she took out Kyuwu to stand up to protect Tazna. Sasuke was shocked, and quickly stepped forward to protect the two behind him. Almost ill-solve them. Kakashi snorted in a deep voice, then disappeared. Next moment, after hearing a muffled noise, Kakashi clamped the two under his armpit. So fast. King Yu was surprised. Kakashi is indeed capable. He did not see Kakashi's movements clearly. As expected to be Kakashi-senya, Uemon said to Shima, if you see it, that's strength. What are you telling me? Kakashi's strength is not your strength, and I know Kakashi's strength better than you. King Yu complained silently. Then, Kakashi praised Sasuke and Naruto, and also deliberately gave Naruto a stimulus. Sorry, Naruto, I didn't come out to rescue you the first time, because I didn't expect you to be so scared to move. Are you okay, coward? Sasuke made up the knife in time. Then, just like the original book, Naruto gave himself a knife, and then issued a declaration of courage, and said that he would never back down again. The corners of Kakashi's mouth under the mask were slightly cocked, and that was enough. In fact, Naruto, as a graduating ninja, dare not do anything with others. This is normal. Kakashi didn't irritate him for this, but was afraid that Naruto would not have the courage to fight with others. But the practice of stabbing himself in the second grade still made King Yu quite speechless. But it doesn't matter, because the nine-tailed chakra can heal his wounds within a minute. Afterwards, Kakashi began to question Tazna, asking him to tell the truth. Mr. Tazna, these two are the rebels of the mist, or the level of Zongnin. It seems that they want to kill you. Mr. Tazna, don't you have anything to say? Fog hidden, rebellious forbearance. These two are really ninjas from other villages. Naruto and Sasuke are okay. Sakura was very frightened when she heard the word renunciation, and asked, Mr. Tazna, what is going on? Tazna looked at the somewhat frightened Sakura, gritted his teeth, and said, in fact, someone wants to kill me. I guess this is only the first batch. Hearing Tazna's words, Naruto and others have different inner thoughts. Sasuke doesn't matter, Naruto is a little excited, and his heart still has a chance to perform well. And Sakura can't help but worry, and there are ninjas? There are enemies? How to do? What do? I can tell, say something important. Kakashi said lightly, depending on the situation, I will abort the mission. Tazna sighed helplessly when he saw this, and said, yes, I lied to you. My real purpose is to hope that you will protect me until the bridge is built. Huh? Naruto asked. Then how do you lie, uncle? It's because of the commission fee, Naruto. The escort target is only a Cleaville mission, while the protection target is a Bleeville mission. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Commission fees are different, Kakashi explained. Is that so? Naruto asked puzzlingly. Yes, Tazna said, because of the construction of the bridge, someone wanted to kill me. But for the country of Poland, the bridge must be built. The details, if you are willing to help me, I will tell you all. Kakashi heard the words in his heart. It seems that the country of Poland is really problematic. Naruto is the first to express his position. Let's talk, uncle. I will definitely help you. Ha! The tail of the crane, Sasuke sarcastically said. Damn it, Sasuke. Kakashi was speechless as the two quarreled. Seeing Kakashi's silence, Tazna bent over and said, you will return to Konoha and I won't say anything. After all, I lied first, but I want to beg you, and beg you to help the country of Poland. Upon seeing this, Kakashi said, Konoha is not a place to die. Mr. Tazna, please get up, but this is not my own business. I also have to respect the ideas of my students. As he said, he looked at Naruto and the others and asked, what about you? Do you want to continue the mission? Of course, just going back like this, I won't be reconciled for the rest of my life. Naruto took the lead in expressing his stance. It's not a bad thing to be able to meet other strong people, Sasuke said. Seeing that both of them were eager to try, even if Sakura didn't want to go, she could only say, I have no opinion. Then Mr. Tazna, we will continue our mission. Hearing what Kakashi said, Tazna relaxed and said, thank you, thank you. Then hurry up. Let's go to Poland. But Mr. Tazna, you must tell us the situation without reservation. Of course. Tazna responded immediately. Chapter 67. After speaking, the group of people set off, and Kakashi made a calm gesture toward King Yu and the others. The three of them understood. King Yu said, let's go. Let's follow. The route of travel is no different from that in the anime, and no new enemies are encountered along the way. After walking out of the forest of the country of fire, a group of people came to the beach in about half a day. Old acquaintances of Tazna had already been waiting for them. Is it them? Yes, this is the ninja I invited from Konoha. Tazna replied. Well then, get on the boat and hurry up. If someone finds out, it will be over. Seeing that Tazna's friends were so nervous, Kakashi and the others did not hesitate and went straight on the boat. He looked behind him and said, it's so foggy. Yes, the country of waves is shrouded in dense fog all year round. It is easy to get lost if you are not familiar with the surrounding waters. That's it. Kakashi said, I should be able to keep up. Kakashi's sensei, What are you saying to keep up? Sakura asked inexplicably when she heard Kakashi's self-talk. It's nothing, Mr. Tazna, let's go. After that, the ship slowly drove away. When King Yu and others came to the beach, Kakashi and others had already walked some distance. Uemon said, the fog is really big. What should I do now? No hurry. After that, King Yu released dozens of rock worms. Go, look for Senior Kakashi. Uemon looked at Shijin in surprise, and said, you bugs are really convenient. Detecting intelligence is the skill of the Oil Girl clan. King Yu smiled. After a while, dozens of rockworms flew back, and King Yu received the feedback from the worms. Over there. Let's go. After all, the three rushed towards the country of Poland. On the boat, Tazna slowly told the truth. Actually, I was targeted for life by a terrible person. Super terrible person? Who? Kakashi asked, and Naruto and others listened attentively. Owner of the shipping company, Kado. Kado? Kakashi asked in surprise. That legendary boss of Kado Company. Kado? He is the #1 rich man in the world. Such a person comes to kill an old man like you? Kakashi didn't believe it. It's him. On the surface, he is the boss of the shipping company. In fact, this guy is doing the business of reselling contraband in private, colluding with some thugs, gangsters, and even ninjas. Occupying other people's companies, even some weak countries. It is heinous. Bad guy. Tazna said angrily. About a year ago, he focused on the country of Poland, relying on violence and financial resources. He quickly controlled the maritime transportation of the country of Poland. You also know that an island country like ours once controlled the maritime traffic. It is equivalent to being controlled all. You also know that our country of Pars is a country without ninjas. Facing Kado's control, we can't resist. So we want to find another way out and build a bridge that can be used as a transportation route. But Kado, the villain, sending people to harass us every day. Seeing that the bridge is about to be completed, Kado's methods have become even more extreme. But, if you just want to destroy the bridge, wouldn't it be over if Kado bombed the bridge? Why is it so troublesome to send someone to assassinate? Kozakuro asked puzzled. Do you think he doesn't want to? It's just that Kado is doing shameful deeds after all. Once the bridge is blown up, the people of Poland will violently resist. In this way, if it attracts the attention of Fire Country, Kado will be over. Tazna explained. No matter how rich Kado is, it can't be stronger than the country of Fire, so once it provokes the country of Fire, Kado has only one dead word. That's how it is. That's why Kado wanted to kill a bridge-building expert like Uncle Sakura said. Then the previous ninja should have been sent by Kado. Sasuke said. Well, hey. It's really troublesome, Kakashi murmured. It's nothing. If you really don't want to protect me, just wait until you get to the country of Poland and leave. Anyway, if I die, not many people will cry for me. It's nothing more than my lovely grandson, who is only 10 years old, with tears every day. And my daughter who lost her husband. She will probably end her life with hatred for Konoha. You don't have to worry about it. Don't worry about it. What else can Kakashi and others say? We will continue to protect you, Mr. Tazna. Kakashi said quickly. Well, it's done. Tazna silently compared the victory gesture. Everyone was speechless. I can see the bridge, the boatman said suddenly. After hearing the words, everyone followed his gaze. A huge fog was looming in the thick fog. As the distance drew closer, everyone could see the original appearance of the bridge clearly. It's spectacular. Naruto exclaimed immediately, his face full of excitement. Be quiet. There are people from Kajuo on the bridge. The boatman said quickly. Oh, Naruto stopped quickly. This is the hope of the nation of waves. A trace of firmness was revealed in Tazna's eyes. Tazna, it seems safe so far. Let's take the trail next. Okay, trouble you. Soon after, the boatman changed the course and walked into a dark tube hole with a faint white light at the end. After driving out of the tube hole, the whole picture of the country of waves was revealed in front of everyone. This is a country on the water. The houses are built on the water and the trees are very prosperous. Even some uncles have grown from the bottom of the water. The scenery is very beautiful. Wow! Naruto and Sakura exclaimed. Then I will be sent here, the boatman said. Oh, thank you for your hard work. After all, the group went ashore, walked along the road, and arrived at a forest in Poland. Go through this forest and you're at my house, Tazna said. Yeah? Kakashi nodded. He looked around and said, didn't you follow? Just as Kakashi thought so, a small bug flew past his eyes. Bug? Kakashi was taken aback, and then looked in the direction where the bug flew. On the big tree in the distance, King Yu waved at him. I'm keeping up, it's not bad. Seeing that King Yu and the others hadn't been lost, Kakashi immediately felt relieved. You guy, you did a good job this time. Uemon said a rare compliment to Shima. Yeah? King Yu nodded, and did not pay attention to Uemon, but looked around with a pair of eyes, quite alert. And he naturally warned not to cut again. It's worthy of being one of the 7 ninja swords, but he can't be found after releasing the bugs. The level of this hiding is much higher than the 2 cannon fodder in the morning, King Yu said heartily. The first time he arrived in the forest of Nami country, King Yu began to look for a trace of not cutting. He knew that he would hide around without cutting. Seeing King Yu's performance in this way, you read www.uyukansu.com. Zeman and Uemon were suspicious, and just wanted to ask Shima why he was so vigilant. Over there. At this moment, Naruto suddenly took out a handful of kunai and threw it towards the forest. Everyone was shocked. Suddenly concentrated on guard, but no one jumped out. Naruto, you guys don't throw kunai. Sakura couldn't help but complain. But I just felt that someone was. Over there. Naruto threw out kunai again. Naruto, enough. Sakura first punched Naruto, and then walked up angrily, pulling aside the grass to see that it was a Snow White rabbit. Look at how such a cute rabbit is scared by you. Sakura said angrily. Hey, the tail of the crane. Sasuke sarcastically said again. Is this kid really a ninja? Tazna couldn't help but complain. Naruto looked embarrassed, holding the rabbit apologizing. Sorry, little rabbit. Seeing Naruto like this, not only Sakura and others, but also Zeman and Uemon also looked embarrassed. What a interesting person, Zeman said with a smile. This guy really has a talent for funny. Uemon laughed. Are you coming? King Yu cheered up, a little excited in his heart, and he was about to appear again. But Kakashi looked helpless, and said in his heart, this is the Snow Rabbit. A rabbit dedicated to substitute surgery. And this kind of rabbit, there is no such kind of rabbit in the south. The enemy is coming too soon. Get down. Thinking, Kakashi suddenly felt a crisis, and hurriedly shouted. Naruto and others immediately got down in fright. Immediately afterwards, a big knife came through the air, and steadily pierced into the big tree. The next moment, a tall man with a naked torso appeared on the hilt of the knife. Chapter 68. My rub is a big knife. This was the first thought in everyone's hearts. Looking at the person on the handle of the knife, everyone's heart tightened in unison. Compared with the 2 cannon fodder in the morning, this guy feels completely different. Zeman and Uemon also looked surprised. They didn't feel the aura of not cutting at all, and they didn't react until the moment he shot. It's not easy. Zeman and Uemon gave a high evaluation of Nozaka at the same time. But King Yu naturally knew that if he didn't cut it, he had already ambushed aside, and said in his heart, pretend to be forced. When I originally watched the anime, I felt that the way I didn't cut it out was very silly. But now I watch it again with my own eyes. Kakashi looked at it solemnly and didn't cut it again. Could this guy be? He thought for a while, stepped forward, and said, if I read correctly, you should be the famous 7 ninja swords, you in Rebels on Ninja. Don't cut Toady again. Oh, no longer sneered. I didn't expect a small person like me to be able to get into Kakashi's size. It's an honor. Right round eyes. Naruto, Sakura, and Tazna looked dazed. And Sasuke is shocked. How is this possible? The writing wheel eyes are clearly the eyes of the Uchiha clan. How could Kakashi have it? Ah, you are so polite. With your past assassinations of Shui Ying, your reputation will not be small, right? Assassinate Suikage? Everyone was shocked when they heard the words. This is simply lawless if you don't cut it. Who is Shui Ying? The strongest combat power in Uian village. This guy dared to assassinate. Listening to Kakashi's words, everyone felt even more nervous. They dared to assassinate Shui Ying, and if they didn't cut it, they were either stupid or bold. And it doesn't feel like a stupid, but powerful. Naruto gritted his teeth. Now that he knows he's great, he's better. As soon as he wanted to take a shot, Kakashi quickly stopped, and solemnly said, "Stop, this one is much stronger than those two, Zongren. You stay away." Naruto stagnated, but Kakashi's tone was so serious that Naruto could only step back. Momoki won't cut it again. It turns out that it is him. Zeman looked a little dignified, and Uemon did the same, saying, "It seems that there is really an incredible enemy." As the Anbu, the information about these traitors must be mastered by the two of them. Since they didn't cut photos anymore, the two only remembered his information. Now when I heard Kakashi's mention and looked at the big sword again, I instantly remembered the information about not cutting it again. With that said, Uemon was ready to do it, and Shijin hurriedly stopped. "Wait a minute." Huh? Uemon was taken aback for a moment, and then said, "The opponent is not an ordinary person. This is not the time to train newcomers." Yes, it is too powerful for Sasuke Naruto now to be an enemy. In addition, Tazna and Sakura were dragging their feet, and the fight was extremely dangerous. "Don't be afraid, Senior Kakashi is here." King Yu said, "It's okay if you don't cut it with his skills." Uemon was a little entangled when he heard this, and they knew Kakashi's ability very well. If they really fought, they shouldn't lose or cut. It's just that the opponent is after all the master of Uian village, and Uemon is a little afraid that Naruto and the others will be affected. And King Yu said again, "There should be enemies in the dark. There is one more." Zeman was shocked. Is it also the 7 ninja swordsmen? If there were another 7 ninja swordsmen, Zeman and Uemon would have to do anything they said. One Kakashi is sure to win, but another one will make Kakashi a 5050 win. And if you don't cut it among the 7 ninja swords, it can be regarded as the weakest one. Number. King Yu said, "It should be a subordinate who doesn't cut it anymore." King Yu naturally said Bai, but he couldn't say Bai name. That would only arouse people's suspicion. So he said, "The 2 misty rebels in the morning are probably the men who don't cut anymore." Well, it's all foggy. Needless to say, those 2 cannon fodder are definitely the ones who won't be cut again. Since I'm going to kill people, I don't think I will come alone if I don't kill, but I will leave behind. Zeman and Uemon nodded in agreement, and said, "Indeed, it is possible." So here is temporarily handed over to Senior Kakashi. We will wait and see the changes. If you singled out, Senior Kakashi will never lose. King Yu said, "And if Senior Kakashi wanted us to help, he would have called us a long time ago." NS. Yes. Xiao Aemon said, "Master Shizen is right. Since the opponent may have ambushes, then we still don't show up easily. If we don't have a backhand, we can hit them again if we do." Caught off guard. If your elder brother said the same, let's take a look first. Uemon responded. Seeing that the 2 of them had dispelled the idea of Hansen, King Yu relaxed, and finally said, "Don't worry, if the situation is really wrong, with the 3 of us and Senior Kakashi, can't we not cut it again?" Hearing this, the 2 nodded in agreement. Indeed, it would be strong not to cut. But 4 hits 1. There is only one dead word if you don't cut it. First of all, Kakashi won without beating, and Zeman and Uemon didn't lose and didn't cut much, and now Shizen was added, so I don't want to cut one more. Even if they add Shiro, there is also absolute certainty to win. The reason why King Yu didn't want to make a move was that it was really unnecessary. Secondly, he wanted to see the performance of Naruto and Sasuke, whether he would still use a beautiful tactic like in the original book, so he didn't cut his anger into anger. This is a good show, and this battle is very important to Naruto. It is the first battle in the true sense. King Yu didn't want to be ruined by him. Don't talk about the gossip. Don't cut back, Kakashi. I don't want to be an enemy of you and hand over Tazna. I will let you go. Kakashi smiled upon hearing this, and said, I don't want to be an enemy of you. Can I ask you to raise your hand? Then, don't blame me. Hearing this, he didn't say much if he didn't cut him, and he fell straight down, and took the beheading knife with his hand. Just playing like this, it's a bit difficult. Kakashi slowly raised his forehead, revealing the writing wheel. What? It was the first time that Naruto and the others saw Shaolin, and read www.uukanzu.com was shocked by the scarlet pupils and goo. It's really writing round eyes. How is this possible? Sasuke looked at Kakashi's writing round eyes, and screamed in his heart, I haven't even opened my eyes. The authentic descendant of Uchiha. You actually have it. Could it be Kakashi still have Uchiha's blood? Oh, I didn't expect to see Shaolin so soon. I didn't look at Shaolin again, and I was a little surprised. These are really unknown eyes. The technique of concealment of fog. Without cutting up his right hand, he showed off his mastery. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, use the Shape-Ray to protect Mr. Tazna. Yes. The three quickly responded, took out Kyuwu, and guarded in front of Tazna, left, right, and 3 directions. Immediately afterwards, the forest was shrouded in thick fog, and Uemon said, what a thick fog. This technique is also tricky, Zeman said with a frown. King Yu is also helpless. It is not as good as heaven. When watching anime, in order to let the audience see the battle process clearly, the dense fog is just a decoration. But in the actual situation, in such a thick fog, he could not see anything, only a piece of whiteness, and he was watching a fart. Samishima, what should I do? Zeman asked. What else can I do? Just watch the changes and stay vigilant to prevent sneak attacks. King Yu said hastily. Yes, in this case, if you don't really find them and give them a knife, King Yu may not be able to avoid it. Yes, Zeman responded quickly. Hide behind me if you are afraid, Uemon said proudly. Good, good. King Yu replied with a smile, and at the same time released a small part of the rockworms to protect the 3 of them. Chapter 69. The battle begins. Naruto and others set up a formation to protect Tazna, and Sakura said with some fear, the fog is really too big, thicker than when it was at sea, so I can't see anything at all. This is the non-transmission technique of the fog-hidden village, the fog-hidden technique. It is specially used to cover the enemy's line of sight. But with such a big fog, how can you see it clearly without cutting it? Sakura said. It turns out that when he didn't cut the dark part of the mist, he became famous for his silent assassination technique. This mist has no effect on him. Kakashi solemnly said. Silent assassination? Everyone was unclear. He first used the technique of mist concealment to cover the enemy's sight and his figure, and then he used his voice and breath to determine the opponent's position, plus his ability to move silently. The enemy is often not aware of it, and will be caught. He beheaded and died. Kakashi explained. Naruto and the others have a heartbeat, but there is such an operation. King Yu and the others also heard clearly what Kakashi said, and they were also a little nervous. He was worried about this silent assassination technique. No longer can use this technique, in addition to his own superb skills. More importantly, he is also a perception-type ninja. What? Sensing ninja? Didn't it say in the original? Yes, although the original book doesn't say it, it does have the ability to perceive if you don't cut it. Otherwise, why do you think he can kill people accurately when his sight is blocked? And in the decisive battle on the bridge, when Naruto broke out the 9-tailed chakra, Kakashi was just a feeling, but if you don't cut it, you can clearly feel the evil of the 9-tailed chakra. Although Shima and the others had restrained their aura as much as possible, he couldn't be sure that they would not be able to find them again, so he made Zeman and Uemon prepare to prevent sneak attacks. However, judging from the fact that he didn't kill them again, he shouldn't find them if he didn't kill them again. However, King Yu and the others felt that they were already careful enough, and they did not underestimate the meaning of not slashing again. But King Yu really did not expect that slashing would have discovered their position. In the dense fog, a young man with a mask was secretly observing King Yu and the others on a tree in the distance. "How about the three little mice?" White no longer cut. The cold voice suddenly sounded. "Really, if you don't stop Mr. Cut, and appear silently like this, wouldn't it be okay to come to me normally?" "Get used to it." No longer said coldly. Bai smiled and answered the question of not cutting it again. "Don't worry, they have no sign of doing it." Konoha is really generous. To protect such an old man, he actually sent 7 ninjas. Although there are 3 little ghosts. No longer sneered and said, "Then, those 3 cowards will be handed over to you." "Yes, I will share the burden of these 3 guys for you. Please concentrate on dealing with Hagai Kakashi. He is not an easy opponent to win." Bai smiled. "Then I will leave it to you." After a pause, he continued without cutting, "With your strength, as long as you don't release the water, it should be easy to kill them." As he said, the figure disappeared again without cutting. Hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto and the others were very nervous. "If you don't cut this guy, is it really so powerful? Can you kill only by sound and breath?" "It's Shaolin Yan Kakashi. I know the advantages of silent assassination." No longer cut. The voice suddenly sounded, "But in front of Shaolin Yan, my trick may not be enough." When they heard the words "not to cut," everyone was shocked, and Naruto yelled, "Really? I have been talking about writing round eyes and writing round eyes. What the hell is this?" Shaolin, a unique eye of the pupil ninja. It can see through all ninjutsu, physique, illusion, and even counterattack it back intact. "Ah? All counterattack and go back? Is this possible?" everyone exclaimed. "Hey, yes, but the ability to write round eyes is more than that. One of its more important ability is to be able to see through the opponent's ninjutsu instantly and copy it into its own ninjutsu." "Don't cut it again." When the uncle was in the hidden part of the fog, there was your information in the portable manual, copying thousands of ninjutsu. Konoha's copy ninja, Hagai Kakashi. Thousands of species. The jaws of Naruto and others are almost crooked. He is so strenuous to learn one type of ninjutsu, but Kakashi teacher actually knows thousands of types of ninjutsu. Do you want to be so exaggerated? Is it so convenient to write round eyes? Can I make a couple too? Naruto couldn't help but think. However, if you don't cut it to the end, it is a foreigner who has a one-sided grasp of the intelligence of Shaolin Yan. Although Shaolin Yan's eyes can replicate ninjutsu, it has limitations. That is the physical condition. Chakras without relevant attributes can't be used even if they copy the opponent's technique. Because there is no specific bloodline, it can't replicate the blood inheritance boundary. Even if it has a duplication technique, if the body is not strong enough, it cannot afford it. And the biggest effect of Shaolin Yan is not the ability of this kind of insight, but the attached techniques like Plugins. Therefore, the valuable thing is not the writing wheel, but the kaleidoscope writing wheel. It's not a kaleidoscope. The ordinary writing wheel eye is just a cosmetic contact lens. Only when the kaleidoscope is opened, the true power of the writing wheel can be considered. Take a look at Itachi. Each eye wears a technique. Read the month with the left eye, poke for 3 days. Amaterasu in the right eye, everything burned to ashes. His eyes must be sorrowful, every second, every second. What copy ninjutsu is so awesome? This is actually only the lowest grade. Take a look at Itachi, Shisui, Madara. Which one uses the writing wheel as a photocopier? Even Danzo is not used like this. Of course, apart from King Yu, no one knows the true ability of Shaolin Yan. Even Kakashi himself does not know how to use Shaolin Yan. And Sasuke hasn't opened his eyes yet, so he is naturally unclear, just waiting for Lao Tzu to open his eyes and he will be awesome. No matter how strong Shaolin Yan is, he deserves to be someone who dared to assassinate Shui Ying. Although Shaolin Yan is strong, he didn't mean to be afraid. One question for you, it's respect for you, Kakashi. Heart, kidneys, liver. Without cutting out a lot of organs, he said. "Where do you want me to chop?" Hearing the words not to cut, Naruto and the others immediately felt the temperature drop sharply, and Sasuke stiffened all over, with a cold sweat, and said in his heart, "This is Shangren, what a strong murderess. It feels like a fish waiting to be slaughtered on a cutting board." Roll your eyes. You reads www.uukanzu.com and his head will fly. It's no good, it's painful. Instead of doing this, it's better to die. Immediately afterwards, Kakashi's eyes were bent into crescents, and he said the classic line, "Sasuke, don't worry, I will never let him kill my companion." Everyone looked at Kakashi's face, and their hearts gradually settled down. Yes, Kakashi has copied thousands of ninjutsu. Can he win one and not cut it? That's not necessarily. At this moment, the sudden change occurred, and the sword was standing in the middle of Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Tazna. Huh? The four were shocked. "Good guy, you pretend to speak to me, saying that you will attack me, but you really want to kill Mr. Tazna." Kill. Without cutting a cold cry, beheaded and swung a big knife. Kakashi swept his eyes coldly, and quickly responded, with a swift step, a handful of kunai directly inserted into the abdomen of not cutting. So fast. Without being surprised, he said to his heart that it was Kakashi. This reaction was not much worse than his. Immediately afterwards, light blue water came out without cutting the lower abdomen. Water body. "Teacher Kakashi, be careful behind you," Naruto suddenly shouted, and everyone looked intently, and another side knife stood behind Kakashi. But Kakashi stabbed at that, and suddenly turned into a stream of water. Without slashing with a horizontal knife, Kakashi was cut off immediately, and then turned into a stream of water. At this moment, I felt a little uncomfortable if I didn't cut it again. "When did you copy my clone?" "It's over." The next moment Kakashi stood behind him with a handful of kunai. Chapter 70. Wow! Naruto and others cried out in surprise, obviously overwhelmed by the ever-changing battle between Kakashi and no more. "It's Mr. Kakashi, it's really amazing." No longer sneered twice, and said, "Awesome, I didn't expect you to be able to replicate my moisture body in this thick fog. You also deliberately distracted to talk to that kid to lead me to take action. It's not the same for you. You pretended to say those words, making me think I was going to attack me, but actually aimed at the mission target." Kakashi said, "But it's over, don't cut it anymore. Put down the weapon." "Innocent, do you think that the uncle was copied by you and you lost?" The voice of No More Cut sounded behind Kakashi. "What?" Kakashi was shocked when he heard the words, "This guy is still stubborn." How many of you are divided into? Immediately afterwards, Kakashi could only squat and dodge with this knife. However, Kakashi had already dealt with it. Taking advantage of the moment Kakashi squatted down, Kakashi made a roundabout kick and kicked Kakashi. "Fly away." Such a powerful Kakashi Sensei would actually be kicked. Sakura said scaredly. "It seems that this bastard body technique is also very strong." Sasuke's expression became more solemn, but instead of chasing after victory, he hurriedly dragged the beheading knife, trying to kill Kakashi. However, Kakashi was not easy to be with him. The moment he flew out, he sprinkled iron briars on the ground. "Idiot, thought this could stop me?" Ninja, fog instant body art. Without cutting the knots of both hands, the figure suddenly disappeared in place. Is he still capable of instantaneous surgery? Kakashi was shocked again, fell into the water at the same time, and quickly climbed up, saying, "The water here is so sinking." In the next moment, the figure that will not be cut instantly appeared behind Kakashi, stepping on the water, and making seals with both hands. Water escape, the technique of the water prison. In an instant, the water around Kakashi began to twist and gathered in the hands of those who did not cut it, and finally formed a circular water mass that enveloped him. "Ms. Kakashi!" everyone exclaimed. "Bad," Kakashi said in his heart. "This guy is really amazing." On the other side, Shima, Zeman and Ueman were in a hurry on the tree. They had no idea what was going on. There was only a muffled sound and Naruto and the others' exclamation, and then they couldn't see anything. and now it was quiet. The battle seems to be very fierce, Zeman said. Uemon nodded and said, well, I don't know what happened. And King Yu relied on his memory to fill Kakashi's battle with no/, and said in his heart, well, it should be almost finished. Just when he thought so, the thick fog gradually dissipated, and King Yu and the others could see it clearly. The three of them saw Kakashi being kept in the water jail for the first time. The fog is gone. That is? Uemon was shocked. I didn't expect Senior Kakashi to be subdued. 7 ninja swords, well-deserved reputation. Xiao Aemon said solemnly. Well, Kakashi was still hit by the dungeon technique. King Yu said, and then Naruto and the others were on the court. Thinking of this, King Yu was faintly excited. In his previous life, Naruto and Sasuke joined forces for the first time. It was a scene he had watched many times. Now I can finally see it with my own eyes. Shima-sama, I think we should make a move. However, Zeman said so. With that said, Brother Takebano was ready to do it, and King Yu naturally stopped again. Just kidding, you do it. Naruto and the others are still slapped. Don't worry. You guy, isn't it the right situation to show up? Uemon was a little angry. And Zeman was also quite puzzled, and said, Master Shima, why do you stop us again and again? Why? Of course it is because this battle is very important to Naruto. This battle, give Naruto the greatest wealth of his life. That is courage and self-confidence. Today's Naruto is still a graduated rookie Xieren. Facing a formidable enemy like no more, Naruto has no chance of winning. Of course, the nine-tailed outbreak does not count. However, in this case, if Naruto can show the courage to fight, then he will no longer be afraid of any enemies in the future. As Kakashi said at the end, Naruto's first enemy is not to cut again, which is really great. Yes, if Naruto can't show courage this time, and because King Yu intervenes, he hasn't established his own way of forbearance. So next time, I don't know when Naruto will have such a chance. If Naruto ran away in fear, he would not be Naruto. I didn't come to Hokage to make Naruto a coward. Of course, if Naruto is really in danger, King Yu will kill him as soon as possible. For this reason, King Yu naturally couldn't say, so he said, Naruto and the others have not reached the desperate situation. Now is a good time to train them. I'm still working out. I said, the opponent is not an ordinary person. Uemon said angrily, don't worry, you can't leave the dungeon in order to control Senior Kakashi. The most is to let the water body kill Mr. Tazna. King Yu analyzed, and the water body has only a 1/10 of the power of the body. As he said, don't cut. Sure enough, he once again shot his body and said, Kakashi, you just watch the old man and the group of little ghosts get killed. Damn it. Kakashi was furious. Although the water body has only a 1/10 of the strength of the body, he still feels that this is still not something Naruto and the others can deal with. So he said quickly, you take Mr. Tazna and go. After that, Kakashi choked on water. Seeing that Kakashi was so nervous, Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, and Tazna were so scared that they were so frightened. At this moment, the water that did not cut it rushed forward and kicked Naruto away. Ah! Naruto yelled painfully, and his forehead fell to the ground. Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke exclaimed at the same time. Don't cut a foot on Naruto's forehead and say, what I hate the most is your kind of kid. If you wear the forehead, you will think that you are a ninja. Let me teach you a good lesson. Trash. Naruto was frightened in a cold sweat, and immediately wanted to turn around to escape, but the moment he turned around, he saw the bandage on his hand. Are you going to run again? I have already sworn it. But the opponent is very strong, even Mr. Kakashi lost. Can I do it? All of a sudden, Naruto felt all kinds of feelings. He thought of Mr. Iuka, of Shima and Uemon, of what happened on the day of the graduation exam, and of Kakashi's teachings when he robbed the bell. After a long silence, Naruto stood up, showing a firm look. Seeing Naruto doing this, Kakashi secretly said a bad sound, and immediately looked in the direction of King Yu, and gestured, come out. Does that guy stand up and die? When Uemon saw Naruto standing up, he was a little anxious, then looked at Kakashi, and clearly saw Kakashi's distress signal. Senior Kakashi asked us for help. Hurry up, do it. Don't move. King Yu said solemnly. The orange brother and sister were immediately angry when they heard the words. You reading www.yuukanzu.com just wanted to talk, but saw the corners of King Yu's mouth cocked. That's fine, King Yu is very happy. Naruto, stand up anyway. You guy, you can actually laugh. Uemon said in a puzzled way. You are stupid, can't you really see the situation? It's okay, nothing will happen. Trust me, King Yu said with a smile. Uemon didn't know where Shima's self-confidence came from, but seeing that Shima was so excited, Zemon said, since Shima-sama demanded so strongly, well, I believe you, brother. Uemon looked at Zemon in amazement. Your mind is also funny. Uemon, Shima-sama has his reasons for everything. And the last mission was also. It was through Shizenzama's strategy that we were able to survive from Danzo. So I believe him, Zemon said. Uemon was startled for a while, and finally said helplessly, you are the captain, you have the right to decide our actions. But if there is any problem, you are responsible for it. With this sentence again, Shijin nodded with a smile, and said, don't worry, Uemon. I will definitely not let anyone die. Hearing this, Uemon was taken aback, then nodded, yeah. Let's take a PS. The plot has been slightly changed with a single knife, so that everyone will feel a little fresh. But the general content has not changed, and it has become some details, such as the lines, the order of the lines, the fighting style, and the mentality of the characters. And many more. There is also the instantaneous technique if he doesn't cut it. There is a mist instantaneous in his ability setting, which can move quickly in the mist. If I didn't check the information today, I still don't know. Cover my face. Finally, for the sake of stable updates every day, please count more votes and help me Amway. Chapter 71, Naruto's Courage. Seeing Naruto stand up, it seemed that he wanted to fight with him again. Everyone was shocked. You, a graduated kid, dare to stand up, where does the courage come from? Especially Kakashi, seeing Naruto looking like he was about to spit out blood, he was so anxious that he was about to vomit blood and scolded King Yu dozens of times. That boy with sunglasses, is it because he is afraid that he won't cut it again, and he won't make a move? Watching Naruto go to death, his eyes fell cold, and his appraisal of King Yu fell drastically, and his thoughts were really wrong for him. The others were too shocked to speak. Tazna and Sakura looked at Naruto dumbfounded. This guy's behavior was simply unexpected. What does Naruto want to do? Do you want to do it? His opponent is Shinobu. Sasuke was very entangled. He was surprised by Naruto's courage, but also a little angry with his timidity. He thought that even Naruto would dare to face it. Why couldn't he? Thinking about it, Sasuke gritted his teeth and wanted to step forward to help Naruto, but he couldn't move. The pressure on him not to be cut would be too great. Oh, nice look, kid. No longer grinned. Naruto didn't answer, so he screamed and rushed forward without cutting it. Stop it! Kakashi hurriedly shouted upon seeing this, trying to stop Naruto from doing stupid things. Too reckless. Uemon clenched his fist, pinching his fingers white. If you rush up like this recklessly, you will only be hit as a target. After that, she looked at King Yu, but saw that King Yu was still smiling, without worrying at all. Naruto ignored Kakashi's drink, and rushed forward fearlessly. Naruto, boy! Sakura and Tazna exclaimed. Don't cut us near again, idiot. After that, it was a powerful kick at Naruto. With a muffled sound, Naruto was kicked away several meters away. Naruto, you are too reckless. Sakura caringly ran forward and said, even though you are angry, you shouldn't be so impulsive. He defeated Teacher Kakashi. Before she finished speaking, Sakura saw the forehead guard on Naruto's hand. Sakura suddenly realized that this guy was going to protect her forehead. But why? I didn't want to beat him. Naruto spit out a mouthful of blood and said, I just want to get my forehead back, because this is my proof of being a ninja. Hearing this, everyone was stunned at the same time, and then raised their eyebrows, and said, "Do you think that you are a ninja wearing a forehead?" Kid, 1 or 2 missions under the protection of an adult is called a ninja? It's really ridiculous. It's like a child playing a game. But indifferent. No longer said with a grinning smile, "When I was your age, I played a murderous game." Everyone was shocked when they heard the words. Kakashi faintly said the nickname of No More Cuts. "Oh, it seems you know it too, Kakashi." Kakashi nodded solemnly, and said, "In the old misty village, known as the Land of Blood Mist, there was a very demanding condition for becoming a ninja. It was the graduation exam." Graduation exam? Everyone was stunned. What the hell was the graduation exam? What is so harsh about this? What? Naruto asked first. "It's nothing. Just let the students kill each other." No longer smiled and said, "The classmates who originally studied at the same table became the opponents that must be killed on the day of the graduation exam. They were talking about their dreams together before." It's ironic. Ah? Everyone was shocked. How could this happen? Is there still such an exam in Uin Village now? Sakura couldn't help but ask. No. Uin Village cancelled this brutal examination 10 years ago. Oh, that's all right. Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. But Kakashi immediately went on to say, "Because there was a major accident in this exam 10 years ago." Sure, this kind of exam will be a ghost if nothing happens. A student who has not yet obtained the ninja qualification, he killed all the students in the graduation exam. Kakashi spoke surprisingly, and Sakura paled with fright. A kid as old as him actually killed all the students? Are you a human? Ha ha. No longer said with a sudden smile, "It was really funny at that time, and I can't forget the happiness at that time." Change. Metamorphosis. Sakura looked in horror and didn't cut it again. Not only Sakura and the others, but even Shima on the tree heard that they didn't cut their scalp again. Seaman said, "No wonder they are called ghosts. This opponent is too dangerous." Shima, "Do you have to wait?" Uemon said solemnly. King looked at Uemon. She was serious. Because Uemon calls his name only when he is serious. Yeah? King nodded with a smile. Uemon shook her head helplessly when she heard the words. She really couldn't figure out where King Yu's self-confidence came from, and she felt that Naruto could resist and never cut. "Now you understand. In my eyes, you are just a bunch of little ghosts who are not qualified to let me remember their names." Everyone is silent. Yes, their experience is really not worth mentioning compared to not cutting again. But Naruto silently took up his forehead, and said, "Killing my partner, what's so good about it?" What? Whether it was not cutting again, or Kakashi, when he heard this, he was taken aback. "Ms. Kakashi told me that people who don't follow the rules in the ninja world are often called trash, but as well as people who don't care about their companions, trash is not as good." Pretty. King Yu couldn't help applauding. "Good Naruto, well said." Yes, it's nothing more than killing one's own companion. What's so good about it? Hearing Naruto's words, Brother Takebana smiled. "That guy Juri is different from what I imagined," Zman said with a smile. "Yeah?" Uemon said with some worry, "but this will only make Don Newton angry again, right?" "It doesn't matter. Naruto is so confident, he must have a plan." King Yu smiled. "That yellow-haired boy, really dare to say it." Bailing looked at Naruto, a little angry. "Insulting Mr. Don't Behead again. Do you want to die?" Kakashi looked surprised if he didn't cut his anger. He didn't expect Naruto to say this. "Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto said his name aloud. "Don't cut it anymore. You'd better remember my name. You are reading www.uukanzu.com because I am the man who will become Naruto in the future." Naruto said proudly, "In my own way." Hokage. Hearing the words, the blue veins on the forehead protruded. "Little devil, I've decided, I want you to be divided." Naruto didn't say much when he heard the words, and he directly sealed with both hands. The art of shadow clone. In the next moment, dozens of shadow clones appeared around Naruto. "Hey, it's still a shadow clone, and there are still a lot of them." No longer sneered and said, "But it's useless." With that said, without cutting the broadsword and brandishing it, The shadow clone was swept away by more than half. Taking advantage of this delay, Naruto said, "Sasuke, come here. I have a plan." "Is there a plan for this situation?" Sasuke was not so afraid if he seemed to be infected by Naruto's fighting spirit. Seeing that Naruto and Sasuke ignored them, they were immediately annoyed if they didn't cut them off. Shui rushed to the two with the decapitating knife in his body. "I thought, actually discuss it in front of me." "Go to hell, you guys." Naruto and Sasuke were shocked at the same time, but they didn't expect to break through the shadow of the shadow clone so quickly if they didn't cut it. "Sure, if you don't cut it anyway, it's better to Shinobu." One of the 7 shinobi swords is not comparable to that of Mizuki. For him, the shadow clone can't do much. However, the speed of not cutting is too fast for them, and the two shunned it, and Sasuke was the first to get the shot. Without slashing an elbow, Sasuke was immediately vomiting blood, and then a backhand fist knocked Sasuke to the ground. Finally, he stepped heavily on Sasuke's lower abdomen, and finally kicked Sasuke to Sakura's side. After a set of 4 combos, Sasuke immediately lost his combat effectiveness. Chapter 72 Eruption. Great breakthrough. "Sasuke!" Sakura exclaimed and hugged him quickly, tears streaming out. "Asshole!" Sasuke spit out a mouthful of blood. He was angry and frightened when he saw that he didn't cut it again. He couldn't move after only 3 moves. Seeing Naruto deal with it alone, Sasuke was extremely anxious, but his body was in pain when he moved. "Is it still too reluctant?" Tazna frowned, sweating coldly, and it seemed that today, his life had come to an end. "Damn it." Seeing Sasuke was beaten by Nozan, Kakashi immediately began to struggle. Nozan sneered, "You don't need to work hard, you can't solve my technique." "Kakashi, don't cut anymore. If you kill my student, I will smash you into pieces." Kakashi's killing intent was violent, and he said coldly, "Oh, it's terrible." "If you don't be afraid," he sneered and replied, "I'm waiting for you." Grass. Kakashi couldn't help but burst into a swear word, and it would be too deceptive not to cut this guy. Immediately afterwards, he waved to King Yu and the others again, "Is it time to come out now?" However, there was no response, and Kakashi suddenly felt a little desperate. "The sunglasses are really disappointing. Why did I believe what you said?" Seeing that Sasuke was beaten up like this, Uemon suddenly became angry. "Is this the certainty you said?" King Yu frowned when he heard the words, and the situation seemed a bit wrong. He vaguely remembered that Sasuke hadn't been beaten enough to move. Instead, he was beaten to the side by not beating, and then waited for Naruto to give him the Wind Demon Shuriken. Now that he is faint, who will throw the shuriken? Is it because of my relationship that the plot has changed? The smile on King Yu's face gradually disappeared. "Speak," Uemon said angrily. King Yu gritted his teeth and said, "Look again." "Look at it?" Uemon suddenly became angry. "Naruto likes you so much. Why would you have the heart to let him face a monster like this again?" Uemon's words made King Yu feel a little bit painful in his heart. Why doesn't he like Naruto? But, this battle is really important to Naruto. "Don't worry about Uemon," Zeman said solemnly. "Uchiha Sasuke should just be in a coma and is not in danger of life. And Naruto, he hasn't reached the Jedi yet." "Brother." Uemon was completely angry and said, "Well, if you don't care, then I don't care." Watching them get killed. King Yu frowned upon hearing this, and said, "Prepare to make a move. If Naruto can't fight it, we won't cut it again. Let's make a move as soon as possible." "It's pretty much the same." Uemon nodded, and began to revolve Chakra, ready to stop at any time. "Are you ready to take action?" I saw the changes in King Yu and the others, and there were faint signs of hands. 3 kunai leaked from the cuffs. Seeing Sasuke fainted, Naruto secretly said badly, "His plan must be completed with Sasuke's help, because he can't use Shadow Windmill." However, Sasuke is no longer able to do so. Naruto can only come on his own. Sakura naturally can't help. "It's your turn, kid." Without cutting and dragging the sword, he walked towards Naruto with a grinning grin. The Murderosaurus swept through Naruto's body, pressing him out of breath. "If you continue like this, you will really be killed." "No, you can only use that trick." Thinking like this, Naruto Jiin again. Shadow clone technique. "Also come to the shadow clone," I said. "This thing is useless." No longer cuts disdainfully. Naruto said loudly, "Everyone, buy me some time." Oh, Naruto's shadow avatars naturally knew Naruto's plan, and they responded one after another, and then screamed and rushed to stop cutting. The situation is naturally no different from just now, so I don't cut a punch again. One by one. Seeing that all the shadow clones were about to disappear, the remaining few shadow clones were sealed again, and another one suddenly appeared. This kid Chakra is a bit too much. She frowned, a little unhappy. "Sakura, uncle, you are behind me," Naruto ordered. When Sakura heard this, she hugged Sasuke behind Naruto without hesitation, because now she could only rely on Naruto. "Naruto, use the shadow clone to hold back and not cut. Let's run," Sakura said. Naruto shook his head when he heard the words, "We ran away. What about Mr. Kakashi?" Sakura's tone suddenly stagnated. "Yes, they are gone. Isn't Kakashi waiting to die?" "But, we really are not opponents who won't cut it anymore." "Relax. All I want is to rescue Mr. Kakashi. Although I am not smart, I also know that I am definitely not the opponent of that big sword man." At this moment, Naruto was more determined than ever before, and began to form a seal of forbearance and control chakra. That guy. Seeing Naruto's action, Uemon was startled and said, "He wants to use ninjutsu." King Yu suddenly said, "No wonder, he wants to take a shadow clone to delay time." When Kakashi saw Naruto Jiin, he immediately vomited blood. That's the seal of Feng Dun's breakthrough. My god, Naruto doesn't want to use that Feng Dun to deal with no more cuts. Kakashi now doesn't know that Naruto has mastered the wind escape, because they have been doing ordinary tasks this month and have no chance to take action. So they don't know that Naruto's strength has improved. And Naruto himself didn't show it, so everyone doesn't know that this trick has undergone a qualitative change. His idea is very simple. He is here to grow up. He doesn't ask to be injured and not cut, but to rescue Kakashi. "Naruto, your seal?" Sakura was a little angry. "Do you think your kind of wind escape will be useful? Sasuke is already like this. Do you want to mess around?" "Sakura, believe me, I definitely didn't mess around." With that, Naruto made a second seal. Hearing this, Sakura was taken aback for a moment, and then she found the problem. She has always been smart and asked, "Naruto, why are you so slow to seal?" "Ah, this is the way my sister taught me." "Sakura, don't ask me, I can't be distracted." After speaking, Naruto closed his eyes and started to control chakra. "Elder sister? Who?" Sakura is a little strange, but she also knows that it is not the time to ask more. But she feels that Naruto is a little different. "Oh, have you mastered ninjutsu?" No longer saw Naruto's Yuien, he sneered in his heart. "Alright, let me see what kind of technique you can use for this rubbish." Kakashi also saw that Naruto's Jiin was a bit wrong. The knot was too slow. What is he doing? That seal is the wind escape. You are reading www.uukanzu.com no longer said with a chuckle. Kakashi's face sank and remained silent. Seeing him so depressed, there was no hopeful look on his face. If you don't cut it anymore, it's even more certain that Naruto won't be able to use any powerful technique. When King Yu saw that Naruto Jiin was not cut again, he immediately understood the idea of not cutting again, and laughed directly. "Ha ha ha, no more cutting. It's really brave for art masters, but cleverness is mistaken." "What?" Uemon asked puzzledly. "Look at him." He clearly noticed that Naruto was in the seal, but didn't stop it. Obviously, he looked down on Naruto, thinking that he would not perform powerful tricks. King Yu laughed. "If you don't cut it, it's your own death." Uemon's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he laughed, and said, "That's how it is." But Zeman didn't know Naruto's strength, and it was strange to see that both Shima and Uemon suddenly became interested. But he didn't ask. Anyway, he would know after a while. "Kakashi, what's the matter with that kid?" It's been almost 20 seconds. and it hasn't been displayed yet. He said coldly, use this unskilled technique to fight. Do you want to die? Kakashi was speechless, his heart was over. Wait for death. Sure enough, it's rubbish. Without a cold snort, he was not interested in Naruto's next technique. Immediately afterwards, his hydration body was cleaned out of the shadow clone, and he looked at Naruto and said, boy, you. At this moment, Naruto finished the last seal, and Chakra suddenly rioted. Remember this explosive feeling? Uemon's words rang in Naruto's ears. It's time. Naruto opened his eyes and shouted violently, Feng done, great breakthrough. The next moment, a whirlwind as big as a small house spouted from Naruto's mouth. Chapter 73 King New Team joins. The whirlwind blasted away, rushing in a straight line in the direction of not cutting the body again. How could it be? Kakashi and Nostalgia said in unison. When did Naruto get the breakthrough to this point? Huh? Just. It turned out to be controlling chakra. No wonder Jien will take so long, but who taught him? Kakashi is a genius. Seeing this power and reminiscing about Naruto's performance just now, Kakashi knew instantly. It's just. This is too powerful. Have you forgotten that I am here too? Naruto. He really looks like a master. He's soaring, and he doesn't care about everything. Don't cut it anymore. Quickly untie it. If you don't cut your eyelids, your face will be swollen. This kid can actually use such a wind escape. It is simply not a human. Seeing the big breakthrough directly broke his moisture body, he rushed towards them straight, and then sneered, own student's technique, accept it yourself. Huh? Kakashi secretly said a bad sound, and saw that he didn't cut it again. When the whirlwind was still 1 meter away from him, he suddenly let go of his hand, and then instantly got into the water. But Kakashi avoided it and yelled, battle. Before he finished speaking, the whirlwind hit Kakashi, directly hitting him in the middle of the lake. Cough. Kakashi spit out a mouthful of blood, then sank into the lake. As for Naruto, after finishing the operation, he felt a burst of weakness, and his body fell to the ground uncontrollably. Is this really Naruto? Sakura looked at Naruto in a daze. This might be too powerful. At this time, Sasuke also woke up faintly, seeing Naruto's wind escape breakthrough, instantly refreshed. Tazna even sat down on the ground, obviously shocked by the power. Success. Succeeded. Naruto smiled happily. Sakura and Sasuke were speechless. Cheng was a success, but Kakashi Sensei was also beaten by you. My god, this might. Zeman exclaimed directly. No wonder Shima and Uemon were so happy. Ha ha ha, don't cut it anymore. Do you know what it means to slap your face in minutes? King Yi laughed. Originally, it was a matter of minutes to clean up Naruto and the others with the strength of not cutting. In the end, he didn't know that he had to pretend to be coerced, and he had to talk about his past before the fight, so that everyone would admire him. Who will be beaten if you are not beaten? Well, it seems that Naruto has what I teach in his heart. Uemon nodded in satisfaction, and suddenly looked at Xiang King Yu and asked, you just want to see this, right? Shizen was taken aback when he heard the words, and then nodded. What he wanted to see was the shadow windmill tactics of Naruto and Sasuke, but Sasuke had become a display. But seeing this is not bad, so he nodded and said, yes, I just want to see Naruto's performance. Hearing this, Uemon didn't get angry anymore, and said with a smile, well, it's really worth seeing, it's not worth waiting. Then, she looked at the weak Naruto and said, Naruto is no longer good enough. The girl with pink hair is obviously incompetent, and Uchiha's family is almost there. I think we should take action. Yeah? King Yu nodded and said, yeah, it's almost there. Sorry, Uemon, I've always wanted to see Naruto's performance just now, so my tone is a bit heavy. Well, you should have made it clear earlier. Uemon was not a stingy person, and mumbled. At this moment, everyone only heard a loud noise, and the ground not far away from Naruto suddenly cracked. Without cutting through the ground, they rushed away with a big knife. Dead kid. Don't cut it again, Sakura exclaimed. To die, Sasuke said heartily. When Shima saw this, his eyes were cold, and he said, Zaman is going to save Kakashizenpai, Ueman, let's beat and not cut. Yes. The two responded. After all, the three of them jumped at the same time, ready to act, and at this moment, 3,000 copies came from the sky. White shot. King Yu sneered, and directly called out the rock-hard worm. Secret technique, worm shield. With a few crisp sounds, Baikianban was completely blocked. Young man, I have been guarding you for a long time. King Yu said astonishingly. What? Bai exclaimed. He hid so secretly that this sunglasses actually found him. With that said, King Yu landed and waved his left and right hands at the same time, and the two rockworms respectively attacked Nostalgia and Bai. Bai was surprised. What kind of technique is this? Seeing the rock-hard worms coming violently, Bai didn't care about hiding, so he jumped out and avoided. The rockworm hit the big tree, and the uncle broke immediately, and the trunk was full of small holes. Huh? This power? Bai was shocked. Sure enough, there are enemies. Shima-sama is right, Zeman said loudly. Ueman, go. Yes. After saying that, Zeman suddenly speeded up and rushed into the lake, while Ueman immediately rushed towards Shiro. His hands were imprinted, and against Shiro was a big move. Shui done. The water breaks. I saw Ueman spit out a thin stream of water and cut directly to Shiro. The power made Shiro feel the breath of death in an instant. Chakra was running now, jumped, and dodged. Boom, with a muffled sound, Shiro looked back, and the wave of water from Ueman directly cut off a large tree. DSK, the reaction is really bad. Ueman gritted his teeth, rather unhappy. Terror. I was extremely surprised when he saw this, and said that this thin water is so sharp that it can cut the earth like tofu! Is it cut? Thinking of this, Bai never dared to underestimate King Yu and the others. However, at the moment Shiro was distracted, Ueman was already close, ready to chase Shiro. As for King Yu, it is natural to deal with it and not to cut it, because the power of the water-breaking wave was too great. The loud noise made him distracted for an instant without cutting, and he looked surprised. That kind of power. That woman. At this moment, everyone heard a buzzing sound, and when they fixed their eyes, a large number of insects would not be cut. Mouse. You want to block me with bugs? No longer cut his head, he suddenly became angry, and hurriedly blocked it with his sword. However, I did not underestimate the rockworm, and at the moment of contact with the rockworm, I felt a strong attack and pushed him a few meters away abruptly. What? Replacement, don't cut it again. King Yu's voice suddenly sounded. This voice. Naruto's heart was startled. Before he could take a closer look, only a black shadow flashed in front of him, and a familiar back figure stood in front of him. Brother Sunglasses? Naruto exclaimed. Yo, Naruto. King Yu turned around and smiled. Brother Sunglasses, why are you here? Of course I am here to save you. After Naruto heard the words, King Yu said gently, Naruto, you did a good job. Hearing King Yu's praise, Naruto chuckled. You are Sasuke and Sakura. Thank you for your hard work. After that, Shizen also expressed his friendship with Sasuke and Sakura. Seeing Shizen uttering their names, Sakura and Sasuke were a little confused, but at the same time, Shizen's words made them feel recognized. You reading www.yuukanzu.com suddenly felt relieved. Next, you guys have a good rest and leave it to me. King Yu said softly. Immediately afterwards, there was a clatter, and I felt that the decapitated broadsword in his hand was light, and half of the blade snapped off. My knife? If you don't cut it in surprise, this bug actually gnawed his knife! Surprised? My bugs are dedicated to eating iron. King Yu sneered. King Yu was not surprised that the rockworm gnawed and never cut the knife, because the decapitation sword is just a tolerant tool. Although the material is special, it is not an artifact, and it is normal to chew it badly. Speaking of surprise, King Yu would be really surprised if the rockworm could gnaw the grass's sword. But to be honest, although the rockworms live on ore, King Yu doesn't think that his worms can gnaw grass and swords, because it is a divine weapon, It is completely different from ordinary weapons. Without the resistance of the decapitator, a large group of rockworms directly slammed into the lower abdomen that would not be beheaded. Don't cry for a while, Mr. Slash. Seeing that Slash was injured, I immediately wanted to go over. Want to go? Seeing this, Uemon would give Shiro a chance to leave. However, Shiro was very angry now, no longer kept his hands, and suddenly accelerated, and instantly disappeared in front of Uemon's eyes. So fast. Uemon was shocked and followed him. At the next moment, King Yu felt the surrounding temperature drop sharply. He was still attacking the hard rockworms that would not be cut anymore, and a piece of hoarfrost suddenly formed, and then he fell to the ground. Bing done. King Yu's mind condensed, and it seems that Bing done also has considerable restraint on rockworms. Without the rockworm, he suddenly loosened it without cutting it. He knelt on one knee and spit out a large mouthful of blood, his face pale and terrible. Chapter 74. Bai instantaneously came to the side of Number No, and saw his injury, and his heart suddenly became cold. What a serious injury. Mr. Number No is about to be beaten through the internal organs. If I slow down for a second, the consequences will be disastrous. Without cutting it now, his lower abdomen was completely bloody, and under the attack of the rockworm, it rotted into pieces of meat. Damn it. Seeing the pale face of No More Cuts, Bai was burning with anger, and quickly put his hands on the lower abdomen where no more cuts, and suddenly the lower abdomen was slowly frozen. He whispered again, feeling a little more comfortable. So strong. Seeing this silly thing about not cutting, Naruto and others were shocked to the heavens. With just one blow, can you stop beating like this again? Exclamation mark. Also beat the knife in half if you don't cut it again. The strength of Brother Sunglasses is simply terrifying. So strong. Big Brother Sunglasses is amazing. Naruto asked excitedly, what kind of technique is this? This is the secret technique of my oily girl clan. King Yu replied. Secret technique? Naruto looked dumbfounded. Naruto, the secret technique is ninja's unique ninjutsu. Sakura popularized science. Is that the same as Mr. Kakashi's writing round eyes? Naruto asked. It's different. Shaolamian belongs to the boundary of the blood succession, and the secret technique belongs to the secret transmission. King Yu explained. Blood succession limits? What is it then? Everyone was puzzled. Well, let's talk about it later. The enemy is still there, King Yu said. Everyone nodded. Indeed, now is not a good time to chat. At this time, Uemon also came to King Yu's side. Seeing Uemon, Naruto exclaimed again, Sister Uemon, you guys are really going to mess around. Uemon said hello. Hee. Hearing Uemon's words, Naruto laughed and said, hey, sister, did you just see that? I used the method you taught to break the technique of not cutting. Upon hearing this, Kozakura suddenly, this is the sister who teaches Naruto ninjutsu. Thinking about it this way, Kozakura couldn't help but look at Uemon, and said, it's so beautiful hair. Ha. Uemon chuckled softly and said, I saw it, but the matter is not over yet. Let's talk about it after killing it. When everyone heard this, their hearts jumped. If they say that they are not a real ninja, then Uemon will feel the same to them. This woman really wants to kill me. No longer slashed at Uemon, he felt no worse than Kakashi. And the technique just now was too cruel. It's just that I don't understand if I don't cut it. Why are these two bastards so powerful? If they had taken the shot earlier, I'm afraid I would be angry at the thought of not slashing here again. You guys, don't be too proud. Bai Jian's injury was stable, and he stood up and faced King Yu and the others. As he said, a piece of frost slowly formed under Bai's feet, and his hands began to seal. Secret technique, magic mirror. Seeing Shiro's hand, Uemon was shocked. Ice? Could this guy be? Yeah? King Yu nodded and said, Naruto, this is the limit of blood. This is it? Naruto and the others looked at Bai together. And Sakura said, is this ice? I remember there is no ice in 5 dunes. Shizen and the others did not explain either, but whispered, attention, Uemon. Yeah? Uemon nodded, She knew exactly what Xg limit was. The power of this bloodline often has incredible effects and must be handled carefully. Stop it, Bai. At this moment, no longer stopped suddenly. Mr. Bai Wenyan was taken aback, and then he said softly, "It's not the time to desperately." King Ye's strength was a little too strong to be expected, so they were ready to withdraw. If you don't cut it, you can escape for so many years under the pursuit of Yuan. The brain is also quite aura. Although the power of the white blood following the limit is very good, it still feels unpredictable if it doesn't cut it in the fight. Because in addition to the sunglasses and the woman, there are Kakashi and the orange-haired man. Kakashi didn't mention it, that orange-haired man, judging from his speed of action just now, was not an easy one. Even if it wins, the price may not be small. Their task is to kill Tazna. There is no need to fight them hard. Especially now he was seriously injured, and the decapitation was interrupted by the broadsword. Although he was so angry if he didn't cut it, he really had no intention of fighting King Yu and the others to the death. Because he is not a fool, can he wait to die if he doesn't withdraw? Now go back to recuperate and repair the decapitated broadsword is the correct action. Bai has been with No Slash for many years. He naturally understood the idea of No Slash, so he accepted the trick and turned to use the technique of fogging and hiding. Ninja, the technique of fogging. Huh? Shizen and Yueman suddenly froze. How did they perform the fogging technique? Then, Bai suddenly sank into the fog without cutting. The two thought they were going to launch an attack, but a cold voice came from the mist. Next time, I won't keep my hands. Be prepared. Konoha's ninjas actually ran? King Yu was taken aback and suddenly laughed. But if he ran, he would run away. After all, he still liked the two roles of Zan and Bai. Shizen doesn't matter, but Yueman is unhappy. Damn it. Yueman was very upset. She originally thought that she and King Yu were absolutely sure to stay and not cut. They would run away if they didn't want this. King Yu is quite clear about her character now, and she immediately comforted. They run normally. If I don't cut, I will definitely run now. Prepare for the next battle. And Senior Kakashi was also injured. King Yu continued. Hearing this, Yueman nodded and said, forget it. You must keep them next time. At this moment, there was a splash of water on the surface of the lake, and Zeman hugged Kakashi on the shore. Zeman, you really know how to choose time. Shizen smiled. I only came up when I saw them leaving without cutting them. Zeman said, after all, Senior Kakashi can't fight now. Oh, it turned out to have been hiding in the lake. The right action. King Yu nodded in agreement. Ms. Kakashi. Naruto and the others saw Kakashi and immediately surrounded them. Even Sasuke stood up strenuously. Faced with the concerns of his disciples, Kakashi was very helpful, saying, I'm fine. With that said, he looked at King Yu. His eyes were very unfriendly, and asked, King Yu, why didn't you come out the first time? King Yu knew that Kakashi would be angry. After all, his beloved disciples were in a dangerous situation, and King Yu did not have the first time to rescue. But King Yu really did not expect that Kakashi came up with this sentence. This is to train Naruto and the others. King Yu paused and said truthfully, training? Isn't it an opponent that can be used for training if you don't cut it? Kakashi said angrily. Facing Kakashi's questioning, Zenzen said, don't you see Naruto's performance? Hearing this, Kakashi said angrily, I see. Naruto's performance is beyond my expectation. I didn't expect him to make such a wind escape. But, in case Naruto can't make such a wind escape, wouldn't your delay hurt him? He made it, because his wind escape was taught by us. King Yu said seriously. Kakashi was taken aback when he heard the words, and King Yu continued. The correct statement was taught by Yueman. After speaking, Kakashi looked at Yueman, who nodded and said, Kakashi-senya, Naruto's wind escape is indeed what I taught. Naruto also echoed the story of the day when he met Yueman. Well, that day, after hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi looked surprised. He knew that Naruto knew King Yu, because Naruto sometimes mentioned brother sunglasses, and Kakashi knew that he was talking about King Yu. But Kakashi really didn't expect that Shizen and the others actually taught Naruto ninjutsu. Thinking about the relationship, Kakashi suddenly said, "Shizen, so you just want to see how far Naruto can fight without cutting it?" "Of course." King Yu nodded. Kakashi was silent for a while, and shook his head, obviously not disagreeing with King Yu's approach. "But have you ever thought that your approach might be self-defeating?" King Yu was stunned for a while when he heard this. Did I really do something wrong? After thinking for a while, King Yu showed a helpless look. When Uemon saw this, he was about to say something, but King Yu waved his hand and said, "Senior, do you think I would really watch Naruto being killed by another behead? I let Naruto give it a go, because in terms of the ability to never cut, no matter what the danger, Yemen and I are sure to save Naruto as soon as possible. And the facts are also true. We won't cut it off again." King Yu said, "If you are really angry, then I apologize." Kakashi was speechless, and King Yu continued, "It's just a little bit, senior. No matter what I think, it's for Naruto. You are his teacher, I am his friend, and I will not harm him. And I will always help him until he became Hokage." Chapter 75 The Determination of Class 7. At this moment, the light breeze blew. King Yu's declaration followed the wind and remembered it in everyone's ears. Until Naruto becomes Hokage, everyone was taken aback when they heard King Yu's words. Sasuke and Sakura thought to themselves, "What? This big brother in sunglasses recognizes Naruto so much? Naruto? Is this possible?" Although they often heard Naruto yelling about becoming Hokage, no one thought he could realize this dream. This also includes Kakashi, and now he has never thought that Naruto will become Hokage in the future, only when Naruto is a teenager with dreams. He really didn't expect Zaijin to believe in Naruto so much. And it was the first time they heard someone say that they would help Naruto become Hokage. Brother Sunglasses. You. Naruto gave King Yu a touched look and asked, "Why do you recognize me so much?" This is what everyone wants to ask. You, Sunglasses boy, have not known Naruto for a long time, right? How do you feel like you have known Naruto for a long time, and recognize him so much? Zeman and Uemon looked at Shima. They really didn't understand why Shima liked Naruto so much. Of course they didn't understand, because they didn't know that Naruto had been with King Yu for 15 years. King Yu naturally wouldn't say the actual reason, so he said a very official reason, because you are the hero of Konoha. Hearing this, Kakashi's eyes opened slightly, and he knew what King Yu was talking about. Zeman and Uemon were also surprised. Did Shima see Naruto that way? But Sasuke and Sakura didn't know the situation, so naturally they looked confused. Hero? Naruto is a hero? What's the situation? Naruto himself, too, with a big question mark on his head. Huh? Am I a hero? King Yu, take a step to speak, Kakashi said suddenly. King Yu responded and helped Kakashi to walk aside. Kakashi sat down and asked, "Is this the reason you approve of Naruto?" "Well, for the sake of the village. He has become a container. He has been blinded and disgusted since he was a child. In this case, he can still move forward toward his dream, and he has no hatred for Konoha. Based on this character, I to him is 100% approval." King Yu Dao. Kakashi was silent for a while after hearing this, and said, "Teacher. He passed away with such a wish. But the actual situation, it's a bit far behind." King Yu continued, "Everyone treats Naruto as a monster, alienates him, and indifferent to him. I think this approach is wrong." Hearing this, Kakashi's face improved a bit, and he was less angry with King Yu, but had a good impression on him. 4 generations are his teacher, and Naruto is the teacher's son. King Yu doesn't treat Naruto like ordinary people, which makes Kakashi very comforted. "Teacher, did you see it? In addition to us, there are people who understand what you really think," Kakashi thought. Kakashi looked at King Yu. From King Yu's expression, Kakashi felt sincerity. He nodded. "I understand. Thank you for your understanding." King Yu bowed slightly and apologized. "No, I didn't understand the situation. I thought you were afraid not to cut anymore and didn't dare to shoot. I didn't know you enough, King Yu. Kakashi's eyes were bent into crescents. Seeing Kakashi said this, I felt a little embarrassed to point, and said, no, 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 you are right, Senior Kakashi, I am too self-righteous about this. This is the truth. King Yu relies on his familiarity with the plot, but forgets that this is a living reality. The situation is different from the black and white drawing paper, which can change at any time. What if there is hidden strength if you don't cut it again? What is not drawn in the comics? What about other ninjas besides Kajuo's subordinates? These King Yu do not know, because here is the reality. Even if he knew the situation, Kakashi didn't know it, and everyone didn't know it, so his approach would only misunderstand everyone. At least I should tell you in advance, sorry, Senior Kakashi. King Yu said. It's okay, I now know what you think, then it's okay. Kakashi said, it's okay if things go away. Seeing that Kakashi was no longer angry, King Yu often breathed a sigh of relief. If Kakashi blamed him from then on, it would be more than a loss. How is your injury? King Yu asked. It's nothing, I just used the writing wheel, and I was greatly affected by Naruto's tricks. Speaking of this, Kakashi laughed again. Not to blame Naruto, I didn't expect it. Naruto, during this period of time, it has grown so much. I'm still thinking, waiting for a while and slowly instructing them to practice. It seems that I am also getting older. Senior Kakashi, Naruto is a child with great potential, and so are Sakura and Sasuke, who will become indomitable powerhouses in the future. For them, the requirements can be stricter. Kakashi thoughtfully. King Yu smiled and said, did you develop Chidori when you were a teenager? That's right. Kakashi thought about it. He was able to develop a evil ninjutsu when he was a child. As for talent, Sasuke is a descendant of Uchiha, Naruto is the son of the teacher, and Sakura has a good mind. All three of them are very talented. As long as they are properly instructed, their strength will grow very rapidly. Like Naruto, his breakthrough a month ago was only at the level of an electric fan, but today it has become a veritable breakthrough. This progress made him look at him. Kakashi thought for a while and said, well, it seems it's time to teach them to practice. That's it. King Yu replied with a smile. Well, we will stay in the country of waves for a while. The trees here are tall and suitable for cultivation. Well, it's time for them to master tree climbing, Kakashi said. King Yu's eyes were taken aback when he heard the words, and his expression became a little weird. What's wrong? Kakashi looked at Xiang King Yu a little puzzled. Is it because of my relationship that Kakashi climbed the tree in the state of Poland? It's nothing. King Yu smiled and shook his head, then whispered, secret technique, Yuguang Chong. Is this the Yuguang worm? Kakashi asked. King Yu nodded, and directed the Yuguang worm into Kakashi's body. Kakashi immediately felt that his body was greatly moisturized, and he groaned comfortably. He could clearly feel that he was being healed quickly after being injured. No wonder, Master Naruto will list King Yu as a key training target. This ability is very good, Kakashi said in his heart. In just a few tens of seconds, Kakashi had no discomfort, stood up and moved around, feeling that his body was full of strength. Thanks, King Yu, Kakashi said. It should. King Yu replied. Then we should start. With that, the two walked towards everyone together. Seeing King Yu coming over, Kakashi followed closely behind, with a calm and natural expression on his face, knowing that there was no disparity between the two, so he didn't ask. However, Naruto said, Teacher Kakashi, don't blame Big Brother's sunglasses. King Yu and Kakashi were taken aback at the same time. The three of them were just discussing this matter. You were reading www.yuukanzu.com, Uemon said. Ms. Kakashi. Naruto stepped forward and said sternly, I want to fight. Yes. Sasuke also nodded, remembering that he had just been beaten badly by not beheading. His face was very uncomfortable. We are ninjas. We will always encounter powerful enemies. Kakashi, you can't always protect us. Also, I don't want to lose to Naruto, Sasuke added. Sakura gritted her teeth when she heard the words, and said, me too, I don't want to hold everyone back. King Yu smiled. You see, senior ninjas are ninjas after all. Regardless of the strength of the enemy, you must face it yourself at critical times. Hearing this, Kakashi looked at the serious and young faces of the three people, was surprised at first, and then felt relieved in his heart. He felt that King Yu was right. Although it is terrifying not to cut such a powerful enemy, it also brings courage to Naruto and the others. Even Sakura, who has not always valued cultivation, has now changed because of this time. If not for this time, Kakashi would not have known that they had grown to this point. Is it such a joy to see the disciples growing up? Now Kakashi somewhat understands Watergate's original mentality. Really? I understand. Starting today, I will train you strictly. Kakashi smiled. Yes. The three were excited. Mr. Tazna, please continue to lead the way, Kakashi whispered. Yeah? Tazna nodded heavily. The battle just now made Tazna scared for a while. Fortunately, he went to Konoha, otherwise he would not be able to survive if he met him alone and didn't cut it. At the same time, he also had great confidence in Konoha's group of ninjas. They will definitely be able to save the country of Nami. Chapter 76. Then, Senior Kakashi, we're going to part each other here. King Yu Dao. Brother Sunglasses, are you going to leave? Why don't you come with us? Naruto said immediately when he heard King Yu and the others were leaving. Naruto, we also have our own mission, King Yu said with a smile. Hearing King Yu's words, Naruto couldn't say anything, but his expression was a little bit sad. Aren't you walking with us? Kakashi asked. We are going to the market to investigate the situation in Poland. King Yu smiled. Are you here to investigate the situation in Poland? Tazna asked suddenly. Yes, Mr. Tazna. King Yu answered truthfully. Then you go to my place. I know the situation in Poland best, and I will tell you the truth. Tazna said. That's it. Shijin thought after hearing this, and looked at Zeman and Uemon, wanting to see what they had to say. Zeman thought for a while, and said, well, Mr. Tazna is right, Lord Shima. Yes. Uemon nodded, and said in a low voice, anyway, we have to protect Naruto. King Yu nodded when he heard this, thinking so. When it comes to the situation in the country of Poland, Tazna must be clear. Secondly, they also want to protect Naruto. Then let me bother. King Yu agreed. Hearing this, Tazna was overjoyed and said quickly, don't disturb. Don't disturb. He had seen the strength of Shima and Uemon, and wished Shima to follow them. Although Kakashi was strong, Tazna felt that Kakashi alone might not be enough because of his performance just now. There are more people to protect him. It is a matter of profit and no harm. It's nothing more than taking out the food stored at home and sprinkling it with water. Use the money from the Cleveland mission and add a little food to invite 7 ninjas. This wave will not lose. Then let's go, Tazna said happily. Seeing him so happy, Kakashi couldn't see Tazna's thoughts, but he didn't break it either, because he also felt that King Yu and the others were there, so it was better. King Yu agreed. And Naruto instantly smiled, and happily ran to King Yu, asking King Yu that they were a task, and he also wanted to participate. King Yu didn't hide it from him. He told the truth about the mission, and of course the mission to protect him would not be said. Then Naruto looked at Zeman again and asked, Sister Uemon, who is this eldest brother? The color of your hair is the same as yours. Nonsense. Uemon gave Naruto a blank glance. He is his biological elder brother, of course he is the same. Brother? Naruto suddenly. Zeman looked at Naruto. He was the same as Uemon, and found that Naruto was different from the Nizui he had imagined. My name is Takebana Seaman, Naruto-kun. Oh, brothersman, Naruto called immediately. Hee. What a vigorous child, Zeman said with a smile. Sakura looked at Naruto's back. Her mind was full of thoughts. Before she knew it, Naruto had become so powerful. And what was going on with the hero in the dark glasses? Naruto, is he a hero? Thinking about it, Sakura looked at Sasuke in front of him again, and asked her heart if she should work hard too. Seeing Naruto's back, Sasuke gritted his teeth, feeling unspeakably irritable. Naruto, the tail of this one-yin crane has a better performance than him in the face of not cutting it. No, it is because he has not performed at all. When I think of not being able to move before I don't cut it again, Sasuke feels as uncomfortable as eating shit. I'm Uchiha, the genius in everyone's mouth. However, it is not as good as Naruto at the critical moment. Thinking of the technique Naruto had just performed, Sasuke admired and jealous. At the same time Sasuke knew that he would have to face Naruto as his opponent in the future. Damn it. Sasuke clenched his fists. I will definitely kill Tazna if I don't cut it. Next time, I must show the strength corresponding to Uchiha's name. Kakashi saw the mentality of Sasuke and Sakura, but he didn't say anything. There are some things that the person involved knows, and there is no need for outsiders to talk about it. And this is also a good thing. Practices like this, only when there is competition, there is progress. For the convenience of King Yu and the others, Tazna took a group of people around the market. When everyone saw Tazna greet each other, and then saw 7 ninjas behind him, they all expressed their admiration for Tazna. It's amazing. You are a bad old man with 7 bodyguards. Awesome. But more people saw the ninja and ran away, not daring to approach it at all. This situation is too bad. Sakura couldn't help but say. Obviously it is not a small market, but now it is like a dead city, surrounded by people who have lost hope, lying on the corner like a dead dog. Look at the vendors on the street. They sell all shriveled vegetables, pickled dried fish, and meat that doesn't exist. Brother Sunglasses, this is the situation in Poland, Tazna said with some heartache. King Yu sighed helplessly when he heard the words. He was surprised by the poverty of the country when he was reading the comics. Now when he saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but be surprised. Where is poverty? It is almost the same as the disaster-stricken area, and it can be called a barren land. Since Kado came, the situation in the country of Poland has been worsening day by day, and now it is almost to the end. Tazna said quietly, if the bridge fails to be built, then all of us can only go to extinction with the country of Poland. Can't you leave? Sakura looked at the 6 or 7-year-old child on the street, feeling sad. A lot has been gone, and all those left are those who can survive going out. Old man, child. Tazna said, Kazuo also sent someone to guard the checkpoint. After all, everyone was gone. He occupied Poland. The country is meaningless. What about you? Kakashi asked. Me? Tazna said with a wry smile. I'm okay. I have some food in the house, and there is also a small fishing boat that can go out to catch some fish for food. Then why don't everyone go? You see, these dried fish are already rotten. Sakura couldn't help but said, you can catch some fresh fish to share with everyone. It's just a drop in the bucket. Tazna shook his head and said, besides, now I don't have enough food at my home. Who cares about outsiders? Hearing this, everyone was silent for a while. You reading www.uukanzu.com was silent for a while, and King Yu said, it's okay, Mr. Tazna. The bridge will definitely be built. Yeah? Tazna nodded heavily. It must be built. Even if my old bone is put together, it must be built. Seeing Tazna's somewhat rickety back, everyone felt a heaviness. They now understand that the bridge is not only a bridge for trade, but more importantly, it carries the hope of the country of Poland. And Tazna is also a man of courage and aspiration, worthy of respect. Do you want to kill Kado directly? King Yu asked softly. Yeah? Uemon nodded and said, that bastard is more than guilty. Zeman also agreed. Well, in the current situation in Nami country, Kado is the culprit. Once he died, everything would be a matter of course. They talked quietly, but Kakashi heard it clearly. I said you guys, no matter how young you are, you like to use murder to solve things. Kakashi murmured. This is the fastest way to solve the problem. Senior Kakashi. Uemon replied with a smile. Well, but for bad guys like Kado, there is really no need to be soft. Kakashi said, Zeman, you go to check Kado's news. By the way, don't kill them again. They will definitely come to kill again. Mr. Tazna. Yes. Zeman still respected Kakashi, the former Dark Force commander, and took his orders immediately. However, there is no rush today. You have also rushed for a day. Take a break, and kill people in no rush. Kakashi's eyes flashed with cold light. Compared to Kado, Kakashi wanted to kill him again, because this bastard actually wanted to kill his student, and this account must be recovered anyway. Chapter 77. After following Tazna for a while, Shijin and the others probably understood the situation in the country of Nami. This country is no different from a refugee country. As the three generations have said, it is too poor to be destroyed. It was almost evening, and red clouds appeared on the horizon, and the group was not prepared to delay, and walked towards Tazna's home. Jinbo, I'm back. When he came to a house by the sea, Tazna called out his daughter's name. Immediately after, everyone heard a rush of footsteps. The door of the room was heavily retreated. Really, father, when is this time? Jinbo looked a little unhappy, but looked at King Yu and the others behind Tazna, and turned to show a look of surprise. She took a close look at King Yu and the others. Except for Naruto and the three little ghosts, everyone else looked abnormal. Three little ghosts. For black society, this combination is really amazing, especially the man with sunglasses and the white-haired man. Very strange. Looking at the foreheads of a few people, Jinbu asked, "Father, these people are ninjas?" "Yes, this is the helper I invited from Konoha." "What, your father? Am I good?" Tazna said somewhat happily. "Invited 7 ninjas?" Jinbu opened her mouth. She knew that Tazna was going to Konoha for help, but she didn't expect to invite 7 of them. How much would it cost? However, Jinbo is a sensible lady. Naturally, this will not be asked in front of King Yu and the others, so she mumbled, "Really, I just made 2 more meals, but there are 3 more. How can this be eaten?" King Yu smiled slightly and said, "This lady is welcome, we have food." Jinbo looked at King Yu. "Hey, isn't this sunglasses as indifferent as it looks?" "Then how can it be? The visitor is a guest. Where can I not prepare a warm meal?" As Jinbo said, he ran back and began to prepare for a big fight. As he walked, he also asked, "Father, come and help in a while." Tazna smiled embarrassedly when he heard the words, and said, "Everyone, please go inside." When a group of people entered, the small house was suddenly crowded. Tazna's house is nothing special. That is, an ordinary Japan-style house. The surrounding walls and the ground are all marked with marks. Obviously, they have lived for a long time. The furniture is also a bit worn out. The only thing worthy of praise is this house, which can be regarded as a sea view room. In the dining room, a teenager with a hat and overalls was eating dinner. Seeing a group of people coming in, the teenager stopped the chopsticks in his hand. "Oh, I'm there, I'm back," Tazna said quickly. "Grandpa, they are." Yeli looked very cold, neither surprised nor curious, and asked very calmly, "It's Konoha's ninja. Grandpa invited to help us." Tazna wanted to arouse Yi's curiosity. However, the young man in Yi is now a cup, unable to extricate himself from the pain of his father's death. What kind of ninja? What kind of help? Even if the country of waves exploded in place, Iraq would not care. "Ninja? Ha!" Yeli sneered and left the seat silently, preparing to return to his room without saying a word. "Where is Yi?" "Have you stopped eating?" Tazna asked. "Stop eating? I see you want to vomit." Yi said hurtful words. Except for King Yu, everyone's heads were full of question marks, watching Yi walk up to the 2nd floor. "What's the situation?" Naruto squinted and said, "Do you think that kid is annoying?" Sasuke and Kozakura nodded in agreement. Such an annoying kid. It's the first time they met. How can they say that they want to vomit when they meet? Naruto, Kakashi snorted softly, stopping the impolite behavior of the 3. But Uemon nodded. Zeman gave Uemon a burst of chestnut lightly. "Why are you nodding? That kid is really annoying." Uemon didn't care about so much, and said annoyed, "The first time I met, I said that I wanted to vomit. Although the sunglasses and cockroaches really make people vomit, the kid is too unpleasant. Forget it." As if I didn't hear it, Shijin didn't bother to talk to Uemon. "But to be honest, I really don't like the current Yi there. There is no life in his eyes. and there is no liveliness and cuteness of a child at all. Just like Sasuke when he was a child, he looked bitter and bitter. Of course, after all, King Yu is still more sympathetic to Yi. After all, his father died, and he admires him so much. I can't stand whoever it is. Sorry, everyone. My grandson offended, Tazna said a little apologetically, with a sad expression on his face. Seeing his look, how does Kakashi know that this is another story? So he said gently, "It's okay, Mr. Tazna, we didn't take it to heart." Tazna nodded and said, "Then you should take a break first, please." Here, as he said, Tazna led everyone to the guest room. 7 people may be a bit crowded, but there are not many rooms in my house. Please forgive me. Okay. Everyone responded. Then, the food is ready, call you. After that, Tazna left. Naruto hadn't suffered any injuries, but now he has recovered a lot of energy. He put down his backpack happily, opened the window, looked at the scenery outside, and resisted the exclamation. Outside the window is the sea, endless. The afterglow of the setting sun makes the sea red, sparkling, and beautiful. Occasionally seagulls flew by, bringing a fishy sea breeze into the house, relaxing everyone's mood. Good view. Everyone looked out the window. King Yu couldn't help but compliment. I didn't expect Nami country to be such a beautiful place. It's so beautiful. Kozakura blushed as she thought about it, and imagined the scene of walking along the beach with Sasuke. And Sasuke, looking at the calming scenery, his expression relaxed a lot, no longer frowning. It's just this scenery that the people of Poland have no time to appreciate. After watching for a while, Naruto hurried to Kakashi's side and asked excitedly, "Kakashi-sensei, when will we start practicing?" "Naruto, I can't practice right now." Before Kakashi could speak, Sakura said, "Aren't you hungry? At least it must be tomorrow morning." "But I want to practice now." "Naruto can't wait, and if you don't cut the masked man, you reading www.yuukanzu.com will attack again. I want to practice earlier and become stronger." "Well, this is also true." Sasuke nodded in agreement and said, "Naruto, it is rare that you will make the right suggestions." "Kakashi, I also want to start practicing soon. I don't want to have a second experience like that time." As he said, Sasuke clenched his fists. "Naruto, Sasuke, practice is not in a hurry. At this moment, if you don't have to be severely injured by King Yu, he will definitely have to cultivate for a while. Don't worry, there is time for you to practice," Kakashi explained. "Today, let's rest first." After a day's journey, we encountered an enemy again. King Yu smiled and said, "Cultivation requires a combination of work and rest." Hearing this, Naruto and Sasuke were helpless, but they had no choice but to say anything. "I was thinking about waking up Kakashi early in the morning." As time passed, the sky gradually darkened, and Jinbu also made dinner. Although it was not rich, it was not bad. In the current situation of Nami country, it is already very good to be able to make such a dinner. Zeman also generously took out the prepared food, and after everyone had eaten it, they still kept eating. After a day of running around, everyone was hungry, and a dozen tables were cleaned up. After the meal, Naruto and others went to freshen up first, and Kakashi ordered, "Although I won't be injured anymore, I still have to be prepared." "Well, I will release the insects to guard the surroundings. You also set up a simple barrier. This way, even if someone comes, we can respond to the enemy as soon as possible." King Yu commanded. "I want you to talk more, don't I know?" Uemon said proudly. Kakashi had no objection to this, and after making preparations, the 7 people also rested. Chapter 78 Blood Succession and Secret. In the early morning of the next day, the birds were crying, and Kakashi was still making out with the heroine of In Love in Heaven in his dream. Having just reached a critical step, a call drew him back to reality. "Ms. Kakashi, Mrs. Kakashi." The dream shattered. Kakashi frowned and opened his eyes. Upon closer inspection, Naruto and Sasuke were already dressed. "Really, Teacher Kakashi, how long do you have to sleep? Didn't you say that you are practicing today?" Naruto said a little displeased. Kakashi was speechless. I said, you guys, when is this? It's 5 o'clock, Kakashi, get up quickly. Sasuke said, unhappy. 5 o'clock. Newborns, you are very happy to be a teacher, but you don't have to fight like that. It's 7 o'clock anyway. You, get up. Naruto shook. It's too early. Don't you think Sakura is still asleep? Let's talk about it when she gets up. It's okay. Sakura will get up for a while before practicing. We want to practice first. Naruto was unwilling. Hearing this, Kakashi was speechless. He thought for a while and said, then, go find 3 over there. They are more than enough to guide you with their strength. When it's dawn, I will bring Sakura to find together. I was injured yesterday. I need to rest more. You did it, Naruto. Kakashi successfully flicked the pot, and after that, he closed his eyes directly. No matter what Naruto called, he ignored it. Upon hearing this, Naruto and Sasuke looked helpless, and they couldn't pester Kakashi anymore. Sasuke, what can I do? Forget it. Kakashi won't get up. Well, just find the 3 of them. After that, Sasuke looked at Shima. Who are you looking for? Naruto asked. After seeing the strength of Shima and Uemon, Sasuke felt that it didn't matter who I was looking for. Although Zeman didn't know it, his ability to team up with Shima must be very strong. As Kakashi said, no matter who the 3 people, guide them. It's okay. You are more familiar with the 3 of them. You decide. Sasuke directly handed over the task to Naruto. Naruto nodded, but Zeman was not familiar with him, so Naruto was a little embarrassed. And Uemon has a temperamental personality. Awakening her, I am afraid that she will be beaten. Thinking about it this way, Naruto had no choice. He climbed directly to King Yu and laughed. Hee. Brother Sunglasses really likes sunglasses and wears them to sleep. Weirdo. Sasuke spit out a little. Brother Sunglasses? Brother Sunglasses? Naruto whispered. Huh? King Yu groaned softly, opened his eyes, seeing that it was Naruto, and asked a little dazedly, what's the matter? Naruto? Practice. Naruto said. Cultivation? King Yu stunned for a while and asked, why do you find me, Senior Kakashi? Ms. Kakashi is a big slacker. I don't want to get up. Naruto asked. So you are looking for me? King Yu was speechless. When is it now? It's 5 o'clock. Naruto replied. When King Yu heard the words, he thought about a pair of sunglasses and flew to Naruto's face, wiped it. It was only 5 o'clock. Do you want to work so hard? Big brother, isn't it too early? Also, Senior Kakashi is better to guide this kind of thing. King Yu vomited. Brother Sunglasses, Teacher Kakashi asked us to come to you. Naruto said, he said he was injured yesterday and needs more rest. I think so. No wonder Kakashi likes to see Intimacy Paradise so much. He is very dishonest. What was hurt? Exclamation mark. Lao Tzu obviously used Yuguang worm to treat you. Naruto and the others are all up without treatment. You actually throw the pot to me just to sleep. Unacceptable. Of course, King Yu didn't give Naruto their treatment because they didn't need treatment. Naruto had only a skin trauma and healed as soon as he slept. Although Sasuke was beaten a few more times, he did not hurt his muscles and bones. And Sakura was not injured at all. Both are the sons of Ludao. These skin injuries can be cured by their own saliva. Brother Sunglasses, please, Naruto said bitterly. Shima originally wanted to say something, but when he saw Naruto's expectant face, he couldn't say anything when he refused. So he said helplessly, well, I will just get up. Hearing this, Naruto gave a little cheer, and Sasuke also sighed in relief, pretending to smile. Humphrey. Immediately afterwards, Shizen got up and led Naruto and Sasuke out. Before going out, King Yu looked at Kakashi and wanted to punch Kakashi. But after thinking about it, forget it. It's that immoral. However, as soon as Shizen and the others went out, Uemon murmured, the 2 little ghosts are really energetic, isn't it? It's just a hard work, Mr. Shima. Uemon smiled. Does that guy teach well? I haven't practiced well by myself, so don't make mistakes. Uemon whispered softly. It doesn't matter. With King Yu's strength, it is okay to carry out the most basic guidance. Kakashi said. Yeah. After all, I was teaching him this month. Yueman nodded. She didn't believe in King Yu, but she believed in her own level. The three of them are excellent ninjas. Although they fall asleep, they will wake up when there is a little movement. This is the basic quality of a ninja. As early as when Naruto and Sasuke awakened Kakashi, Zeman and Yueman had already reacted. On the other side, Shizen brought Sasuke and Naruto to the forest, not far from Tazna's residence. He yawned and said, "Let's go here. The birds and the flowers are scented, the air is fresh, and it's a good place for practice." Hearing this, the two suddenly became energetic, and Naruto said excitedly, "Brother Sunglasses, what are you going to teach us? Do you want to teach new ninjutsu? I want to learn your insect technique. Can you teach me?" King Yu heard the words, "It can be, but you can't learn my technique." "Ah? Why?" Naruto was puzzled. "You are reading www.yuukanzu.com. I have already said that this is a secret technique unique to my oily girl clan, and it is impossible for outsiders to learn it." King Yu laughed. Although the secret technique is not blood succession boundary, it is almost the same as blood succession boundary. Actually, above, the secret technique is the secret technique developed by the family without blood inheritance to fight against the family with blood inheritance. Yes, the biggest difference between blood succession limit and secret ninjutsu is that the former is the natural power brought by blood, while the latter is developed by the day after tomorrow. The secret family technique was improved after years of research and coordinated with the bloodline. Therefore, the secret technique has its own practice method. Although in theory, the secrets do not require blood, no special talents, everyone can practice. But in fact, it still has a certain relationship with blood. Just like the oily women, their ancestors have researched ways to put bugs into their bodies without being destroyed. And they have also developed contract techniques that are different from spiritism. Even if ordinary people know the method, it is difficult to do it, because esoteric techniques are different from conventional ninjutsu training methods. Most esoteric techniques require users to practice from a young age and master them from all aspects. So it's not that outsiders can't practice, but it's very difficult to practice. A powerful esoteric ninja is not much weaker than a person who has the limit of blood. Of course, let's not talk about the power of the Datongma bloodline. What kind of would escape? The writing wheel eye pupil technique. That is not a specification. It is also much worse than the elimination of the blood. But compared to the conventional blood inheritance limit, the secret is still a fight. For example, what Bing done? Lan done, Jing done, Quick done. These blood succession boundaries are strong, but they are not as strong as the Datongma bloodline power to resist. Chapter 79. I can't learn it, it's a pity. After King Yug explained, Naruto already knew that he couldn't learn the real skills, and was a little disappointed in his heart. Naruto, don't be discouraged, you each have their own talents. There are so many ninjutsu in the ninjutsu world. And one day you will learn a powerful ninjutsu that suits you. King Yu comforted, now you are still young. Where you are before, it was more important to lay the foundation. Lay the foundation? The two were taken aback for a moment, and then showed an unhappy expression. What is the foundation? We are here to learn the big move. Seeing their expressions, King Yu didn't know what they were thinking. One person gave a pineapple and said, you too. Don't underestimate the basics. The foundation is not good if you rise from a tall building on the ground. Even if you are given a powerful technique in the future, you will not be able to learn it. This dead sunglasses. Sasuke touched his forehead, and Naruto asked, then what do you want to teach us, brother sunglasses? Hey! Tree climbing. King Yu smiled. Here he still follows this old method. Although tree climbing is not a difficult skill to practice, it is the best practice for Naruto and Sasuke today. Naruto and Sasuke looked dumbfounded. I'll rub it. Climbing a tree is no good practice. Not a monkey. Sasuke glanced at Naruto reproachfully. Seeing someone you have come here, it's completely chaotic. Naruto curled his lips when he heard the words, and asked puzzledly, big brother, climb a tree. What is that to practice? King Yu heard the words and smiled and said, why? Do you think it is for you to climb the tree? So what else? Sasuke was a little upset whether there was a problem with the sunglasses. Look, you two little rookies. After saying that, King Yu walked up to a big tree and said, what I mean by climbing a tree is not just climbing a tree, but letting you walk directly with your feet. Go up. After that, King Yu moved Chakra to his feet, and then slowly walked up under the surprised gaze of Naruto and Sasuke. The two were shocked. There is still such a thing? Can actually go up vertically? Seeing the shocked eyes of the two of them, King Yu nodded in satisfaction. This pretense is still okay. 80 minutes. The two strongest in the future, looking at me with such shocked eyes. I still feel very refreshed. And now he is guiding them even more. This feeling is even better. When I think of Naruto and Sasuke, I say, oh, brother Shijin. It turned out to have pointed us. This instantly increased King Yu's worth. Going to the highest point, King Yu looked at them and said, this is what I want to teach you to climb. It's amazing. Naruto exclaimed, brother Sunglasses, teach me how to do this. King Yu heard this and said, it's very simple. Release a certain amount of chakras on the soles of your feet and maintain them. With the adsorption of the chakras, you can go up. So that's the case. Sasuke nodded, knowing he is a genius in the end. The main purpose of this training is to exercise your chakra control ability. King Yu smiled. Naruto, after you learn this, you will be able to perform big breakthroughs at least 5 seconds faster in the future. Really? Naruto became excited when he heard this. Sasuke, so are you? Your current physique, ninjutsu, and all aspects are better than Naruto. After learning this, you will be more proficient in using chakras in battle. King Yu smiled. I understand. Sasuke nodded. Then, let's compare and see who can master tree climbing faster. Give you an hour. When the time comes, whoever runs higher, I will give better training guidance. Oh, there are hidden tricks! That must win. With that said, the two glanced at each other. Naruto was fighting spirit and said, Sasuke, I will definitely surpass you. The tail of the crane. I won't let you come to rescue me again in the future. Sasuke smiled confidently. With that said, the two of them each found a big tree and prepared to start cultivation. Naruto took the lead in making a wrong demonstration. Chakra released insufficient amounts, and fell off without taking a step on the tree. Sasuke sneered, cheating? Look at me. Then Sasuke made a second wrong demonstration. The amount released was too much, and after running a few steps, he stepped on the trunk and fell down. Sasuke gritted his teeth and thought, I didn't expect it to be so difficult to control a certain amount of chakra. Too little is like Naruto's lack of adsorption, and too much will break the trunk. Thinking about it, Sasuke looked at Shima. The sunglasses are like walking when crawling. How did he make it so easy? Naruto, there are too few chakras released. Sasuke, you are too much. King Yu said, you two try every time where you can climb, use kunai to make a record, and try to surpass it next time. TSK, talk a lot. Sasuke looked at Naruto, and seeing that Naruto was also looking at him, the two snorted to each other and practiced again, and King Yu didn't say much, just sat down and rested. Both of them are very talented people. After all, they are descendants of the 6 ways, and they are born to practice. King Yu looked at the two of them practicing seriously, then lay directly on the ground, ready to take a nap for a while. An hour passed. Naruto and Sasuke rushed to Shizen to wake him up. Brother Sunglasses, 1 hour is here. King Yu opened his eyes and sat up. How are you doing? Obviously I am much better, Sasuke said proudly. After that, King Yu looked at the scratches on the 2 big trees, and it was obvious that Sasuke's current chakra had better control, which was nearly 2 meters higher than Naruto. King Yu laughed and said, then as agreed, I will help you. Naruto made a bitter face and said, Brother Sunglasses, I don't have any guidance. Of course. Who made your chakra control so poorly? Let's practice the basics first. King Yu said softly. Cut. Naruto curled his lips uncomfortably. Hearing this, Sasuke raised his spirits and was about to ask Shizen how he was going to guide him. but saw that Shizen took the gourd jar behind him. Sasuke looked dumbfounded. What do you mean? What do you give me the gourd jar? This is my guidance to you. Just ask him to climb the tree with a heavy load. King Yu smiled and passed the worm pot over. Climbing a tree with weight? Sasuke felt a little bit of a joke. You read www.yuukanzu.com but still took the gourd. The moment he got his hand, Sasuke suddenly felt a pain in his hand, and the half-length worm pot suddenly fell heavily, making a heavy muffled noise. It's so heavy. Sasuke was startled and quickly rubbed his wrists. Naruto laughed when he saw this and said, Sasuke, why, can't you even hold a gourd? TSK. Sasuke said uncomfortably, you do it, you come. I'll do it if I come, but if I can hold it up, I can use this thing. Naruto said quickly. Hey, Naruto is really clever, knowing to make such a bet. Sasuke sneered when he heard the words, and said, it doesn't count to be hugged, you have to be able to move freely. Okay. Naruto hurriedly responded, thinking how heavy this gourd jar can weigh. The eldest brother in sunglasses wears them every day, and I don't see how tired he is. Thinking about it, Naruto looked at the worm pot. Due to the height problem, the worm pot looked about the same size as him, only a head shorter than him. King Yu didn't hinder this, and looked at it with a smile. Naruto looked around and took out a bear hug, hugged the worm pot, and then hugged it up. His face flushed for a moment. This is so heavy. Naruto exclaimed, Brother Sunglasses, how heavy is this? More than 50 katis. King Yu smiled. The two were shocked when they heard this. So heavy? This is equivalent to carrying a child behind him. Does this guy usually act with such a heavy jar on his back? Sasuke secretly said, this guy really has the strength. Brother, aren't you tired with such a heavy thing on your back? Naruto asked. No way, I have to carry this worm pot with me. King Yu's hands sealed, and a small rockworm flew out of the worm pot, because it contains my worms. Chapter 80 Sasuke Uchiha. It turns out that the bugs are in this jar. Naruto was stunned, but he was taken aback for a moment. Shizen was Shino's brother, and the two were of the same family. It must be the same for Shuna, but there is no such a jar behind Shino. But why isn't Shino? Naruto asked. His worm is in his body. King Yu said astonishingly, and the two of them were quite frightened at once, and put the worm in their bodies? How can this be? And I already have a kind of worm in my body, and because of the characteristics of rock-hard worm, my body can't put it down. There is another. Naruto and Sasuke are still teenagers and don't have much knowledge. Hearing Shizen's words, they suddenly felt that Shizen was completely strong like a monster. No wonder, he said that it is impossible for us to learn his technique, who can put bugs in the body. The two seemed to understand King Yu's powerful secrets, but the problem was that they couldn't learn them. For a while, you look at me and I look at you. The two young faces are incredible. We the oil girls, since we were young, will put bugs in our bodies, use our bodies as insect nests, and feed them with chakras, so our oil girls rely on bugs to fight. King Yu explained slightly. The two were silent for a while, and Naruto smiled. Although I don't know what's going on, anyway, I already know that Big Brother Sunglasses is very strong. Indeed. Sasuke nodded. At first, Sasuke felt that King Yu was dressed up very arrogantly, carrying such a big gourd tube and wearing a black high-colored coat. Now that Shizen talked about his strength, and when he thought of Shizen's trick to overthrow and never cut, Sasuke suddenly felt that Shizen's power was enough. All in all, the sunglasses are enough, and Sasuke recognized King Yu's strength. King Yu didn't know that Sasuke had recognized him, he only pretended that he had acted a hearty force. To tell the truth, being able to fight with one move and then not cut is certainly one aspect of strength, and it is more important not to underestimate the enemy. Coupled with the innate restraint of the rockworms on all kinds of ninja knives, this is able to beat him with one move. Next time, if you don't have the preparation, King Yu won't be so easy to do it again. But, what do you give us this jar for? Naruto asked. This jar is not for you, it's just for you to use temporarily. Shizen corrected immediately and smiled. Sasuke, You carry it on your back when you climb the tree. Carrying it? Sasuke's face suddenly changed, feeling a bit pitted, and climbing the tree with this thing on his back. The difficulty increased too much in an instant. He thought for a while and didn't try to be strong, but honestly said, if I carry this thing on my back, it will be too difficult to get up. Of course, if you increase the weight, you need more chakras to increase the adsorption power. With chakras, it will be more difficult to control. King Yu smiled, but I just want to train your chakras better. Controllability. When Sasuke heard this, he opened his mouth and couldn't speak. Shizen smiled and said, if you can master the tree climbing with the worm pot on your back, then your chakra control will be significantly improved. At the same time, this is also a good one. After you master this practice, your physical fitness will also increase. This is my suggestion, because now you are more suitable for stricter practice than Naruto. King Yu said truthfully. Now King Yu has been trained by Uemon for so many days, and he has learned how to exercise his physical strength from Kai. He is fascinated every day. Although he is not a famous master in instruction, it is no problem to give the correct training plan. This kind of practice was originally intended for Naruto by King Yu, but because of Kyuubi, this kind of chakra-controlled practice is too difficult for Naruto. The current Naruto is still suitable to lay the foundation step by step and practice ninjutsu slowly. High-intensity practice will only burden him. After hearing this, Sasuke looked at King Yu. He keenly felt that King Yu was really thinking about him, so he nodded and said, I know, I accept the practice you proposed. King Yu nodded satisfied when he heard the words, lifted the worm pot and placed it on Sasuke's back, squatted down, tied it up for him, and said with a smile, if you can't stand it anymore, just tell me. Don't hold on, even though it is practicing with heavy loads, but forcible training will damage your body. Listening to Shizen's gentle words, Sasuke was in a daze. He thought of his favorite elder brother. He should be 17 years old this year. Sasuke came back to his senses, curled his lips, and said, this kind of chaotic practice is not bad for your body, isn't it? Ha ha, peace of mind, with me here, you won't be hurt. King Yu replied with a smile, not knowing that he had inadvertently made a wave of good feelings with Sasuke. Yeah? Sasuke nodded and said, then I will start. With that, Sasuke turned and walked towards the tree, and with every step he took, people couldn't help but fall back. Sure enough, this thing has too much influence on the action. Sasuke-san said, Brother Sunglasses, what should I do? Naruto couldn't help asking. He is not a fool. Sasuke's high-intensity practice will surely be thrown away again. King Yu touched Naruto's head. Naruto, you should practice your tree climbing now, and don't care about other things. Oh, Naruto was a little disappointed, thinking that Big Brother Sunglasses would take care of Sasuke and leave him alone. Really, everyone is like that. They only think about Sasuke. Sakura is like this, the classmates are like this, and now the Sunglasses brother is like this. Seeing him like this, how could King Yu not know what Naruto was thinking? It's just that he is partial. How is this possible? Even if he is partial, King Yu will only be partial to Naruto. And he taught Sasuke. After all, it was for Naruto. In fact, for the role of Sasuke, Shizen can't talk about how much he loves Sasuke. In the early stage was a little okay, but he couldn't stand it during the Shippuden period. Not only him, but the role of the entire Uchiha clan. King Yu doesn't have a lot of affection for anyone. These people, regardless of whether they are spotted or ferrets, whether they are water-stopping or soiled, they all have considerable defects in their personalities. Without mentioning it for the time being, they said that Sasuke was after Uchiha's extermination. This originally cute little Zentai has a very radical personality and a little jealous. Once he sees that others are stronger than him, his heart will be greatly stimulated. He is dedicated to the pursuit of great power, and always considers himself an avenger. It was his desire for power deformity that led him to be successfully seduced by Orochimaru in the future. Coupled with the stimulus given to him by Naruto becoming stronger, and the pressure it put on him, this originally kind-hearted young man was completely off the road. For the sake of strength, He abandoned his fetters, abandoned everything, and walked into Heian without hesitation. Fortunately, Naruto persevered in the end. Sasuke also understood his mistakes, and then returned to the right path. But before that, Sasuke went all over the trouble, killing Danzo first, then catching Yao, and then going to trouble with Gokage, which made Naruto and Sakura worry about him. Naruto even knelt down to Raikage, was beaten violently by Omoy and Karui, asking for their forgiveness. For his own goal, Sasuke in the Shippuden period showed selfishness to the fullest. So no matter how high his aptitude is and how strong his blood is, Sasuke is obviously inferior to Naruto in personality. Therefore, Shizen can't say much about Sasuke, but Shizen is still willing to teach Sasuke, and he also has ideas that can guide him. Let him face the Orochimaru in the future, not so easily shaken. Of course, whether Sasuke will change in the end, King Yu can only talk about his affairs and obey the fate. With his personality, if he really wants to go to Orochimaru, even if he crawls, he has to crawl. No one can stop him. The time adjustment will start on September 18, 2017. It is hereby stated that, first of all, I apologize to everyone, and suddenly adjust the update time. Starting today, the update time is tentatively scheduled for 6 p.m. and 8 p.m., and the duration is variable. Please include it. Some time ago, the update was stable, and everyone can see it, but it's a pity that the saving of the manuscript in this period of time is almost exhausted, and there are only a few chapters left. The content of these chapters is also because of a knife. I have some trivial things recently. When I wrote it, I was a little sad, and the quality of the article was also lackluster. Several book friends in the comment area put forward very pertinent opinions, so I decided to revise the following manuscript in a single stroke, hoping to let everyone see my progress. At the same time, be prepared to prepare some manuscripts. After all, the book is already 200,000 characters long, and we have to make preparations for it to be put on the shelves. However, I also ask you to support Yadao. Friends who are collecting and recommending this book can rest assured that I will return to 12 o'clock noon and 3 p.m. as soon as possible for the update time. Of course, if you have a request for the update time, you can also bring it up. Finally, for friends who like this book, I once again apologize. 2017, September 18th, 4 o'clock in the morning. A sharp stroke. Chapter 81 Sakura's Qualifications. Naruto, do you think impartial to Sasuke and don't care about you? Looking at Naruto's unhappy face, King Yu asked with a smile. Humphrey. Naruto turned her head proudly and said, I know, you all care about Sasuke anyway. King Yu laughed when he heard the words, and said, didn't I tell you? I will always help you until I become Hokage. Naruto immediately took over. As he said, he turned his head to look at King Yu, seeing that King Yu's expression was very gentle, and his heart was slightly happy. Yes, Brother Sunglasses said yesterday that he will always help him. But why? Brother Sunglasses, you want to give Sasuke such a difficult practice, and let me lay the foundation. Doesn't this make the gap between me and Sasuke bigger? Naruto was still puzzled. Now he desperately wants to catch up with Sasuke. Originally, he felt that he had learned to make a big breakthrough and was a little closer to Sasuke. Unexpectedly, King Yu would come out like this. He practiced averagely, but Sasuke practiced with high intensity. Then, after practice, the gap has increased again. This made Naruto anxious. King Yu didn't know how his thoughts were, but he did so naturally with his reasons. And Naruto is also a dead brain. If he doesn't explain it clearly, he probably can't figure out why next year. So he explained, Naruto, the practice of this kind of thing pays attention to gradual progress. Sasuke has a much better foundation than you, so he is suitable for higher intensity practice. This is more effective for him. And you, although you have mastered it now, a big breakthrough, but if you want to catch up with Sasuke, you still have a long way to go. Even, you are not on the same starting line now. If you start to practice a practice that you can't master, it will only increase the burden on you. On the contrary, it will not close the gap, and it may be further. Naruto was taken aback when he heard the words, thought for a while, and asked, in other words, I am still not able to practice difficult cultivation? Yes. King Yu smiled. So I am not partial to Sasuke, but for your sake? Then, when will I be able to practice difficult practice? Naruto asked immediately. Then it depends on whether you are angry or not working hard. King Yu smiled. Don't worry, when you lay the foundation, I will give you more rigorous practice. I see. Naruto understood King Yu's words. King Yu said again, Naruto, practice is just like a dream. It requires persistence and hard work step by step. Don't lose your way for the goal in front of you. Go to the ultimate goal. Understand? Yes, eldest brother. Naruto pondered King Yu's words carefully, and immediately understood King Yu's painstaking efforts, nodded heavily, and then looked at Sasuke. Now, Sasuke is cultivating climbing trees with Shizen's insect jar on his back. Originally, he was the first to contact Chakra. He could still climb a few meters by brute force, but once the weight of the worm pot was added, it was immediately difficult to grasp the first step. Even if he climbed the first step, no matter how hard he controlled afterwards, the worm pot behind him would pull him down, making Sasuke very annoyed. But fortunately, he has perseverance. No matter how he falls, Sasuke will always get up in the first second and continue to try. Seeing Sasuke working so hard, Naruto also got serious, stopped thinking about it, and said to his heart, geniuses work so hard. If I think about it here, when will I catch up with him? Sasuke, I must make you recognize me. Brother Sunglasses, then I'm going to practice too. Naruto said seriously. Go. After all, Naruto also continued to practice. Looking at the backs of the two of them, King Yu thought of the experience of Naruto and Sasuke. His face was covered with smiles unconsciously, and he looked at them quietly. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, and it was 2 hours in a blink of an eye. At this time the sun rose high, and the forest was completely bright. Oh, are you practicing? Kakashi rushed over with Sakura. Kakashi-senpai. Shizen turned around and greeted him, and asked, where are Zeman and Uemon? Zeman went to inquire about the news, and Uemon stayed with Mr. Tazna to protect him. Zeman went alone. Isn't it okay? Shima couldn't help asking. Don't worry, Zeman is a good hand at searching for intelligence. This is just to explore the wind. Even if you encounter an enemy, there is no problem with his strength, Kakashi said. That's good. After that, Shizen looked at Sakura and said, Sakura, you are 2 hours late. When she heard Shizen's words, Sakura couldn't help but flushed. Naruto and Sasuke didn't wait for her, and they became forgetful about their practice. Doesn't it seem that she is lazy? Afterwards, she looked at the practice of the two of them, and she was taken aback for a moment, and asked, Teacher Kakashi, Senior, what are you doing? Hey, is Sasuke scored behind her back? Chakra's control. Kakashi looked at the worm pot behind Sasuke and asked, that's what you ordered? Well, the current Sasuke is suitable for this kind of practice. Shizen smiled. So that's it. Kakashi was so experienced that he saw King Yu's thoughts at a glance and said, not bad. Naruto is really not suitable for this kind of practice now. Kakashi-sensei, what should I do with this kind of practice? Sakura asked. Oh, Sakura. Feeling the movement, Naruto immediately cheered, and then ran over and said, you are finally here. We have been practicing for a long time. Sakura gritted her teeth when she heard the words, Naruto, this annoying ghost, really doesn't open which pot to lift which pot. What are you practicing? Sakura bypassed this topic and asked directly about the point. Hey, climb the tree. Naruto smiled mysteriously. Climbing a tree? Sakura was taken aback, and asked, what do you have to climb? I don't know, come here, I'll teach you. After saying that, Naruto took Sakura and walked to a big tree. Hey, Naruto, don't hold my hand. What should Sasuke see? And I want Sasuke to teach me, Sakura murmured in her heart. However, when I saw Sasuke, Sasuke didn't even look at her at all, and didn't even look at her. It didn't matter if she came or not. Sakura's face turned dark, and she could only follow Naruto in desperation. King Yu and Kakashi did not stop when they saw it, and Kakashi also took a look at how Naruto had practiced. Following the method taught by King Yu, Naruto explained it to Sakura in detail, and finally saw Naruto standing upright on the tree, suddenly surprised as a heavenly man. Although it didn't take long to stand down, but it is indeed standing on the trunk. Sakura, you can try it, Naruto said smugly. Sakura nodded when she heard the words. You reading www.yuukanzu.com thought of the method Naruto said to keep chakra on the soles of his feet. Then he placed one foot on the trunk. It's difficult to master at first, Sakura, don't you? Before she finished speaking, Sakura strolled on the tree trunk leisurely, slowly reaching the highest point. Ah! Naruto exclaimed all his life. Sasuke couldn't help but turned his head to look, and suddenly slipped and fell from the tree. Nani? Sasuke landed on his butt, ignoring the pain, staring at Sakura slowly toward the highest point with seemingly ghostly eyes. Ha ha! King Yu laughed out loud, and Kakashi was also a little surprised. It's amazing. I spent a day practicing tree climbing. Sakura's chakra control is very good. After all, Tsunade's disciple, Konoha's top medical ninja. This chakra control, that is simply a gift. Sakura went to the highest point, looked back, and saw that Sasuke also ran over at some point, which made Sakura very excited. This practice is surprisingly simple, Sakura said. Naruto and Sasuke were speechless when they heard this. DSK. I didn't expect Sakura's chakra control to be so good. Sasuke said, I didn't expect her to have this advantage. Damn it, it's much better than me. Sakura just walked up. If I keep practicing like this, won't it be my bottom? Naruto suddenly panicked. Kakashi stepped forward and said, Sakura, you are doing very well. Next, you can rest. What? Can you rest now? Naruto and Sasuke were speechless. They both practiced for 2 hours. But King Yu didn't mean to let them rest. And from the time Sakura came here, began to practice and completed, it took no more than 1 minute before and after. This gap is so big. Question mark. Chapter 82, Hat, Red Cloud, Sickle. Hit the blow. No, this is a crit. Sasuke will not mention it for the time being. Naruto feels that although he is not as good as Sasuke, he is still much better than Sakura. But now, it seems that Sakura is more talented than him. When the two of you can reach Sakura's level, the tree climbing practice will be completed. Kakashi looked at the nicks on the tree and said, but depending on your progress, I guess it will take a few days to practice. The two good friends looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes, and then began to practice without saying a word. Seeing the two of them so decisive, Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. Sakura's performance was really just right. Such a high level of performance would surely give them a benign stimulus. Practice for another hour, starting at 8 o'clock. We are going to the bridge with Mr. Tazna, Kakashi said. The two didn't answer when they heard the words, but there was still an hour left in their minds, and they had to hurry up. Seeing Sasuke leave, Sakura quickly landed, thinking, is it disgusted by Sasuke? I wanted to say something, but seeing Sasuke practiced so attentively, she couldn't be bothered by stepping forward. In this way, an hour passed. Naruto and Sasuke were sweating profusely. King Yu ran forward immediately and moisturized their tired bodies with higuang insects. This is? Sasuke was startled. He obviously felt his body regained vitality. Brother's sunglasses, it's so comfortable. Naruto asked. This is the bug in my body, and it's specially used for treatment. King Yu smiled. Oh, no wonder if he is here, I won't suffer any damage. It turned out to be so. Sasuke said in his heart. After the treatment of Yuguang insect, the two were immediately full of vitality. Naruto clenched his fists and said, I really want to practice for another 3 hours. Humphrey, it's rare that we agree. Sasuke agreed. I said you guys, practice belongs to practice, the task is still to be done. Kakashi said, before you practice, don't forget, you have a task. Hearing this, the two were helpless. They knew that as a ninja, the task was naturally more important than practice. Sasuke handed the worm pot to Shizen and said, at night, You will continue with me? King Yu took it and said with a smile. Do you know the benefits of this practice? Sasuke smiled. As soon as he unloaded the worm pot, Sasuke clearly felt his body lighter a little, and Chakra's operation was a little faster than just a few hours ago. Although he did not climb to the top of the tree and Chakra's control has not changed much, Sasuke also feels that his control over Chakra is different. If he used Chakra as a weapon, Sasuke felt that he was holding it tighter than he had just held. This is naturally due to the effect of his uninterrupted control of a large number of chakras for several hours. Of course, this feeling is only a temporary residue after the practice, until Sasuke's practice is completed, then this result will be retained forever. However, although the progress is small, Sasuke is full of confidence. When he develops this load-bearing tree climbing, his strength will definitely increase significantly. Immediately afterwards, the 5 people returned to Tazna's home together. After breakfast, Kakashi took Naruto and them to the bridge with Mr. Tazna. Shizen and Uemon were the only ones left in the room. Did Zeman say when to come back? I didn't say, but my brother said, he will come back as soon as there is news. After all, Uemon fell silent, with a different emotion on his beautiful face, without the vitality of the past. After getting along for so long, Shijin realized something was wrong with Uemon at a glance, so he asked jokingly, what's the matter? Did you not wake up? So lacking in energy. Uemon gave Shima a glance. Say, you didn't wake up. After thinking about it, Uemon said, I don't know why. I have a bad feeling, and I can't calm down. Bad premonition? What's the matter? King Yu asked. It's not clear. I feel that my brother will be in danger. Uemon said. When King Yu heard this, he glanced at Uemon in surprise, and thought for a while and said, even though he is injured, the masked man is still and his blood inheritance boundary is not so easy to deal with. You are worried about this? Click it. Hearing this, Uemon nodded and said, maybe, that ice escape is really not easy to deal with. Although Uemon didn't directly fight Shiro's hidden, and he didn't know exactly what Shiro's ability was, but judging from the opponent's actions, he disappeared quickly at that instant. It's really not a simple thing. Although Zeman is proficient in illusion, but in terms of the level of combat, Zeman is not as good as Uemon. Therefore, Uemon was a little afraid that he would suffer. Don't worry, with Zeman's skill and delicacy, even if you can't beat it, it's okay to run. King Yu smiled and comforted. Well, indeed. With the eldest brother's ability, even if I want to catch it, I may not be able to catch it. Uemon smiled. Maybe I think too much. However, Shizen didn't know that Uemon's hunch was not wrong. Compared with Not Cutting and White, Nami no Kuni has 2 more troublesome characters. Within the territory of Nami, a spacious villa is located in a hidden forest. After Zeman's investigation, this is the base of Kado's residence in Poland. There were 2 guards at the door, who seemed to be just thugs in exile. Just as Zeman was about to sneak in, he suddenly heard a wind ringtone. Taking a closer look, 2 tall people wearing hats and black clothes came slowly, and the clothes were embroidered with red clouds. One of them was carrying a blood-red sickle behind his back, and that sickle had 3 blades. At that moment, Zeman obviously felt a great pressure rising in his heart. These 2 people ... Who are they? At this moment, Zeman didn't dare to act rashly, and subconsciously suppressed his aura even more. The 2 approached slowly, and the guard at the door immediately stopped. This is a private place. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Who are you? The 2 guards did not notice any difference between the 2, and their attitude was still frantic. Kado from the shipping company lives here, right? One of them asked. Are you looking for our boss? Why, want to join the Kado group? I'm here to find your boss to do business. Business? The 2 guards sneered and said, it depends on what business you 2 can do with the boss. Let's go. Our boss is not in Poland. Really not here? Annoying. Not annoying. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. I said I'm not here. 2 brothers. Do you want to join the Cthulhu? The man carrying the sickle suddenly asked, his voice slightly lighter. Cthulhu. The two guards were immediately confused. It turned out that the two were here to engage in MLM, and then impatiently said, "If you can't get in, you guys get out." Have you figured it out? The outcome of not being taught is very serious. Oh, the end, you guys. The two guards pulled out the long knives around their waists, ready to do it. Before the words were over, Zeman saw a red light flashing. The two guards immediately sprayed with blood, and their heads separated. Zeman was shocked. What a quick sword. You killed people like this? How can we do business with Kajuo? Another person asked. What kind of business? Really? It's okay if you want to grab something. That guy actually gave us some rubbish tasks, delaying my search for the congregation. I want to kill. Brother, let's go to the murder business as before, so that people will be killed and money will be made. How great. Do you think I don't want to? The man sneered, but the leader thinks that the money is too slow. Let us find a stable source of funds. So if you do it again next time, I will kill you. Okay, okay. I haven't enjoyed the pleasure of being killed for a long time. Hearing this, the sickle man was not only not angry, but excited. P.S. I think everyone already knows who these two people are. Surprises are not pleasant surprises. I put Akatsuki in this front. As for the purpose of writing this way, Yadao naturally hopes that the plot will become more exciting, so that everyone can watch it more comfortably. Of course, the reasons why these two people are here. A knife will of course give a perfect explanation. It is logical and reasonable. Chapter 83. Metamorphosis Statement. Listening to the conversation between the two, Zeman had a numb scalp. What is the origin of these two guys? Exclamation mark. What does it mean to enjoy the pleasure of being killed? The pleasure of being killed? Question mark. Zeman didn't know if he didn't learn Chinese well, or if he misheard him. But no matter what, Zeman determined that this sickle man was definitely a neurotic. Okay, don't talk nonsense. Let's go in. If Cardo really isn't there, well, come again next time. Brother, what if that Cardo doesn't cooperate? The sickle man asked. Is your knife a display? How you used it just now, then how to use it? But don't really kill him, as he said. The man blasted the door open with a fist and walked in swaggeringly. Seeing the two enter, Zeman was entangled for a while. He wanted to figure out the origin of the two, but at the same time he was a little afraid of their strength. Judging from the situation just now, these two people are very strong, very abnormal. If you continue to contact, there may be life-threatening. This time is different from Yakumo's time. Zeman completely felt the threat of life. What should I do? Is it to withdraw or continue to follow? During the entanglement, Zeman thought of Shima, and said to his heart, if it was Shima-sama, what would he do? Run. Thinking about this, King Yes' words to him in the past suddenly sounded in his ears. Zeman, your mentality is wrong. The task is important, but life should be the first. Only because you are alive can you have the opportunity to complete the task. And when you die, how do you complete the task? Such a simple truth. Why are you don't understand? Of course, if you can't run, then you must have the determination to die. Thinking of Shizen's words, Zeman made the most correct decision in his life: withdraw. Thinking about this, Zeman turned his head decisively and ran, leaving Cardo's residence. About 10 minutes later, the two people who had entered came out. It's really not there yet. Hey, delay time. With that, one of them looked in the direction of Zeman just now, and said, already run? Oh, the right choice. What's gone? The sickle man asked. Nothing, just a rat. Huh? Someone was there just now? The sickle man asked in surprise. It's just a worthless life. Then you can also ask if he wants to join the Cthulhu. You are really too much nonsense. Ftuan. With all his strength, Zeman ran all the way, feeling relieved, and quickly returned to Tazna's home. Inside, Shima and Ueman were resting when they heard a rush of footsteps. The two were stunned at the same time, and then Zeman opened the door vigorously, and after a closer look, Zeman was sweating profusely, obviously returning very anxiously. Brother. Ueman hurriedly stepped forward and said, Brother, What's the matter with you? Sweat so much? Seeing him like this, King Yu guessed something might be wrong, so he quickly took out the water bottle and handed it to Zeman, and asked, what happened? Zeman took it and took a few sips of water before he calmed down a bit. He sat down on the tatami and said, Master Shima, Uemon, I met two very scary guys. Two very scary guys? Uemon looked at Shijin in surprise. King Yu smiled and said, don't worry, speak slowly. Then, Zeman revealed his own investigation. After investigating, I found Kado's residence. I wanted to go in to see the situation, but two very scary guys came and said to find Kado for business. Do business with Kajuo. King Yu frowned. What then? King Yu asked again. According to Kado's men, Kado does not seem to be in Poland at the moment. Then the two people killed them. Zeman took a breath and said, for a moment, I didn't see exactly how to release the hand. King Yu touched his forehead and said, it seems that the people here are indeed not ordinary people. What are their characteristics? Well, both of them are wearing hats and black windbreakers embroidered with red clouds. One of them also carries a red sickle with 3 blades. It looks like a duo. King Yu was stunned when he heard this. The duo, the hat, and the clothes of Hong Yun. Isn't that Xiao? A red sickle with 3 blades, that is. The Bloody March sickle. King Yu knew the identity of the visitor in an instant, and his expression was horrified. The grass is Jiaodu and Ftuan. How could the dead duo come to the country of Poland? How is it possible to come to the country of Poland? How can this be? He doesn't remember the period when Xiao came to do business with Kajuo. Is it because of his appearance that the plot has changed? Seeing Shima's reaction so much, Zeman and Uemon were shocked, and Zeman said, Shima-sama, do you know their origin? Hearing Zeman's question, King Yu suddenly felt pain in his brain, and his heart was calm and calm. It might be impossible to control. According to Zeman's description, it is indeed Kikuto and hidden. After thinking about it, he didn't answer Zeman, but said, no, I don't know them. Zeman, tell me all the conversations between them. Zeman didn't delay when he heard the words, and said the content directly. Hearing the phrase I really didn't enjoy the pleasure of being killed, Uemon also got a numb scalp and couldn't help but vomit. This guy is a pervert, right? However, King Yu understood the reason why Jiaodu and Feiden came to Kajuo from the word business. Among Akatsuki's 3 goals, the first is to gather a large amount of money to prepare for future actions. In the beginning, when Jiaodu joined the Akatsuki organization, Nagato asked Jiaodu to be the chief financial officer in charge of the accounts, and was responsible for receiving the accounts for Akatsuki. However, although this person in Jiaodu loves money, the way to make money is very low-powered, that is, offering a reward on the black market. Judging from Zeman's words, it should be Nagato or bring soil. I think it is too slow to come in. I hope to have a stable income. To put it bluntly, it means looking for sponsorship. In this way, it makes sense to find the famous rich man named Kado. As for the business that Jiaodu said, King Yu had several guesses, and he thought it was the most likely. It should be Kado who gave Xiao organization money every month, and Xiao solved the trouble for it. But Kado did all the bad things and offended countless people. There were no 1,000 but 800 people who wanted to kill him. With Akatsuki's thigh protection, Kado is naturally happy. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. After all, with their ability, as long as they are not attacking the 5 major countries, nothing else is troublesome. And how much money will be given to Xiao every month? With the financial resources of the card, it is possible to 10 million, 20 million, or even 50 million a month. A stable income of tens of millions in a month is indeed much better than killing people everywhere. First, 50 million people are not easy to pick up, and secondly, they may not be found, and if they are found, they may not be killed. It can be said that Xiao has found a very correct trading partner. This action not only made a lot of money, but with Kajuo's contacts in the world, he also controlled the shipping line, which would be beneficial to Xiao organization. Of course, King Yu doesn't know what the business is in their mouths. It's not impossible to find some treasures and sell them to Kado. But King Yu prefers the first statement, because the baby does not necessarily have to be sold to Kado. And secondly, with Kado's current value, there is no shortage of treasures. At this moment, King Yu's mind turned sharply. He needed a perfect solution. He was thinking about how to deal with it. The fact that Xiao came to find Kado really went beyond King Yu's expectation. As for this incident, King Yu's first reaction was to stop Akatsuki, and his second reaction was to kill Kado. The reason for preventing it is very simple. First of all, if someone like Kado has an affair with Xiao, then he will be even more lawless. Secondly, what Akatsuki wanted to do was endangering the whole world. No matter what they wanted to do with Kado, King Yu didn't want them to succeed, because he doesn't want to know how to develop too fast. The faster they develop, the faster they will get involved. Maybe, because of the butterfly effect, what should I do if the 4 wars have been advanced? This is something that King Yu doesn't want to see at all. Chapter 84. As for killing Kado, King Yu thought it was an imperative. Originally, King Yu wanted to kill Kado, only because Kado had caused harm to the country of Poland. This is the fastest way to save the country of waves. But you don't have to kill him, it's okay to beat him away. Only now, when Xiao approached him, King Yu felt that the matter had reached a very serious point. Kado must be killed at this time, because according to his speculation, King Yu felt that Kado had a high chance of agreeing to Akatsuki's request. But King Yu was a little upset at the moment, because just killing Kado wouldn't solve the problem perfectly. Because Xiao can find Kado, so he can find other rich people. Just killing a card, the biggest effect is to save the country of Nami. But it can't stop Akatsuki's footsteps. But the most critical point is that Kado can't help but kill. If he didn't kill him, Kado was protected by Xiao, and Xiao also got the money. Killing him, Xiao is not affected. Just keep looking for sponsorship. King Yu gritted his teeth and felt Akatsuki's members have become smarter. It is reality after all, not as stupid as seen in the comics. Seeing Shima's anxiety, Zeman and Ueman keenly felt that Shima might know something. Hey, cockroach. Do you know something? Ueman asked suddenly. It's the Anbu, really keen. Yes, King Yu knows everything about Akatsuki, their purpose, each person's ability and even the code name, he remembers. But he couldn't say it, because he couldn't explain why he knew such secret information. Because Xiao is still a very mysterious organization. Except for the shadows of various countries, not many people know their existence. They really started to become active and familiar to the world, starting with the arrest of people from all over the world. King Yu recovered, and immediately denied, no. Really? Ueman was unbelievable. Really? King Yu said. Then why are you so serious? Ueman asked. It's not okay if it's not serious. It's Akatsuki after all. King Yu murmured silently, feeling that he knew everything but couldn't tell people, which was really uncomfortable. He said, I'm just thinking that Kado must be killed. Zeman and Ueman were stunned at the same time, and the latter asked, why do you say that? King Yu turned his mind and prepared a statement. From the words of Zeman, most of these 2 people belonged to a mysterious organization. Judging from their style, it must be an extremely dangerous organization. If such an organization is, I am afraid that Poland's situation will be even more irritated by alliance with Kado. Next, such an organization must find Kado for another purpose. Although I don't know what their purpose is, I don't think it wants to do a good thing. The 2 nodded, thinking that King Yu was right, especially Zeman, who deeply agreed with King Yu's analysis. Indeed, those 2 men are not like righteous people. They acted fiercely and simply. At first glance, they are characters who often kill people. Moreover, they can find a bully like Kado to do business. I think it is enough to explain some problems. After a pause, Zeman continued, unfortunately, the pressure on me by the 2 of them is too great. I dare not investigate further. Zeman did not hide, and told the truth. Kakuto and Hidden, These two people felt completely different from the people he had encountered in the past. At first sight, Zeman felt that they were powerful beyond ordinary people. Shimon nodded when he heard Zeman's words. That was for sure. Akatsuki's organization is actually a hard-to-play rally. Everyone is an open player, and each has the ability to fight against the shadows. The strength is beyond specifications. Don't say Zeman, it's Nizyali facing them. There is no resistance. 9 net-tailed beasts. They caught 7 of them, and it was indeed enough. And Jiaodu and Ftuan, although they are in Xiili, although they can't be said to be very strong, but they are playing ordinary ninjas, that is one trick. Therefore, Shima felt very right about Zeman's retreat. If he were to deal with them alone, King Yu would be afraid that he would not be able to see him today. Zeman, don't blame yourself, your judgment is very correct. This is not a task that must be completed, and this is not a time to desperately. Shizun said earnestly. I understand, Lord Shizun. Xiao Aemon nodded, knowing that Shizun was comforting him. Then what shall we do next? Yuemon asked. King Yu heard the words and thought about it. Now it is no problem whether he fights or not, but Xiao is a little bit embarrassed. Now King Yu honestly admits that he really doesn't dare to confront Akatsuki's members. So he said, we don't care about their purpose for the time being. The first goal is to kill Kado. The two nodded when they heard this, and King Yu continued to order. You also need to tell Senior Kakashi about this matter and ask him his opinion. Yeah? Xiao Aemon replied after hearing the words. With the knowledge of Senior Kakashi, you may be able to know the origins of the two of them. King Yu thought for a moment when he heard the words. His eyes lit up. Yes, Kakashi should already know Akatsuki's information. Although Akatsuki is not active yet, the 3 generations have quite a grasp of Akatsuki. Because there is Konoha's undercover, Itachi Uchiha. And Jiraiya also pays attention to Akatsuki now. These news will be sent back to Konoha regularly. As Kakashi is the backbone of the 3 generations and one faction, the 3 generations will at least mention Kakashi. Of course, whether Kakashi knew or not, King Yu didn't know. If Kakashi knew, then King Yu could use Kakashi's mouth to make some guesses. If you don't know, it's nothing. Just kill Kado silently. Thinking about it this way, King Yu made a decision. Okay, let's go to Senior Kakashi now. After that, the group greeted Miss Chinbo and rushed to the bridge immediately. On the bridge, Kakashi and his party were accompanying Mr. Tazna, and they dared to come when they saw King Yu. Naruto greeted first. Brother Sunglasses, Brothers Woman, Sister Uemon. King Yu waved his hand and said with a smile, Naruto, how is the mission going? Very boring. Naruto squashed his mouth and said, after waiting for a whole morning, you reading www.yuukanzu.com hasn't seen a single enemy. Why not go to practice? Sasuke said nothing, apparently agreeing with Naruto's statement. Naruto. Kakashi glanced at Naruto helplessly, without saying anything, and asked, King Yu, why are you here? Senior Kakashi, we have something to discuss with you. King Yu said earnestly, then looked at Naruto and the others vaguely. Kakashi heard the seriousness in Shima's tone and immediately understood. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, you protect Mr. Tazna. Oh. The 3 of them responded. After all, Kakashi followed King Yu and the others. Senior, we met 2 strange people today. Shizun did not delay, and directly told the truth. Zeman added. Hearing the moment of the hat and the red cloud suit, Kakashi's pupils dilated slightly, and then he recovered. But this moment of performance did not escape the eyes of the King Yu trio. Senior, do you know their origins? King Yu asked. Kakashi was silent for a while after hearing the words, and said, I heard a little bit. According to your description, it should be a mysterious organization called Xiao. Hearing this, King Yu was overjoyed. It was Kakashi, or knew something. Akatsuki, Zeman and Uemon asked suspiciously. I don't know the details, but I heard it from Master Naruto occasionally. It is a secret organization composed of Renin. The purpose of the establishment, the location of the organization, and who the leader is, These are not known for the time being. The organization of the rebel group, Zeman and Ueman, were surprised at the same time. Kakashi nodded. According to the intelligence sent back by Lord Jiraiya, Konoha's class rebels, and Uchiha Itachi is among them. Chapter 85 The Real Ninja. Uchiha Itachi? Ueman was surprised. How could he? Hey, in this tone, does Ueman still know him? King Yu said. Yes. Kakashi nodded. Shima also pretended to be surprised, and cooperated with Zeman and Ueman, and asked, Jiraiya-sama? But hasn't Jiraiya-sama left Konoha for a long time? Kakashi looked at King Yu and said, Master Jiraiya is just not in Konoha, but he didn't leave Konoha. He has been in contact with Konoha for more than 10 years. 10 years? Zeman asked. Have you been away for so long? King Yu was taken aback when he heard the words, and then he thought about the plot. It seems that Jiraiya has left Konoha for more than 10 years. The correct statement is that Jiraiya left Konoha 13 years ago, and Konoha's 40 or 7 years. After the Battle of Kikyo Mountain, Oshimaru's human experimentation was exposed, and he had to defect from Konoha. As a good friend of Oshimaru, Zilai also followed him in order to bring him back, but couldn't deal with Oshimaru and let Oshimaru leave. After that, Jiraiya left Konoha and kept investigating the whereabouts of Oshimaru, but never returned. At the same time, the other Minin Tsunade also became discouraged by the death of his lover Kato Den, and left Konoha instead. Because Sannin left one after another, this led to the subsequent Battle of the Shinsabai Bridge, and Konoha fell into an unprecedented crisis of combat power. This battle can be won entirely by Watergate, and it is precisely because of this battle that Watergate has become the 4th generation of Hokage. However, Konoha has never been in peace since it was founded. After being a Hokage for less than 2 years for 4 generations, he was brought to death by the soil. This caused Konoha to suffer a huge loss. 3 generations immediately recalled Jiraiya and Tsunade, but both of them refused. Jiraiya was also for Oshimaru, and Tsunade was already disheartened with Hokage, the village, and these things because of the death of his younger brother and lover. The 3 generations have no choice but to carry the banner again. Speaking of Konoha Sannin, everyone was silent for a while, thinking about how strong Konoha was at the beginning, but now there is only 3 generations who are struggling to support it. Although Kakashi and Asuma were strong, their combat effectiveness did not reach the level of 3 forbearance, which was a little far behind. So Konoha's situation in those years was indeed a miserable one. Everyone was silent for a while, and Kakashi turned the subject away. It's not the time to talk about this. Are you sure you met Xiao? Absolutely not wrong, Zeman said sternly. Their characteristics are obvious. According to your statement, this organization mostly wants to make some kind of transaction with Kado. No matter what they want to do, I guess it can't be a good thing. After a pause, Kakashi continued, this organization is rebellious. If the assembled organizations are left alone, they don't know what the consequences will be. Shizenzamu analyzed the same way, so we decided to kill Kado, Zeman said. Kakashi looked at King Yu when he heard the words, and said, the right decision, and killing Kado will be beneficial to the country of waves without harm. That's what I think, Senior Kakashi. King Yu smiled. Then, we plan to monitor Kado's residence. Once we find the target, we will do it. Try to avoid direct contact with the people in the Akatsuki organization. The strength of the opponent is unknown. The priority is to deal with Kado. If you are really in danger, put your own life first, Kakashi said. I know. King Yu nodded, without Kakashi saying. If you really meet Hidu and Geodu, it must be a life and death battle. King Yu knows the strength of the undead duo. Flying section is relatively easy to deal with, because this person only knows physical skills, and the launch of the Death Division by Blood also requires considerable preparation. As long as you understand his abilities, effective prevention is not a problem. The one who is really strong is Jiaodu, and the opponent is an old strong who has fought against the 1st generation. The strength and combat experience are not comparable to them. The most important thing is that he has a plug-in, resentful. This thing brought him 5 hearts, 5 escape techniques, and 5 lives. To kill him, 5 of his hearts must be destroyed. Even if there is only 1 left, he can still be alive and kicking. King Yug has no way to face him, so King Yug intends to avoid contact with them as much as possible. On the one hand, the victory is very small, and on the other hand, this is the time to reach the country of waves. It is indeed not the time to fight against Akatsuki. Then, let's go. Senior King Yu said. Yeah, Kakashi nodded, be careful. The 3 of them responded, and then jumped and left. After they left, Kakashi took out the scroll and pen, and began to write quickly. After about half an hour, Kakashi finished writing the situation, made a seal with both hands, pressed it to the ground, and drank from his mouth. Psychic art. Suddenly a puff of white smoke appeared on the ground, and a pug wearing a Konoha forehead appeared. Yo, Kakashi, Parker. Kakashi squatted down and touched his head. Help me take a trip, and report something to Master Naruto. No problem. Parker responded immediately, turning his head with the scroll and dashing away. Ms. Kakashi, hey, what about the sunglasses brothers? Naruto and the others came over and asked immediately when King Yu was gone. They have important tasks to complete, Kakashi said. Really? I have to say hello before I leave. Naruto said a little unhappy. Kakashi heard the words, looked in the direction King Yu and the others had left, and said in his heart, I hope everything goes well. In the forest, Zeman led Shima and Uemon, rushing towards Kado's stronghold. I really don't know what Xio's group of people want to do. They actually assembled a betrayal. A bunch of rebels gathered together. It wouldn't be a good thing to do what they want. King Yu smiled. Uemon curled his lips and said, that's true. But it's surprising that Uchiha Itachi is still inside. King Yu smiled when he heard the words. It's not a betrayal to beat the 7 great gods, but he was undercover inside. However, apart from King Yu, only 3 generations and Danzo now know about this matter. Everyone regards Itachi as a betrayal. This man paid so much for Konoha, and everyone didn't know the truth until he died. Thinking of Itachi's experience, you were reading www.yuukanzu.com. King Yu secretly said that it is a pity that if Itachi has been in Konoha, he will definitely become Konoha's mainstay, and he will be respected. Listen to you. Do you know him? King Yu asked. It turned out to have met several times in Anb. Uemon said lightly. Oh, where's Zeman? Shizan asked again. Do you know him? They are all in Anb. How could they not know each other? Zeman replied with a smile. Also, the Anbu is not big. There are only so many people in total. Well, what do you think of him? King Yu asked with a smile. It's just an indifferent nuisance, Uemon said. Zeman paused, thought for a while and said, I can tell you, he never talks to us. He always acts alone, and he never sees a smile on his face. However, every time Anbu has a major task, he can hear all kinds of praises, and he will definitely support Anbu after what he said. His ability is recognized by all of us. He is a well-deserved genius. Me and Uemon, we still admired him at the time. Zeman said with a smile. Who worships him? You are the elder brother. I have always hated him. Uemon immediately denied. Oh, is there such a thing? King Yu smiled and said, go on. Although we are not familiar with him, and we can't talk about friends, we always look at his back and listen to the appreciation of Kakashi and other seniors. We think that a real ninja is just like him. Indeed, Itachi is a true ninja. Ninjas, forbearance what ordinary people can't bear. Itachi interprets this perfectly. For the sake of the village and peace, Itachi is willing to endure all kinds of stigma, and he does not hesitate to bear hatred for the growth of his beloved brother. Chapter 86. To be honest, I didn't believe Itachi would do anything like that. Xiao Aemon said, it's a pity that he has left Konoha before we understand the cause and effect of the matter. When I think about it now, before that big case happened, he felt very cold. I am afraid that he was ready to destroy the clan at that time. Xiao Aemon sighed. At that time? King Yu asked. Before the extermination, we heard that he killed his friend, Uchiha Shisui. It turned out to be that time. Shishui, as Itachi's only best friend, committed suicide in front of him. It is self-evident what kind of blow it caused him. Encountered such a thing, no matter who it is, it won't get up in the sun. As for Shishui's death, the culprit was naturally Danzo, the messenger. This is how this person is. In the history of Konoha's development, once encountered anything, his first choice is not to help, and the second choice is to do nothing. It's really annoying. The tragedy of the Uchiha clan, the tragedy of Itachi, these cannot be completely dumped to Danzo. There are also Uchiha's own reasons. This is undeniable. But Danzo, he is definitely the assist king. Hearing this, King Yu shook his head helplessly and said, "Hey, sad man." Zeman and Uemon were silent. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little depressed, King Yu immediately said loudly, Okay, cheer up. How about Uchiha Itachi has nothing to do with us. We have to do our own thing. Yes, Zeman responded. You guy, more and more like a captain now. Uemon sneered. It's up to you to teach well. King Yu patted a flattery. Just know it. Uemon smiled. Zeman, how far is it? Shimu asked. Well, it's about an hour away. Okay. Speed up. Let's go to Kado's residence first. After all, a group of people rushed to the road intently. It's here. 1 kilometer away from Kado's residence. The three stopped. It's really dark here, Uemon said. In this forest, the trees are so tall that sunlight can't get in at all, so it's very dim. From time to time, there is a crow cry, which makes this place even more gloomy. Kado is sick. Build a house here. Uemon murmured silently. Looking at the looming outline of the villa in the distance, King Yu said, It's right here. Don't get too close to avoid encountering the enemy. But the position is too far away, said Zeman. It's okay. I used bugs to enter Kado's residence for surveillance. So far, do your insects still obey your command? Uemon asked in disbelief. Relax. I tried. My bugs will respond to my chakras no matter how far away they are, but there will be a delay. The farther the distance, the slower the reaction speed. There is such a thing? Wouldn't it also affect the battle? Uemon asked. No, with me as the center. Within 100 meters, my bugs can instantly execute my orders. This battle range is wide enough. King Yu smiled, but if you detect intelligence, the distance will not have much influence. The two nodded, and Uemon asked, Then shall we wait for Kado to come back? No. Zeman shook his head, and said, I will continue to investigate to see if Kado has other secret strongholds in Nami. And we haven't found any whereabouts without beheading. Yeah? Shijin nodded in agreement and said, It is indeed necessary to investigate. At the same time, Zeman, you should also try to find out where Kado went and when he came back. Uemon, you also go to help. Survey. Leave it to you here? Uemon asked. Well, I'll be monitoring here. What if Kado comes back soon? So we split up so that no matter who encounters Kado, he can be killed as soon as possible. Reduce Akatsuki's contact with Kado. Chance. Then, King Yu said again, if Akatsu finds Kajuo, we won't be very easy to do it. So we must kill Kajuo and Akida before they meet. The two responded. Remember, if you meet Akatsuki, don't follow them, and don't do it yourself. Do what you should do. At 6 o'clock in the evening, come back here to meet. If there is any new news, then decide the direction of action. King Yu asked. Yes. Well, there are so many words. Be careful yourself. Then Mr. King Yu, let's go. Be careful of everything. King Yu smiled and watched. After all, the two disappeared. Immediately afterwards, King Yu summoned about 1,000 rockworms and flew to 8 directions centered on him, with more than 100 in each strand, lined up for 1 kilometer along the way. One of them flew to the looming villa in the distance under the command of King Yu, some stayed outside the villa, and some flew into the villa. Then both hands sealed, secret technique, the technique of insect seeing. The next moment, King Yu closed his eyes, and various pictures appeared in his mind. That's what the bugs see. This is a new skill that King Yu has mastered this month. using chakra to receive feedback from the bugs at a long distance. Although this skill is not used for attacks, it is very useful for detecting intelligence. The bug itself does not have intelligence, and cannot actively give back what it sees to the contractor. The contractor must use the secret technique to receive it. And this trick is one of the most advanced insect control techniques in the Oil Girl clan. Shinonakanen also used this technique in his exams, but at that time because of his chakra control ability was not as good as Shizen's current level. So his worm-seeing technique is to see what is in the eyes of a worm, which is a low version of the worm-seeing technique. Since King Yu has practiced the technique of unburned, chakra's control has greatly increased, so his worm-seeing technique is a level higher than that of Xena. Of course, King Yu was originally Zongren, and his control was stronger than Zinao. Coupled with specialized practice, it is naturally much better than Shino. After receiving the news of the bugs in the villa was empty and there was no one. King Yu remembered that Fuan was killing 2 guards, but there was only a pool of blood outside the gate, and no corpses were seen. It is estimated that he was taken away by the beast. Seeing all this, King Yu opened his eyes. It seems that he has not come back. After all, King Yu jumped up to the tree trunk, kept himself secret, and had nothing to do. Yu reading www.yuukanzu.com began to refine the chakra and transport it into the worm tank. Every half an hour, King Yu would use the technique of insect sight to check the surrounding situation. However, in this gloomy place, coupled with this forest, there is no possibility that normal people will come when wild beasts appear. 4 hours later, no one was seen. Then, at 6 o'clock in the evening, Zeman and Uemon rushed back. Master Shima. Zeman whispered softly. Then the two felt a tremor in the tree, and when they fixed their eyes, King Yu fell from the tree. You guy will hide. Uemon said in praise. I didn't even find you. All right. How are you? What's the news? King Yu asked quickly. Well, I have already investigated clearly. Kado only has one residence here. Now, according to his subordinates, he took a boat to Danokuni yesterday morning. The time to return is about a week later. Tenzigo? Isn't that from the site of Dashimaru? Upon hearing this, King Yu retracted the bug and asked, what about Xiao? No trace. Zeman asked, Shima-sama, what's the matter with you here? What can I do here? I squatted all afternoon without seeing half of them. King Yu smiled bitterly. Zeman smiled when he heard the words, this is the mission. Sometimes a busy week is not effective, especially this kind of assassination mission. Yeah? King Yu nodded. So, Shima-sama, what do you do next? Zeman asked. What do you think? King Yu asked back. 2 choices. The first is to come from the country of Kado Echo, and the second is to catch up. Zeman said. I choose 2. Uemon took the lead to express his opinion. Chapter 87, Chase. Waiting for Kado to come back and chasing Kado, this is a very good choice. Shijin was about to speak when he heard Uemon's decision decisively. I choose 2. King Yu was stunned for an instant. He suspected that he had heard it wrong, and was immediately surprised. You said chase? Yeah. Why are you so surprised? Uemon asked puzzledly. Why do you think so? King Yu asked after being surprised for a while. It's not a question of why, but we don't have a choice. Uemon said, we can find the whereabouts of Kado, and the 2 abnormalities in the brother's mouth can also find the whereabouts of Akatsuki. After a pause, Uemon said, I'm afraid they will also chase Kado. It really makes sense. Shima nodded helplessly, and Zeman agreed, Uemon is right. Besides, if you want to kill, you must kill. A flash of cold light flashed in Uemon's eyes, and he said, Kado must die. Everything is right and the analysis is correct, but sister, do you know what we are facing? Where are you going? Don't say Jiaodu and Ftuan. Just because Oshmaru is in the country of Ten, you can't go there. Combining these circumstances, how can you choose one? However, King Yu knows the situation, but others don't. Zeman asked, Master Shima, do you think Akatsuki will chase Kado? The probability of more than half. King Yu gave an answer directly. In the original book, Jiaodu is like a scorpion, very impatient compared to waiting for Kazuo to return. The chances of Jiaodu taking the flying section to chase him are very high. With their foot power, to catch up with him, he estimated to be able to reach the sea area of Tanokuni tonight. If they catch up, will the consequences be serious? Just facing Jiaodu and Fuan, King Yu was already under great pressure, and adding a big snake pill, King Yu was unwilling to act rashly. He immediately said, "I choose one." "What?" Yueman opened his eyes and became a little angry. "Why don't you choose two?" "Sister, have you forgotten your bad premonition in the morning?" King Yu said helplessly. Hearing this, Yueman was stunned, and King Yu continued, "I also have a bad premonition now. I think we will die miserably if we catch up." "Why do you say that?" Yueman asked sternly. "First of all, we don't know the specific location of Kado, which line it took. And now it has been going for almost a day and night, we can't catch up. Second, we don't know Akatsuki's strength, so we rushed to catch up with a head-on collision, and we couldn't guarantee the chance." With reference to Itachi's situation, the chances of the opponent being an S-rank rebel. King Yu paused and asked, "Do you think the three of us can fight against the S-rank rebels?" Yueman shook his head and said, "I didn't say that I would confront them head-on. Our goal is to kill Kado. But when we go after them, there is a high chance that we will meet them. That's on the ocean, and there is no way to escape." King Yu shook his head. "We can go to ambush in the territory of Tanokuni." Yueman still insisted on his own opinion. "Are you looking for death? If Oshimaru isn't there, it's fine. If it's there, what shall we do in the country of Tam? Send him research materials?" Of course, he really couldn't say this. He said, "No, I said, we don't know exactly what he is going to do. Go rashly for fear of encountering danger." "Damn it, you guy, why are you so timid?" Yueman said unhappily. "This is not timid, but I must guarantee my safety as well as yours." King Yu said seriously. Yes, this was just the beginning. King Yu didn't want to start dying so early. Although he has become stronger now, King Yu felt it was a bit early to fight with these people. At least you need to be able to compete with them 5 to 5. And you have said that you have a bad premonition. You feel that Zeman will be in danger. Don't you take him to the risk now? King Yu asked rhetorically. Yueman said with a serious face, "It is precisely because of this that I am going to kill Kado." Shizen and Zeman were stunned at the same time, and Yueman continued, "It is because of Kado that I feel this way. No matter how powerful the Akatsuki group is, I don't want to just run away. Kill them. I can truly feel at ease." Yueman, you. Zeman was surprised at first, then gently looked at his stubborn sister and said, "If you want to go, I will accompany you. This is my good brother." Yueman said happily. This. Shijin couldn't speak for a while looking at Yueman's stubborn pretty face. The sister of Zeman, who controls a mad demon. King Yu is speechless. Seeing that Shijin looked like this, Yueman continued, "If you don't go, I won't force you. I will go by myself, and then come back with the head of Kado. At least I have to see their strength. Let I know how far it is." Yueman, our purpose is to kill Kado, not to fight Akatsuki. If they have made a deal now, then when he comes back, we kill him, and we can also destroy their deal. Why do we have to fight hard? King Yu said helplessly. Perhaps, but after they reach a deal, what if we can't kill him? What if he brings Akatsuki's members back to Poland? What do you let the people of Poland do? Let them live in fear for a lifetime next? King Yu was shocked when he heard the words, and Yueman's words made him awaken in an instant. Yes, Akatsuki's purpose is to ask for money. But what if they want more than money? Perhaps the content of the transaction is that they help Kado become the real master of the country of waves and cultivate his own power here. The country of Nami is so close to Konoha. If there is any problem, wouldn't Konoha become the first target? Could it be that this is Akatsuki's real purpose? Unwise. King Yu wished to slap himself. He hadn't thought of such a critical issue. Relying on his understanding of Xiao, he ignored Xiao's ultimate goal, and undecidedly thought that Xiao was only asking for money. Indeed, Xiao wants money, But this is only the first level. Xio's ultimate goal is to conquer the world. No matter how small the country is, it is also a country. And the geographical environment, you reading www.yuukanzu.com is much better than the barren land like Yunin village. Let's make a bold assumption that there are so many small countries around the land of fire, and if they are controlled by Akatsuki's occupation, wouldn't it be a threat to the land of fire? Is this okay? No, no, Nagato and Daito should not be so smart, but here is the reality, and it is impossible to say. However, King Yu doesn't know yet. His guess is quite correct, and Akatsuki is much smarter than the comics. That's what this group of terrorists think. How to do? It is necessary to understand their intentions and make a comprehensive plan. If they are not checked, Konoha is really unsafe. Do you want to find out? But will it die? If Xiaozuan succeeded, wouldn't it be a death? King Yu, Brother King Yu, Senior King Yu, Brother Sunglasses, Senior Sunglasses. Suddenly, Uncle Shiwai, Aunt Chiko, Shino, Sandai, Kakashi, Kai, Tanshin, Xiali, Neji, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke's faces appeared in front of them one after another, thinking of their love and enthusiasm for themselves, and then looking at the Zeman and Uemon in front of them. Do you know that you already have so many companions? King Yu took a deep breath and made a decision. Zeman, Uemon, let's catch up. My lord, you? Zeman was startled. Uemon happily patted Shijin's arm. I knew you would definitely go. I taught it. Hey. King Yu chuckled and said, here are two goals. First, kill Kado. Second, try to find out Akatsuki's real purpose. Yes. Zeman and Uemon nodded heavily. Let's go. King Yu shouted. Chapter 88, Pioneer. Then, let's go back to Mr. Tazna first and tell Senior Kakashi about the situation. After deciding the direction, Zeman immediately suggested. Uemon nodded in agreement, and said, Kakashi-senpai must be informed about this matter. King Yu nodded. Kakashi can't hide this matter, because Kakashi needs help in this matter. The three returned to Tazna's house and told Kakashi the situation. He was very surprised that King Yu and the others were going to the country to hunt down Tazna. There is no need to chase after Tanokuni, Kakashi frowned. If it's just to disrupt their trade, I think I can kill him when Kado comes back. I thought the same at the beginning, but I was afraid that the Xia organization had another purpose. Zizenzan said. Don't have a purpose. How to say? Kakashi asked. Upon hearing this, King Yu selectively told Kakashi about the situation, and did not tell him all of his guesses, but only told him about his business guesses and the possibility of both flying segments and horns chasing Tazna. I guess the Akatsuki organization needs to gather a lot of money, but why does a rebellious organization need so much money? The purpose behind it, I think it is necessary to probe their tone. King Yu said. You are just guessing out of thin air. Kakashi thought for a while and said. King Yu was helpless when he heard this. On the surface, this was a guess, but in fact this was Akatsuki's goal, which was certain. What King Yu cares most is whether Akatsuki has any plans to control the country of waves. This is what King Yu must figure out. In this world for nearly 3 months, King Yu has a sense of belonging to Konoha. He also regards Kakashi and Naruto as friends, and even Zaiwai and Kienzi as real relatives. So he would never allow Akatsuki to take root under his nose, because it was too dangerous. King Yu wanted to tell Kakashi all Akatsuki's information in one breath, but it was impossible. He was thinking of how to convince him, but unexpectedly Kakashi said, but your suspicion is not unreasonable. What kind of organization Akatsuki is now? We don't know much about it. To be honest, it is necessary to investigate it. Kakashi glanced at Shijin and said. Hearing Kakashi's words, King Yu looked relaxed and said, yes, it's a rare opportunity to have such a good opportunity, but you can't just let it go. But you three, be more careful. According to Itachi, it is very likely that the other party is also an S-rank rebel. After all, it is Kakashi, and Kakashi knows what they can think of. I understand. King Yu nodded. Then, Senior Kakashi, Naruto and the others will ask you. Actually, I want to go with you. Kakashi smiled. That won't work. You are gone. Who will protect Tazna? Who will deal with it and not cut it? King Yu waved his hand. He wanted Kakashi to go with him. After all, with him and him, even if they were in the upper corner and the fly section, they still had the ability to fight. But this is impossible, not to mention protecting Tazna. The most important thing for Kakashi is not to leave Naruto. Kakashi too is the real protector of Naruto. King Yu and the others are just an insurance. Well, so this matter can only be handed over to you. Kakashi said, I have informed Lord Naruto of the situation and see what arrangements are made by Lord Naruto. I will communicate with Lord Naruto at any time and request a team support. After working on the affairs of the country of Poland, I will rush over immediately, Kakashi said sternly. Yes, senior. King Yu nodded, very satisfied with Kakashi's arrangement. He thought the same way. Akatsuki couldn't leave it alone, but it was too risky to rely on him and Yemen. Therefore, Kakashi's approval and support must be obtained. In short, the King Yu team will do the Vanguard's investigation and Kakashi will provide support. In this way, King Yu will feel more secure in his heart. After all, the other party is Akatsuki, not what he can be tough now. In the absence of choice, even if you do, you must do your best to make all arrangements. Then, senior, let's go. King Yu said. Well, you must protect yourself. Kakashi said, I will come as soon as possible. With that, Naruto and the others walked out of the room. Seeing King Yu for a moment, Naruto immediately called out, brother Sunglasses. And Sasuke Gengnyu simply said, Sunglasses, accompany me to practice. King Yu looked at them with a smile, and said, sorry, Naruto, Sasuke, we have a new task to perform. We can't accompany you in your practice for the time being. New mission? What new mission? Naruto asked immediately. We are leaving the country of Poland. King Yu naturally would not say the content of the mission. Hearing this, Sasuke didn't say much. Naruto also said, the Sunglasses brother, you guys be careful. Well, Naruto, practice well. When Sister Yemen comes back, if you practice well, I will let her teach you a new practice. Really? Naruto responded excitedly, well, I will definitely work hard. Sister Yemen. TSK. Yemen gave Shijin a blank look, and said that this fellow, can really make a promise, but she won't refuse Naruto, poking her lips and saying, okay. Practice it by yourself. You can practice climbing trees. Not good. What else to learn? King Yu laughed and said, Sasuke, so are you. Practice hard. Sasuke out and smiled, and after a long pause, he said, I will let you see my progress. I'll wait and see, then everyone, goodbye for now. King Yu smiled and waved. Be careful, King Yu. Kakashi asked again. Yes, Yemen. Let's get on the road. After all, the two jumped and disappeared into the night sky. Ms. Kakashi, what are their tasks? Brother Sunglasses. Naruto couldn't help asking. It's nothing, just investigate some things. Don't worry, there will be no danger. Kakashi smiled. Well, I must work hard to practice, and strive to do tasks with Brother Sunglasses in the future. Naruto smiled. Come on. In the forest, 3 human figures rushed at great speed. They walked by land, because the sea is different from lakes and rivers. You reading www.uukanzu.com has too much water. Although they can tread water, they are not suitable for long-distance driving. The changes in ocean currents lead to constant changes when chakras are released, so running at sea consumes more chakras than running on a lake. In addition, this is the open sea, and there will be big waves from time to time, which is not conducive to driving. Secondly, since they knew that Kado's target was in Tanokuni, there was no need to follow along at sea. Yemen, full strength. Strive to be in the territory of Tanokuni before dawn tomorrow. Shijin exhorted. Before daybreak tomorrow? Why is Shima-sama so anxious? Yemen asked. Tenzigo is unfamiliar with the land. We must first find out and explore the way. I understand. Yemen nodded. Also, when we arrive in the country of Tana, We must take off the forehead so that no one can see that we are Konoha's ninjas. Firstly, it is convenient for us to enter, and secondly, so as not to change King Yu Dao. For foreign ninjas to enter other countries, they must have a pass, or they must sneak in. Therefore, removing the forehead makes it easier to get in and out, and it can also reduce the guard against others, which is more beneficial to them. Of course, the most important thing is to guard against Oshimaru. If Konoha's ninja is seen by Oshimaru's eyeliner, he thinks Konoha has discovered his whereabouts. To put it bluntly, King Yu was afraid that he would come to make trouble. I know, cockroach, Uemon said proudly. Yes, Lord Shima. Seaman smiled and said in his heart, Sir Shima, who is serious, feels the most reassuring. Hey! King Yu chuckled and said, then let's concentrate on the journey. Then, King Yu and the others were not delaying, and rushed towards Tanzigo all the way. Chapter 89. Because of King Yu Guangworm, King Yu and others did not stop for a moment. The next morning, at 6 o'clock in the morning, when the sun was rising, King Yu and others arrived at the harbor of Tanokuni. During this time, the dock workers have already started work, moving goods. Take the goods off the ship, or take the goods onto the ship and send them to other places. On the top of the dock, Shima and Zeman Cat are on it, looking for the trail of Kado. Zeman, what boat did Kado go on? Shima asked. It's a big ship. Uemon looked at the row of boats. There were many small boats and many big ones. She said, these boats are all about the same length. Which one is Kado? Will it not arrive yet? Probably not. King Yu thought for a while and said, I left yesterday morning. Even at the speed of the big ship, he should have arrived in Tanzigo in 2 days. With that said, King Yu released the rockworms and flew in all directions, making seals on his hands, and drew softly from his mouth. Secret technique. The art of insect seeing. Zeman and Uemon didn't bother when they saw it, and let Shima focus on the investigation. Immediately afterwards, King Yu closed his eyes, and a picture of the harbor surroundings appeared in his mind. King Yu looked at it carefully, and Kajuo's boat should have special handles, and his men were all rascals, and they should be able to tell at a glance. As far as I can see, it is all ordinary coolies at the dock, and no one else is seen. About 5 minutes later, King Yu opened his eyes, withdrew the technique, and shook his head. I didn't see the trace of Kado, not even the ship that might be Kado. Zeman and Uemon looked at each other, and Uemon asked, then what should I do now? It's no way to just wait here. Don't worry. King Yu took off the forehead and took it into his arms, and said, let's check it out. Uemon, take off the forehead, now you have to be careful. Yeah? The two responded and quickly took off the forehead. The three of us acted separately. I suspect that Tanokuni has other ports. First find another port. Then find Kado's ship. If Kado is on the ship, kill it on the spot. If not, find out the direction he is going. King Yu ordered, assemble here in an hour. Yes, Master King Yu. Well, let's go. After all, the three of them spread out in 3 directions at the same time. King Yu was on the top of the shipyard, rushing, his eyes quickly searching for the trace of Kado. But the harbor of Tanokuni is really big, with ships everywhere. King Yu rushed all the way in this direction. He walked to the edge of the harbor and didn't see the ship that might be Kajuo. He was disappointed and shook his head, then turned to another direction. An hour later, King Yu returned to the dock just now, and Uemon hurried back. How did you find it? King Yu asked. There is nothing to find. Wait until my brother sees what I find. Uemon shook his head. After about 20 minutes, Zeman returned. Seeing Uemon's expression slightly happy, King Yu knew that he must have found something, and smiled and asked, it's almost half an hour late, I think there must be gains. Of course, Zeman said with a smile. Shima-sama, Uemon, I found it. Oh, Shizen and Uemon were overjoyed at the same time, and sure enough, they still had to rely on Zeman to check information. How? King Yu asked quickly. Master Shizen's guess is good. This port is a trading port in Tanokuni. It is a port dedicated to loading and unloading goods. Zeman pointed behind them and said, to the south. There are still a harbor dedicated to the wealthy or nobles to stop using it. Kado must be there. King Yu nodded and said, that port is for big people. With Kajua's worth, he is also considered a big man. What are you still waiting for? Let's go quickly. Yueman said quickly. No need. Shizan and Yueman were thinking about passing, but Zeman said with a smile, I have checked the whereabouts of Kado. Just when I went to check the news, I happened to hear these dockers talking. Huh? Tell me more. King Yu asked. This trading port is controlled by a nobleman in Tanokuni. Yesterday the nobleman personally took the car to meet him, and now he is in Daming City. Zhuao Aman said. Noble? A famous city? King Yu thought after hearing the words, thought about it, and said, it seems that Kajua is really here to do big business. Then we go directly to Daimyo Castle now? Yueman asked. Well, I definitely have to go. It's just that if it's in Daimyo Castle, that place is a bit difficult to use. Zeman analyzed. How do you say? King Yu asked. This country is a small country with a land area similar to Nami country. The only city is the city where Daimyo is located. It is also the center of Tanokuni and the most prosperous place in Tanokuni. There are too many people. Seaman said. Hearing this, King Yu nodded clearly. Although he didn't know the situation of Tanokuni, but he also knows that killing people in the central area is indeed inconvenient. He thought for a while, and said, go to the famous city first and find out where Kado is. After a pause, King Yu said again, as long as he doesn't live in the daimyo's castle. It's very likely. Zhuao Aman said, that nobleman is said to be the son of Tanokuni daimyo. Grass. King Yu couldn't help but silently compare his middle finger, and said, go ahead and talk about it. After all, the three rushed towards the famous city. On the way, King Yu said, we will discuss the role in a while. I am the young master, and you two are my guards. I came to Tanzakuni for traveling. I understand. Zeman responded directly. But Yueman was unhappy, and said, why are you a young master and I am a guard? Why don't I be the eldest lady? It's okay, the point is that you don't look like a big lady. King Yu said indifferently, you are more like a wild girl. You guy, you reading www.yuukanzu.com is looking for a fight, right? How am I not like Missy? Yueman curled his lips. Yueman, don't mess around, just listen to Shima-sama's arrangements. Zeman smiled. Okay, master is master. Yueman waved his hand. King Yu also smiled, and said, speed up. After all, the three quickly rushed to Daming City. From a distance, the three of them saw the huge gate. Above and below the door, there are guards wearing armor and holding spears inside and outside the door. Like the country of waves, the country of Tan is also a country without ninjas. Although Otonin village in Otamaru is here, Otonin village itself is not under the management of Tanokuni. In short, Otonin village and Tanokuni are independent of each other. After Roshamari left Akatsuki, he ran here to bribe the daimyo of Tanokuni and made a deal with him. To put it simply, I pay, you make room for me, and we all have our own way. If you change to another country, it is estimated that no one will agree to the request of -1. You set up a shinobu village on my site, but it's not under my control. Where can I get it? But Tanokuni is only a small country. Although the economy is good, such a small country cannot afford the expenses of a shinobu village. Therefore, Oshimaru's proposal was justified by the daimyo of Tanokuni, and the money was also made, and Ninamura also had it. Although it is not in my control, what does it matter? Anyway, next door is Konoha, and it really fought, covered by a big brother. And when it comes to Tanokuni, Dashimaru doesn't want to control it. In short, this move by Tanzigo is a steady profit without losing money. There is another reason, that is, Dashimaru is not the kind of person who is willing to succumb to others. Chapter 90. Remember the identities we just arranged? In the forest far away from the city gate, King Yu asked again. Well, you guy, I've said it more than a dozen times along the way. Yueman said displeased. Master Shizun, Are you overly careful? Zeman couldn't help asking. King Yu curled his lips when he heard the words, and said that he could not do it if he was not careful. Oshimaru really cannot be treated by common sense. What if those people who have Oshimaru in the city guard? What should I do if one accidentally reveals stuff? To be honest, the quality of the ninjas in Otonin village is still very high. 2. Junmaro and Otonin, the 5 people will not talk about it, just talk about ordinary ninjas, and the quality is not low. Moreover, they are very loyal to Oshimaru. King Yu wanted to tell Zeman and Ueman Oshimaru that they were here, and they might be more careful than him. However, this can't be said. King Yu waved his hand and said, just remember, let's go into the city. There were a lot of people entering the famous city. King Yu and the 3 got into the crowd at the right time and followed a large group into the city. In front of them was a merchant, who checked the cargo package and released it. Then it was King Yu's turn. Stop, somebody. We are tourists from Yanokuni. Shizhendao. Yanokuni? It's a little far away. Shirao looked at Shima suspiciously, then looked at Zeman and Ueman. Suddenly he was shocked. He was surprised at Zeman's temperament, and even more surprised at Ueman's beauty. They are, Cheng Wai asked. My God. King Yu said truthfully. Escort. It is true that these 2 guys are not like ordinary people, and ordinary tourists will never have such a temperament and appearance. Is it a ninja? Cheng Wai was a little suspicious. He looked at the gourd behind King Yu and asked, what is behind you? Nothing, something from home. King Yu smiled. He had already calculated that his gourd would be interrogated. Well, let's take a look. Cheng Wai immediately made a request. King Yu smiled, took down the worm pot behind him, handed it over, and put it on the table. At the same time, he held a 10,000 ticket in his hand. Brother Cheng Wai, you have worked hard too. King Yu smiled. Cheng Wai looked at the green banknote in his hand, accepted it calmly, and slapped the worm pot pretendingly, and said, well, there is no problem. When King Yu saw his hand, his heart sank. After speaking, Cheng Wai gave them 3 temporary Tanzigo passes and whispered, don't make trouble. Thank you. Shizen took it, and then carried Zeman and Ueman into the city with the insect jar on his back. Brother, who are those 3 just now? I guess they are not ordinary people. After King Yu and the others left, another person asked immediately. I don't know. Cheng Wai shook his head and said, they said they were tourists from Yanokuni. Tourist? Hey. The man obviously didn't believe it. Okay, it's nothing to worry about. Cheng Wai said, report this to Lord Oshimaru, saying that there have been 3 ninjas from Tanzigo. Yes, I see. After that, the man ran away. King Yu turned his head and looked at the city guard, sighed slightly in his heart, and said, that city guard is not an ordinary person. Zeman nodded, but Ueman was taken aback and asked, how do you say? Zeman explained, his footsteps are steady and he has obviously been trained professionally. City guard? That must have been trained. Ueman asked puzzledly. His hand has traces from the use of shuriken all the year round. That kind of cocoon can't be caused by training with a long spear, said Zeman. Ueman, although you are good, but you still need to practice more observation skills. King Yu smiled. Cut. Ueman shook his head disdainfully. Question. But I remember that Tanokuni is a country without ninjas? Then how could that castle guard? You don't know, it doesn't mean there is number. Looking at the current situation, Tanokuni has ninjas. King Yu touched his chin and said deliberately, he really made it right. There really are people from Dashwon in the city guard. In fact, think about it, how can a smart person like Daishiwon not put his own eyeliner in the power of the daimyo? The water in Tanokuni is a bit deep, Zeman said, combining with the situation of Tanokuni and Nami. The small countries around the country of fire seem to be a bit unclean. It was Zeman after all, and the problem could be spotted at a glance. Yes, Oshimaru chose to establish a shinobu village in the country of Tanzai, first because there is no shinobu village in the country, and second because it is close to Konoha. King Yu knows exactly what calculation he is making in his heart. Looking at Nami country again, if Akatsuki's goal is really as he guessed, then their goal is definitely Konoha. But how could Xiao target Konoha so early? Ze really doesn't understand this point. However, King Yu didn't know it, and Akatsuki's reason for Konoha was very simple. That is, if you want to conquer the world, you must start with the strongest. Konoha is the strongest among the 5 ninja nations, and this is undeniable, even if Sannin is not there. Destroying Konoha can send a great signal to the world and show the world that Akatsuki exists. The situation in Tenzigo may be a little more complicated than we thought. King Yu reminded, get up and down. Yes, Shima-sama. Seaman responded. Then, shall we go find Kado first? Uemon asked. Find a place to stay first, King Yu said. After all, the 3 found an inn. The boss is an uncle. Seeing King Yu and the others, he immediately smiled. Hello, are the 3 outsiders? Yes, we are tourists from Yanokuni. King Yu smiled. Oh, yes, please show me your pass. King Yu handed out the pass. The boss checked that there was no problem, and opened a big room for them. The 3 entered the house, and the boss retreated. I didn't expect to need a pass to open the room, Shima-sama. Is that why you didn't sneak in? Zeman asked. Almost. King Yu smiled. It is not convenient to sneak into a country. If we are caught, we are not easy to act. So it is better to come in openly. And the most important point is that King Yu is still afraid of Oshimaru. The eyeliner of Oshimaru is everywhere in Danzigo. It is too dangerous for them to sneak in. What King Yu thought was that if the 3 ninjas came to Tanokuni, even if they were discovered, they would not attract much attention. But the 3 ninjas sneaked into the country of Dan, and it didn't work if they didn't want to attract the attention of Oshimaru. So that's it. What should I do next? Zeman asked. Take a rest. You read www.uukanzu.com and eat something. Then Zeman, you go to check if Kado is in the daimyo's castle. And I will check if Akatsuki's whereabouts. King Yu Dao. Yes. Akatsuki's 2 perverts should be here, too. Uemon said. I guess it should be here. If it doesn't come, it would be better, and try to avoid conflicts when it comes, King Yu said. By the way, did Xiao's gang know that Dashwin was also here? If you know it, it's more likely that both flying segments and corners will come, because Oshimaru was Akatsuki's traitor. He was on the blacklist of Nagato. Yes. I see. Zeman nodded. Immediately afterwards, Shizen asked someone to bring a large table of food, and had a good time with Zeman Yemen. After being satiated with food and drink, several people set off separately. King Yu came to the heights of Daming City, scattered all the insects, used the technique of insect sight, and found the whereabouts of Tuan and Jiaodu. At the same time, the news that King Yu and the others had come to Tanzigo also reached Oshimaru's ears. Secret laboratory underground in Daming City. Ha ha, 3 ninjas? Oshimaru smiled hoarsely. Master Oshimaru, do you want to get rid of them? He pushed his glasses. No, it's nothing surprising that Tanokuni came to the ninja, but I'm very curious about their purpose. Go and check it out. See if Konoha sent it. Oshimaru laughed. I see. De responded. Oshimaru stood up and walked outside. Master Oshimaru, are you going here? De respectfully asked. It's nothing. 2 old friends came here. As the host, I have to say hello no matter what. With that, Daishiwan walked out of the laboratory. Chapter 91. In the forest, Horndu and Ftuan sat in the shade of the trees, roasting fresh beast meat. Brother Jiadu, when are we going to sit here? Fejuan said boredly. Wait for Kajuo to come out of the famous city, Jiadu said without looking up. What are you waiting for? Isn't it okay to just go in? Fejuan said. Kokaku glanced at Feiden impatiently, and said, the next door is Konoha. If you want to die, do it. Hearing this, Ftuan laughed without anger, and immediately said excitedly, that's better. I heard that Konoha is very strong. I've long wanted to try Konoha's power. Idiot. Zhao cursed. It's not the time to confront the 5 great powers. If you break Pen's plan, I'm afraid you will really be over. As he said, the corner thought of those godlike eyes, and felt pressure in his heart. The eyes of reincarnation. the eyes of the 6 fairy tales in the legend. The corners murmured. But Fejuan looked indifferent, and said, "What kind of god is Pen? I am the real god." No, the evil god is the real god. Hearing Fejuan's remarks, Zhao Du decisively ignored him. At this moment, a poisonous snake pounced on the flying section. Fejuan cried out in pain, looking at his arm, and the nearly tomato-long poisonous snake bit his arm heavily. The fangs plunged deeply into the flesh, and the purple venom could be clearly seen flowing into the wound from the teeth. In an instant, Fejuan's arms began to grow purple and bloated. However, Zhao Du and Fejuan were very calm. Fejuan said, "Where is the snake?" With that, Fejuan tore off the snake's neck, pulled the snake's head away, and threw it on the ground. Immediately afterwards, Fejuan's body began to turn black, and the venom on his arms began to slowly flow out of his fingers. "Snake." The horns looked at the snake on the ground and said, "It's really familiar and evil." After a pause, all horns looked at the opposite forest. "Come out, Oshimaru." "What?" Dashimaru. Fejuan was surprised and said, "Where?" "That traitor." As soon as he said this, the hoarse laughter of Oshimaru suddenly sounded in the forest, and then slowly walked out of the forest. "Hi, it's been a long time since I saw you, Zhao Du." "Fejuan, asshole -1, you let this snake go." Fejuan shouted immediately, "It really hurts." "It's not a problem for you." "Ah, what an excellent technique. How did you get it?" "1 drop of this snake's poison can kill people." "Your immortal body is still so beautiful." Dashimaru laughed. Upon hearing this, Fejuan thought that Dashimaru was complimenting him, and said triumphantly, "Know it, this is the power of Cthulhu." "Shut up, Fejuan." Zhao Du stood up and looked at Oshimaru with a smile on her face, and said, "As a traitor, you dare to appear in front of us, Oshimaru." "I didn't come to fight with you." Dashimaru said, "We are also old friends. How could I not come to say hello if you came to me?" "This is how you say hello," Zhao Du sneered, "but I really didn't expect you to be in Danzigo. Scorpion has been looking for you for a long time." He is really persistent. Now his puppet should be more perfect." Dashimaru smiled. "Don't you know if you try?" Zhao Du said sarcastically. "I'm still very interested in his human puppet skills, but I care more about Itachi-kun than him." Dashimaru smiled and said, "How is he now? Should he be stronger?" "You really don't forget Itachi." Zhao Du sneered. "Forget it. That kid is becoming more and more invisible now." "Oh, that's good." Dashimaru smiled satisfied, and said, "Then please tell Itachi what happened to me. Please. I miss him very much." "I am not your microphone, but I am happy to tell the Scorpion about your information." Zhao Du sneered. Dashimaru was not afraid, and smiled. "As you wish. You are not here for sightseeing in the country of Ten. This has nothing to do with you." Zhao Du said coldly, "This is my realm, and I don't want you to make trouble under my nose." Oshimaru said, "If Konoha's attention is drawn, you two will probably not be able to leave." Konoha's attention, you are the one who suffers." What a clever man. Zhao Du, seeing the appearance of Dashimaru, instantly knew that he was going to do something. After all, the two looked at each other for a while, and at the end they both spoke. "Forget it. Rest assured, Oshimaru, we are not here to trouble you, and we will not make trouble in Tanzigo. But on the contrary, you two, don't do bad things about us, otherwise the Scorpion will not come to you, but Pen will come to you." Pennsylvania. Oshimaru was suddenly excited when he heard the words. Throughout Xili, there are still many people who are interested in -1, Itachi, Pain, Scorpion, Faiden. The former has long admired the power of the reincarnation of Oshimaru, and the reincarnation of the latter makes Oshimaru want to find out. The puppet of the Scorpion, retaining the skills of ninjutsu during his lifetime, also made Oshimaru quite admired. As for Faiden's immortal body, Oshimaru purely wanted to hold him for research. There is also a Neofake 2-person, and -1 would also like to study. Other people, it doesn't matter. What day Idara, Xiaonan, Dashi-1 has no interest anymore. As for the ghost shark, Dashi-1 also has a slight desire to study that shark muscle. In Dash-1's interest in it is average. This is probably the reason why he didn't know the horns. If he knew the effect of the grievances, Oshimaru would also be more interested in the horns. As we all know, Hokage is a very unscientific world, and almost all unscientific people gathered in Akatsuki. The least scientific ones are Dash-1, Chiyodu, Fedyu-an, and Scorpion. These four people are nicknamed Undead F4 by fans, because all four of them are very difficult to kill. Oshimaru will not mention it. After the whole article, the life-saving skills are deservedly the first. Yu reading www.yuukanzu.com. Jiaodu has 5 lives, and Fedyu-an can't kill. Scorpion has transformed himself into a puppet. His only weakness is the heart, but he has countless ways to protect the heart. Therefore, he became one of the thickest armored people in the Naruto world. These people are all very interesting. Oshimaru smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have no plans to fight against Akatsuki." Seeing his sullen smile, the corner snorted coldly and said, "Flying section, let's go." "Eh? How did you go? Isn't Oshimaru a traitor?" Fedyu-an was dragged away by the corner. That's the task of Scorpion. I don't want to help him, and I don't have money to take it. And Oshimaru is not easy to compete with. The outcome of the fight is unknown, and it is not worth the loss to attract Konoha's attention. Fedyu-an snorted disdainfully, and asked, "By the way, why does Senior Scorpion hate Dash-1 so much?" It turns out that the two guys are teaming up together, but Oshimaru has always wanted to team up with Itachi, and he doesn't look down on the Scorpion at all. This makes the Scorpion very annoyed. Chiyoda smiled. This guy coveted Itachi's power, and as a result, instead, he was subdued by Itachi, and then he defected. And the task of killing him naturally came to the hands of Scorpion and Deidara, Jiaodu explained. But Oshimaru has no other skills. I am ashamed of the ability to save my life. I have been looking for him for several years. There was no wind at all. If it weren't for the country of 10, I wouldn't know he was here. Looking at the back of the corner flying away, Oshimaru turned and left, saying, "You can also do things like catching tail beasts." Xiao, how long can you live? What will the 5 major countries do? Really look forward to. But the most anticipated month is July, Sarutabitacha. Thinking of this, Oshimaru smiled excitedly. Chapter 92. King Yu didn't know yet. Oshimaru had already met Jiaodu and Fedyu-an. He was still on the heights of Daming City, using the technique of insect sight to find the traces of Jiaodu and Fedyu-an. However, they have been searching for more than an hour, but they have not seen their shadows at all. Not only did the two of them fail to find, but even Zeman and Yueman, Shijin did not find them either. After all, it was a person from Anbu, and his intelligence search skills were 8 grades higher than him. The method of hiding was indeed extraordinary. He closed his eyes and received the message from the bug. The streets were full of people coming and going. He occasionally saw a few hooligans, but he didn't see any suspicious movements. However, without seeing Jiaodu and Fedyu-an, King Yu saw another person. In the shadow of the house on the hillside, a white-haired young man with glasses is watching him. "That's Pocket?" King Yu was startled. The people from Oshimaru really came quickly. At this moment, there was wind behind Shizun, and when he looked back, Zeman and Yueman appeared behind him. "Huh? Come back so soon?" King Yu asked. "Just to check the news. How long do you think it will take?" Yueman gave Shijin a blank glance and said. After speaking, King Yu made a gesture calmly, and the two suddenly understood. The 3 immediately turned and left. After seeing this, he immediately ran up the hillside, but Shizun and the others were not seen. "Huh? It's not easy. I actually found me." De smiled lightly, and said in his heart, "Now it's confirmed that the 3 of them are ninjas." On the other side, the 3 of King Yu quickly returned to the inn and asked Yueman to set up a technique to isolate the voice. "Master Shima, it looks like we have been found." Zeman said immediately, "It's okay." King Yu had calmed down at this moment. Although he was surprised to see Du, he was not too surprised. It was King Yu's expectation to be discovered by Oshimaru. Starting from entering the city and knowing that the castle guard was a ninja, King Yu expected that Oshimaru would send someone to investigate them. Let's do our own thing well. King Yu waved his hand and said, so, how is the situation? There is nothing suspicious. But I found a Shinin village in Tanokuni. The name is Otonin village and Persia is an 8th note. Uemon said. Upon hearing this, King Yu was shocked and asked, how did you find it? How did you find it? The residents of Tanokuni know it. Uemon said. Hearing this, King Yu directly stunned. Everyone knows the village of Dashimaru. How is this possible? Uemon continued. It is said that this ninja village was established within 6 years. And it was developed slowly by the daimyo of Tanokuni. Normally, it only receives commissions from citizens of Tanokuni, and generally does not communicate with other ninja villages. Nor does it accept difficult tasks. According to the people's words, this village was specially established to serve the people of Iida no Kuni. Uemon said. King Yu almost laughed when he heard this. Serving the people of Danzigo? This excuse is perfect and impeccable. Then the ninja just now is probably from Otonin village. Zeman said. Then the person in charge of the village. King Yu didn't answer, but asked instead. This is what he cares most about. Although he would like to ask directly, has Dashimaru found it? Well, it seems to be a joint management of multiple people, and there is no shadow. Uemon said. Upon hearing this, King Yu didn't understand what Dashimaru was thinking. He asked, what do you think of this village? How do you think about it? Uemon said, what else can you think about it? The country has begun to train ninjas. It is very annoying that a country does not have ninjas, so it is normal for Tanokuni to start training ninjas. It's normal? King Yu pondered this sentence carefully, then came over immediately. Can't help but give a thumbs up to Daishiwan. This person is indeed amazing. Oshimaru was built as a shinobu village, and it was impossible to let the wind go. It was impossible. After all, the goal was too big. In fact, the existence of Otonin village, Onoshimaru, has never been deliberately hidden, but the ninjas in Otonin village are not very active. As long as you carefully check, you will definitely find the existence of Otonin village. So what Oshimaru has to do is not to hide Otonin village, but to hide itself. In this way, even if the village is found, everyone will immediately think that Tanokuni is cultivating ninjas. Like the residents of Tanokuni and Uemon, they thought it was Tanokuni acting silently. At the same time, other countries will not interfere too much in other countries' affairs. And a village established in a small country, everyone will not take it to heart. For example, what is Tangnin village, Takenin village, these small places, which one of the 5 big countries cares about? Oshimaru took advantage of the thinking of others to slowly establish Otonin village, and it did not attract the attention of others until it was completed. On the contrary, if Oshimaru deliberately hides the existence of Otonin village, it will have a counterproductive effect. In addition, the ninjas of Otonin village have been very secretive. And they have not caused harm to the 5 major countries, and they have not had any conflicts with other villages. Therefore, no one cares about a small Tanokuni. No one thought that the leader of this village was Dashwan. By the time of the Nokonin exam in July, Otonin village will take part in the shell of Tanokuni. At that time, everyone will only think, it seems that Otonin village has almost developed, and it is time to rectify its name. Okay. Give you a chance. Then Oshimaru led his troops into Konoha smoothly. It is clever. Shijin nodded in admiration and said, I don't care about Otonin village for the time being. Zeman, how about you? I have also found out that Kado is indeed in the daimyo's castle, hosted by the daimyo's son. Zeman replied, DSK, it's a bit difficult to handle this way. King Yu said, well, I went to look around the castle. I guess there are no fewer than 500 guards in and outside the city. Xiao Aemon said solemnly. With that, the 3 of them looked at the castle in the distance. 500 guards. King Yu was speechless. After all, it was the place where the daimyo lived. The defense was really in place. He thought about it for a while and said, If Kajuo also brings a master as a bodyguard, we estimate that it will be more difficult to start. In this case, the risk of sneaking into the assassination was too great, and Zeman and Uemon nodded in agreement. Where is your side? Did you find Akatsuki? Uemon asked. Never saw the shadow. King Yu shook his head disappointedly and said, either they didn't come, or they just hid it. Anyway, it's impossible for us to see Kado first. Well, as long as the daimyo isn't an idiot, he won't put them in. Uemon said, then what should I do now? You can only kill yourself. King Yu said, it's just that we haven't figured out Akatsuki's whereabouts now. I feel we are a little passive. Zeman and Uemon nodded approvingly, and Shijin said, well, that's it for today. Let's take a good rest today and let's talk if you have enough sleep. The two had no opinion, so they rushed for one night and another morning. Even if the ambitions are really healed, people are a little tired. Master Shizun, we have to be more careful in our actions. Xiao Aemon said, well, I understand. There is ninja village here, and we may be dangerous if we act rashly. King Yu said, in the next few days, we will monitor Kado. As long as he leaves the daimyo's castle, we will catch up. King Yu said, I understand. Zeman nodded. Well, let's get a good night's sleep. In the evening, have a good meal before discussing it. King Yu said. After all, the three began to rest. At the same time, Du also rushed back to the base of Otonen village and told Oshamaru the situation. Sorry, everyone, I forgot the timing today. Chapter 93. Really? Has it been discovered? What about the identity of the other party? Have you figured it out? In the gloomy laboratory, Daishiwan fiddled with his own experimental equipment, and said without looking back. Standing aside respectfully, Dowda slightly bent over. Before you can check it carefully in the future, the three of them left. Hearing this, Daishimaru stopped what he was doing and looked back in his pocket, with a cold smile on his mouth. Seeing him like this, he knelt on one knee. I'm not doing things well. Please punish me. You are just too smart. Oshimaru said something that seemed inconsequential. Du smiled slightly and did not answer. Oshimaru continued, if I can find you, then the other party is not a third-rate ninja. Hearing this, Du didn't feel any surprise, and said truthfully, yes, I hid very secretly. I didn't expect to be discovered. To be honest, I don't know how I was discovered. Really? Do you know why I trust you? Daishiwan turned around and continued to tinker with the experiment. I know, it's because of my ability. Du said softly. This is only one aspect. Oshimaru said with a smile. Get back and continue to check the clues of the three of them. Hearing this, Du answered without any hesitation, and said, yes, Lord Oshimaru. He then withdrew from the laboratory. Master Oshimaru, do we need us to catch up? A cold voice came from the darkness. Why chase? Daishiwan asked back. He is obviously lying. With his ability, he can leave the ninja outside to find out everything. This is where you are inferior to Du. On the contrary, Daishiwan did not blame Du, but educated them. Du, he knows what I want. Master Oshimaru, I have been cultivating my own power in Otonen village recently. One of them said again. Yeah? And Oshimaru didn't care at all, but looked at them helplessly and said, you don't understand yet. I just like to have that undisguised ambition. The people in the dark were suddenly stunned. Daishimaru ignored them, looked at the squiggling meat in the vessel, and said, that's how it is, so that it can blend better. This discovery made Oshimaru very excited. He asked softly, how is Junmaro healing? A steady voice resounded in the darkness again, and after a pause, the voice said again, he said he wanted to go out to perform the task. Daishimaru looked into the darkness coldly, completely different from the gentleness just now, and instantly as indifferent as a real snake. The four of you hold him steady. If the four of you can't stop one of Junmaro, then you can go to death. The four of them suddenly broke into cold sweat, and Oshimaru let out a cold snort. Take good care of Junmaro and don't let him feel any discomfort. Yes, everyone responded, and then backed out. By the end of the evening, King Yu slept beautifully. His body fatigue was fully relieved, and his mind felt a lot clearer. When he woke up, Zeman had already been up, sitting by the side, refining chakra. Seeing him attentively, King Yu didn't bother him anymore, came to the window, opened one, and blew the evening breeze. At this time, the horizon is full of red clouds, extremely beautiful. The night market on the street has also started to do business, and it is more lively than during the day. It's really a lively and prosperous place, King Yu murmured. Yes, this place is not much worse than Konoha. Zeman came to King Yu's back and said with a smile, "Did you bother you?" King Yu asked. No. Zeman shook his head. After all, King Yu looked into the distance, enjoying the peace of this moment. However, Zeman is also a character who doesn't understand the style. He opened his mouth and said, "Master King Yu, I want to visit Otonin village." These words pulled King Yu back to reality in an instant, and King Yu said silently, "Brother, can't you mention it later? It's rare that you have such a beautiful scenery now, and you will be scrapped in one sentence." Zeman was speechless. "Why do you want to go to Otonin village?" King Yu asked. "Well, I want to explore the bottom. After all, a shinobu village was built so close to Konoha." Zeman said, "That's true too." King Yu smiled. As Konoha's ninja, he quietly built a ninja village in a place so close to his own village. It is impossible to be completely relieved not to explore the emptiness and reality. But that place in Otonin village, that is definitely not to go. If you don't go there, it won't be necessary. First, we have a task, and second, we don't know what the other party is. The people who followed us today are mostly ninjas in Otonin village. They have noticed us and don't know what action they will take on us. We took the initiative to send it to the door, and the consequences are unpredictable. I understand. I just want to figure out the location and explore the surrounding situation. I won't sneak into the village," Zeman said. King Yu decisively shook his head and said, "I still don't agree. If you are really worried, you can report the matter to Lord Naruto after you return to the village, and Lord Naruto will send an exchange team on the grounds of establishing a relationship." Well, it's feasible. Since Shima-sama said so, I don't go. Originally, I just wanted to be free, said Zeman. Hearing the first half of the sentence, King Yu nodded, and when he heard the last sentence, King Yu was speechless. "Brother, you just want to sneak into someone else's village when you have nothing to do. Why didn't I find out that you still have the talent to make trouble? If you know whose village it is, I don't think you will go. It's not so free." King Yu couldn't help but vomit. Zeman nodded with a chuckle. After that, King Yu ignored him. He remembered following his pocket in the morning. This person, to be honest, is also a very troublesome role. Resourcefulness and strength are generally considered top-notch in forbearance. Looking at his performance in the comics, I also know that this person is not an ordinary dragon character. After a few years, it has become an existence at the same level as Daishiwan, and its ability to do things is not lower than that of Daishiwan. Being targeted by such a person, King Yu must figure out his future. This time they can be removed, and if they come directly to them next time, there is a high possibility that their identities will be exposed. Because Tu was originally from Konoha, and with the addition of Oshimaru, he knew no less about Konoha than Kakashi. If there is a hidden conflict, Tu can easily know their identities from King Yagsu. "Master Shizun, what are you thinking about?" asked Zuaeman. "No, just thinking about Otonin village." After a pause, Shizun decided to order, "Zeman, we will try our best to avoid conflicts with Otonin village's ninjas these days. If we encounter problems, try to withdraw." "I understand, this is someone else's site after all." Zeman nodded and said, "Of course you have to keep a low profile." "Well, it's okay to understand it this way." King Yu nodded. At this moment, there was a close sound of gongs and drums from outside the window. The sound was loud, and instantly awakened the sleeping Ueman. "Fighting?" Ueman said in a daze. Shizun and Zeman also felt their ears numb by the sudden sound, and couldn't help but dig out their ears. "Wipe, what's the situation?" King Yu said uncomfortably. "I don't know, Shima-sama, I'll go take a look. Xiao Aemon rubbed his ears and was about to run out. But I heard the people outside the window say, "Everyone, your majesty is out, let's go and see you soon." "How can your highness come out?" a passerby asked. "I don't know, do you? I heard that a distinguished guest has arrived in the city, and His Royal Highness is in charge of entertaining. Now it should be taking people out of the city to have fun." "Guest? Then go and have a look." Ordinary people like to watch the excitement most. And then a swarm of people rushed over. When Shizen and Zeman heard the conversations of passers-by, their spirits came instantly. "Your Highness, VIP, out of town to play? Great opportunity. Yueman, get up soon." Shima's eyebrows were overjoyed. "What are you doing?" Yueman was still a little confused. "Kajuo is out of town," King Yu said hastily. Hearing this, Yueman instantly became sober. Without washing his face, he said directly, "Let's go." Chapter 94, The World of Ninjas. King Yu and the three were not bothered, and jumped directly onto the opposite roof from the window, and then rushed towards the daimyo's castle. In the corner, looking at the backs of the three of them, he pushed his glasses, thoughtfully. "Is the target your highness, or the distinguished guest?" Thinking about it, Du followed up carefully. The trio of King Yu followed the crowd to Daming City. The cat was on the roof next to him, closely watching the movement outside the castle. The gate of the castle has not been opened yet, but the guards are already standing outside. There is a wide square river around the castle, which separates the castle, as if to show the difference in the status of the daimyo. In the middle of the square is a long wooden bridge, and on each bridge are more than a dozen guards armed with spears, blocking the crowds who want to see the excitement. The four bridges are said to be called Mai-Sho Bridge. Those who cross the bridge without permission from the daimyo will be imprisoned and even beheaded to show the public, Zeman explained. "So that's it." King Yu nodded. At this moment, the city gate slowly opened, and a group of guards ran out of the city first, standing in a row properly. However, King Yu saw Kado and two young men in Chinese clothes walking out surrounded by a group of guards. After all, he is a high-powered person. This style of going out is more than just pretending to be compelling. "The two are the Great Highness and the Second Highness," Xiao Aemon said, "and the man in black is probably Kajuo." King Yu nodded, and the image of Kado was the same as in the anime. He had a black suit, black sunglasses, a short stature and a horrible face. As for the legendary highness, he doesn't look like a good person, with a tall and thin body and a sharp-mouthed monkey cheek. His age is estimated to be almost 30. The second majesty seemed to be more pleasing to the eye. He was in his early 20s, handsome in appearance, and elegant in temperament. After the three of them left the city, His Highness first stepped forward and waved his hands officially, and everyone exclaimed. Immediately afterwards, His Royal Highness stepped forward, and suddenly many idiots screamed, "Ah, your Royal Highness is so handsome." Oh, there are still normal places in Naruto world. When these two highnesses go out, it's like a star on earth going out. But Yueman was puzzled. What's the name? King Yu was speechless. These King Yu didn't care. He checked the surrounding situation. Full of people and guards, this kind of situation is a bit difficult to handle. And it seems that there are more than 500 guards. "Everyone, I would like to introduce you here solemnly, the distinguished guest next to me," His Highness said suddenly. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to Kado. "This is the boss of a world-famous shipping company, Mr. Kado." As soon as this remark came out, everyone exclaimed, "He's the Kado who uses the money to heat the stove? That super rich man, burning money for warmth, so ostentatious." It is indeed a distinguished guest. What is he here for? Most of them are in business, let alone, if there are big bosses like Arduo doing business in Tanzigo, our Tanzigo will become more and more prosperous. 1 past 10, 10 past 100, and then everyone called Kado's name. Kado. Kado. He heard endlessly. Cut. This kind of villain will be so popular too. Yueman said uncomfortably. He is such a rich and adversary country, except for the 5 big countries, who would dare not give him 3 points? King Yu snorted coldly. If you offend him, Tanzigo is afraid that he will be the next wave country. Humphrey. King U3 snorted coldly. Cardo stepped forward and waved his hand, pressing his hands down. Everyone suddenly became quiet. Know that the boss of Cardo has something to say. Cough. Cardo moistened his throat and said, I am very happy to be here today. This is a very beautiful country. Boss Cardo, will you invest here? Someone in the crowd asked. Well, I have such plans for now. Cardo smiled and said, but I have to observe some Tanokuni carefully. After hearing this, everyone exclaimed again. King Yu said, is it a big boss? He still speaks like a dog. I really can't figure out how these people are so happy. Yueman said uncomfortably. They are all ordinary people, and their lives depend on their money. Kado's business in the country will make the country more and more prosperous. The more prosperous the country is, the better their lives will be. King Yu explained. Yueman thought for a while and said, would you like to do it directly? Hearing this, King Yu almost fell off the roof and said, don't mess around. When I think of the situation in Nami country, I feel hypocritical no matter how I look at his current performance. Yueman said. Besides, he is still Akatsuki's goal. All right, but you can't be too arrogant when you are in full view. This is the country of Ten, and there is also a Shinobu village. King Yu warned. Yueman is not a fool, of course she knows it, but she is very upset. DSK. Why didn't anyone kill him? Why didn't the 5 big nations move him? It's just a matter of interest. People like Cardo, although they don't have much strength in themselves, but they have interests linked to many people. Some people want to kill him, so naturally someone will protect him. King Yu sneered. But Cardo has a little bit. He is very smart. He knows who should offend and who should not. If he offends the 5 major nations, he can be uprooted by any elite team. This world is still the world of ninjas. Money is a fart. King Yu told the truth. The biggest reason Kaduo can live up to now is that he hasn't been rampant in front of the 5 great nations, and he didn't even dare to be rampant in front of Xinin village. His targets are all countries where there are no ninjas. Otherwise, the way he engages in a powerful country will kill him every minute. If it's the 3rd generation, he might even let him go and replace it with Reikage or Tuiying. As long as he dares to jump Q in front of these people, he will go to heaven in the second. If you can do business to this point, Kazuo wouldn't be a fool. But this world is ultimately the world of ninjas. No matter how rich, but without strength, it is just as cheap as a life. Seeing his final fate, he would kill if he didn't kill him, and the group of little hooligans around him would not be able to match it with money. But Kado is not that he can't afford ninjas, just those powerful ninjas. With strength and money, you can easily find it, so why look at the face of a businessman who smells like copper? Amura's ninja would not even care about him, so all he could invite was to never kill such a rebellious ninja again. However, Rinrin are all lawless people. How can Kazuo, an ordinary rich guy, be able to subdue it? Hearing Shizen's words, Zima nodded in agreement and said, but he has offended Konoha now. King Yu nodded when he heard the words. Yes, Kadyusai, do you think it's okay if you don't sin against the 5 great nations? If you do things around the 5 major countries, you will suffer the same. Immediately afterwards, His Highness said loudly, then people of Tanzigo, I will personally take Mr. Cardo to visit Tanzigo, and please leave the way. The crowd cheered, and again gave way to the road, and then the 3 of them walked towards the streets of Daming City under the protection of their escorts. Visit. Why do so many cutscenes? Yueman yelled. Intentionally. King Yu looked at the pig liver-like face of the Second Highness, and said, this is what the Highness deliberately did to create momentum for himself. Think about it, don't you understand? Oh, Kado was brought by His Highness. If Kado invests in Tanokuni, you are reading www.yuukanzu.com Tanokuni, the better, the status of His Highness in the country will rise. Unexpectedly, Shima-sama still understands internal affairs. Zhuo Aemon said suddenly. You know him great, right? King Yu pretended to be forced. Cut. Yueman looked disdainful. If you have time to think about this, it's better to practice well. King Yu laughed and said, You are right. I don't care about Tanz's internal affairs. What I care about is how to kill Kado. Seeing Kazuo go further and further, King Yu said, let's keep up. After all, the three followed carefully. A PS. I haven't PS with you in a few days, so I will chat with you today. First of all, in this chapter, Yadao deliberately mentioned these contents. As the text says, this world is the world of ninjas, but at the same time it is not just a ninja. So write about the economy, the country, and the lives of ordinary people, to enrich the world. But rest assured, these things will not be written too much, just basic writing, used as an embellishment. This book is a fan of Naruto, and the focus is of course ninja. In order to prevent you from telling me the number of words, so I explain it specially. And the content of the country of waves. I also give you the bottom line. I will end within next week, just after the National Day, and enter a new chapter. In the end, in the Yakumo chapter, it ended with a slash, and there will be no shortage of this war. Get ready for Oreo, 3+2, cola, and a passionate BGM. This book has written 200,000 characters, but there are still many shortcomings. Yadao is also working hard to improve himself. It's the same sentence, whether you scold or praise it, you are very happy with the cut, so please support, favorite, and vote. Chapter 95 Chaos and Tactics. This chapter is reissued. His Royal Highness took Kazuo and wandered around, cheering everywhere he went. Someone even gave Kado flowers and eggs, and the latter accepted it with a smile. A little sister gave him a candy, and he immediately took out a box of exquisite chocolates and gave it back to her. Seeing a poor grandma on the street, Kado also walked up to express his concern. Kado's performance attracted everyone's praise, saying that Kado's boss is approachable, rich but not arrogant. These actions led to the rapid rise of Kado's reputation in Tanokuni, like flying by plane. If it weren't for understanding his nature, King Yu would have thought that Kado is a world-renowned charity rich. Unexpectedly, he is still an actor. King Yu and the others have been with him for an hour, and they have watched him act in a scene for an hour. Their faces are almost black and turned into carbon, and they can't wait to throw it over and explode his glasses. However, for more than an hour, the number of people who came to see Kado has not decreased but increased, and the streets are full of people. Coupled with the fact that there are hundreds of bodyguards, King Yu and the others really can't find a chance to do it. How long will it take to turn? Yueman asked impatiently. I don't know. King Yu was also a little irritable. Obviously the goal is right in front of me, but I can't move my hands, which is really uncomfortable. If this goes on, I'm afraid I won't be able to kill Kado. Xiao Aman said. King Yu gritted his teeth when he heard this, and said, you two are from Anbu. Isn't there any way to assassinate without knowing it? Anbu, officially named Assassination Tactics Special Forces. What look? Yueman said uncomfortably. Of course there is, but there are too many people here. Master King Yu, no matter what kind of assassination method, the first condition is to get close to the target. In this situation, it is impossible to get close. How can you kill him? Zeman said helplessly. Is it possible that the achievement cannot be killed from a long distance? King Yu asked again. There are too many people. If I use hidden weapons, I'm not sure I won't be detected. Zeman said. King Yu sighed helplessly when he heard the words, and nodded his head understandingly. The so-called assassination is an assassination unless it is not noticed. There are hundreds of pairs of eyes around Kado now. No matter from which angle or method to kill him, someone will always see the clue. TSK. Yueman sipped, and said coldly, no matter what, let's attack. Strike. King Yu and Zeman were shocked at the same time, and King Yu vomited. You really have the determination. Otherwise, what can we do? Yueman said. Did you let him run away? If you solve him earlier, we can also go to the country of Echo. Moreover, Akatsuki's members don't know their whereabouts at this moment. Maybe he was looking at Kado from there. If they are allowed to successfully contact and even protect Kado, we are really not easy to get started. Hearing this, Zeman thought for a while, and said, Master Shizun, Why don't we kill Kado and run away directly? What do you think? Hearing Zeman's words, Shima's mind turned sharply, thinking about the feasibility of this matter. He pursued the assassination from the beginning. The first reason was that this was the site of Oshimaru, and things were getting worse, so I don't know what kind of trouble it might cause. Secondly, it was to avoid direct contact with Xiao. As for Zeman's proposal, Shima tended to veto it because he might not be able to run. If they reveal their identity or traces, Oshimaru may come to catch them. Secondly, if Jiaodu and Fuan were also watching at this moment, they killed Kado with great fanfare, 100% would attract Jiaodu and Fuan. This is not the situation that King Yu wants to see. One more thing, that is Akatsuki's real purpose. He wants to find out if their purpose is really what he thinks. It controls the countries surrounding Konoha. The ideal situation that King Yu thought was that with their preparation, Akatsuki had already contacted Kado. He successfully detected Akatsuki's purpose, and then successfully killed Kado. Facing Akatsuki, he did not reveal his identity. However, wanting to return to thinking, just dreaming. How can the reality be so smooth? First of all, Kado would actually live in the daimyo's castle, which directly increased the difficulty of their Hansen by 100 times. He didn't find Akatsuki's trace, which also made their actions very passive. Here is the site of Dashimaru again. When the three elements are put together, King Yug can't do what he wants in his heart. Seeing King Yu not speaking, Uemon patted him on the shoulder. What do you think? What is going on? You have to say something. King Yu understood the situation. He thought about it, and decisively refused. No, this will expose us. Shizen was worried, and Uemon knew it, but she still insisted on her opinion. But now there is no other way. Upon hearing this, the three of them were silent for a while. If you don't kill now, then you can only ambush on the road. But the problem is that they must do it first before dawn. But now King Yu didn't know the whereabouts of Jiaodu and Fei Aiden, in case Xiao had successfully traded with Kajuo without their knowledge, and protected Kajuo. King Yu felt that he would vomit blood with anger. At this moment, the three of King Yu heard an angry roar. Kajuo, pay for your life. Immediately afterwards, a young man rushed out of the crowd, holding a long knife and rushing towards Kado. Everyone exclaimed. The scene suddenly became chaotic, and Kajuo's face suddenly turned white, and he backed back and hid behind the Great Highness. And His Highness also turned blue, wondering where the murderer came from. Only the Second Highness strode forward and gave the command very calmly, stop the murderer. Yes. A group of guards took the orders together, rushed forward, and extremely experienced people restrained them. From the occurrence to the end, it took no more than 1 minute before and after. Seeing King Yu, they hadn't figured out what the situation was. Looking at the murderous young man, dressed very ordinary, not like a ninja, just an ordinary person. Seeing that the person was restrained, Kado regained his boss temperament, and walked forward with a smile, saying, I've heard that your Second Majesty is brave. I saw it today, and it really deserves a reputation. His Royal Highness smiled slyly, and you read www.uukanzu.com and said, Mr. Kado, you are not frightened. No, number. Don't worry too much about your highness. Kado smiled on his face, but thought in his heart, fuck, how to do defense? Scared me to death. This prodigal son is useless. His Highness heard the words and felt relieved. Kado is his cash cow, and he can't have any losses. He hurriedly said, come on, press down on him. Put to death. The guards acted immediately, and when they heard the word execution, the people also exclaimed. But His Highness hurriedly stopped. Hold on. The guards stopped, and the Second Majesty walked towards the youth, looked around and said, I have something to ask this gentleman. What else are you asking? His Highness immediately became angry. This man has committed a serious crime. Yes, it is a serious crime to commit a crime in Danzigo. However, this gentleman dares to commit a crime in front of so many soldiers. Then I think he must have a reason to do it. His Royal Highness looked back at His Royal Highness and Kado, and smiled. Don't Mr. Kado want to hear his motives? Seeing the smile of His Royal Highness, Kado was shocked and said, "This guy, could it be?" Not only Kazuo saw the clues, King Yu also vaguely saw what the Second Highness wanted to do at this moment. It turned out to be like this, King Yu said to himself with a smile. Zeman and Uemon were stunned at the same time. The former asked, "Samishima, what are you talking about? The assassin is mostly arranged by the Second Highness." The two were shocked. It was slightly modified, but the result was a little late, and then it was copied a little less when it was sent, so the retransmission was deleted. The chapter will be on time at 8. Chapter 96. Tragic Kado. What's the matter? Mr. Kado doesn't want to listen. Seeing that Kado didn't speak, the Second Highness smiled and asked again. He was gentle on the surface, but Kado sounded aggressive. Second Highness, just ask if you want to ask. What do you mean by asking me? Kado made Taikai. Mr. Kado deserves to be well known. His Royal Highness sarcastically said, then looked at the young man and said, let's talk about it. Why do you want to kill Mr. Kado? He's damn it. As if he had cooperated well, the young man said, don't be fooled by the bad guy Kado. In just 2 sentences, the amount of information is huge. The Second Highness nodded in satisfaction and asked in surprise, bad guy? Don't talk nonsense. Mr. Kado is a well-known philanthropist. Empu. Charity. He'll go to your mother's charity. The youth suddenly became angry. Ahem. His Royal Highness frowned and coughed gently. You talk to talk, but don't be like a little rascal. He waved his hand. The guards understood, and released the spear on the young man. The young man stood up, looked at the villagers and elders around him, and said, His Royal Highness, everyone, you do not know that I am not from the land of the country. I am from the country of the wave. Hearing the 3 words for the country of waves, the others didn't react much, with only a puzzled look on their faces. But Kado's face suddenly jumped. His face was so gloomy that it was about to drip out. These 2 highnesses are poisonous. Zeman and Uemon were stunned when they heard the words, and then looked at Shima, only to see him look at a joke. Sure enough, King Yu said with a smile, these 2 highnesses are a bit powerful. At this time, he didn't need to explain. Zeman and Uemon also understood. These 2 highnesses are going to make more cards. So, it seems that this Second Highness has already known the true face of Kado and is ready to expose him. Uemon smiled. It should have been like this. Uemon smiled. I don't believe in a Tanokuni, and there is no smart person. But the purpose of this Second Highness is not to uncover Kado. What he wants is to deal with his brother. King Yu explained. It's because of the position of the daimyo. Zeman said, I heard that the daimyo of Tanokuni is 70 years old. Otherwise? King Yu smiled. The cause of the matter is this. The name of Tanzigo, now more than 70 years old, has the idea of abdication in his heart. However, he has 2 sons under his knees, and he doesn't know who to pass the position to. Although the advantages and disadvantages of the 2 children are obvious. The eldest son is brave and innocent, he is good wine, but he is very filial. The youngest son, both civil and military, is deeply loved by the officials, but he is too scheming. But scheming is actually a necessary quality for a big name. A discerning person knows that the younger son is more suitable for the position of the daimyo. But the daimyo prefers his eldest son. It's just that if you give the position to the elder son, the younger son might dissatisfy and do some violent things. For the younger son, the elder son has no way to survive. It's hard to deal with the daimyo. He loves both his sons so much that he doesn't want to see them killing each other. Therefore, he gave an order to the 2 of them, saying that whoever can make Tanzigo better is the next big name. So, the eldest son invited Kado, thinking that if a big capitalist like Kado settles in the country of fields, it will inevitably drive the economy. As for Kado, he was naturally very happy, thinking that there is such a fool, and asking him to invest. Doesn't this give him a chance to control Tanzigo? Kado readily agreed. He wanted to help the eldest son become a big name, and control the economy of Tanzigo by himself. then the eldest son would become a puppet. You are the real lord of Danzigo. But thinking so, the eldest son is a fool, and the younger son is not. The moment he knew what the elder son was thinking, the younger son immediately sent someone to investigate Cardo. The news that surprised him both surprised him and made him angry. Surprised that Cardo is such a person. What is angry is that his elder brother has found such a scourge. After several days of negotiations with the staff, I finally thought of this plan, and it happened that a part of the refugees from the country of Bozi came to the country of Tan. When the younger son found them, he didn't mention any favorable terms. He heard that he was dealing with Kajuo. After adding the second highness to help out, they agreed without hesitation. It is incumbent to deal with Kajuo, as the people of Poland. Immediately afterwards, the young people from Poland spoke out the evil deeds of Kokado in Poland, and everyone was frightened, especially when they tortured and killed Yi's stepfather. Many people clenched their fists. If some people believe it, some people naturally don't believe it. Although some people believe in what the youth said, some people think he is talking nonsense. The nation of Waves did hear that the situation was very annoying, and now it is about to annihilate the country. Isn't that impossible? Pa's country is a famous holiday destination. The young man smiled bitterly and said, "It's still a holy place for vacation. Yes, the scenery of the original Nami country is beautiful, and you can also eat fresh seafood. But now the Nami country is like a dead city. If not for the suffering of some people's support, the country of Poland is long gone." As he said, the young man shed tears and said, "We have an engineer named Tazna, who is trying to break away from Cardo's economic control in the country of Poland, and bring a group of uncles who want to build a bridge as a gateway to other countries. The economic bridge. The bridge is still under repair. If you don't believe it, go and see for yourself." "Then how did you go?" someone asked. The young man cried bitterly after hearing this. "I'm afraid of death. I don't want to be killed like Brother Keisha." Everyone fell silent. What he said is true. At this time, an old man in the crowd came out. "I also escaped from the country of Wave." Immediately afterwards, as if they were well coordinated, all the refugees from the country of Waves ran out, nearly 100. The people of Tanzigo were dumbfounded. One person said that they didn't believe it. But more than 100 refugees came out to testify, and they couldn't help but doubt it. Because there are still some of them. You are reading www.yuukanzu.com is their friend. The girl who was given chocolate by Cardo stopped her mouth and looked at the chocolate in her hand thoughtfully. The old lady who was condoned sighed softly, stepped forward to return the money to Cardo, and said, "Mr. Cardo, you can take this money back." "Boss Cardo, are they true?" one of them asked. "Did you really do that?" Facing the questioning of the people around, Cardo's face paled for a while, and he quickly said, "I don't know. I have never been to any wave country." His reaction is so strange that although everyone is not a ninja, they are not fools, and they have already seen the clue. I have believed in the words of the people of Poland, and I was both disappointed and afraid of Cardo. Who? Nonsense. His Highness suppressed the shock in his heart and said, "Mr. Cardo, how could it be such a person?" "Right, Mr. Cardo." "Zhao, these people were arranged by you. Right." His Royal Highness heard the words and looked at His Highness angrily, and said, "Arrangement? Brother, do you think this is an arrangement? Can I arrange for so many people to make up a story together? Do you know what kind of person you are looking for?" Exclamation mark. "What do you mean?" His Highness asked in horror. "Go to the country of Poland to see what that country has become." His Highness said loudly, "Dear citizens of the country of Tan, what they said is true. I have personally visited the country of Poland. I swear by Wu Zai's surname." Hearing that the Second Highness swears by his surname, everyone no longer has any doubts. The son of a famous family swears by the name of the famous family. They can't help but believe it. "Get out of Tanzai," someone said loudly. At the beginning of one person, 100 people met, and Cardo, who had just been welcomed, has become an object of disgust in an instant. Chapter 97. The momentum called Cadogan gradually became larger, and Cado's face paled for a while, for fear that he would be affected. The guards behind him also looked nervous, and couldn't help holding the hilt of the knife, but they didn't dare to pull it out. They are not stupid, knowing that if they really draw their swords, the Second Highness will definitely kill them on the spot. Seeing the turmoil in the crowd, His Highness suddenly became excited. Shut up. No one paid any attention to him, and then His Highness looked at the Second Highness, and said angrily, "Who made you swear by your surname?" The Second Highness sneered and ignored him. "His Royal Highness, what do you want to do when you bring people like Arduo to Tanzigo?" someone asked in the crowd. The Majesty was suddenly stunned. Seeing the disgust on the faces of the people around him, he suddenly panicked, quickly grabbed Cardo's hand and said, "Mr. Cardo, you can explain it quickly." Explain a hammer. Cardo's face was as cold as frost. At this moment, he couldn't wait to stabbing this straw bag to death. If it weren't for him, how could he be so insulted? He broke away from the hand of His Highness, looked at the poor ghosts around, and sneered, "Since you want me to go, then I will go. But I originally planned to invest a lot of money in Tanzigo, but you have listened to the rumors. Missed opportunity. Okay. I will leave Tanzigo now. Moreover, I will stop all trade with Tanokuni." Cardo sneered. When everyone heard it, they screamed louder, and the Second Highness smiled. "Don't bother you, we will find new trading partners. For example, the country of Poland is very good." Of course, it is the real country of Poland. Cardo's face was cold when he heard the words, and he turned around and left. His Highness quickly stopped. "Mr. Cardo, you don't want to go. I'm telling you, this experience of coming to Tanzigo made me very uncomfortable." Cardo pulled away his hand and said coldly, "You better not leave Tanzigo, otherwise—" His Highness sat down on the ground, and the threat from Cardo just made him very scared. Seeing Cardo turned and left, the Second Highness watched him coldly. "His Royal Highness, do I need to keep Cardo?" a guard asked. "No, people like him are not easy to kill," His Highness said, "as long as he doesn't interfere in the affairs of Tanokuni in the future, it's fine." His Royal Highness saw very clearly, people like Cardo have intricate connections, and kill him easily, fearing that it will bring disaster to Tanzigo. Looking at the desolate appearance of His Highness, the Second Majesty thought that he would be very happy, but he did not have the thrill of victory as expected. "Big brother." The Second Highness remembered the scene of him catching birds behind his back when he was young. "Send him back to rest." The Second Highness turned his back and changed his words, "Notified Ashwin and let him send someone." The guard leapt, bowed to take his command, and walked over to help His Highness up. His Highness looked at the back of the Second Highness, gave a wry smile, and staggered towards the castle with the help of others. "So happy, so happy!" King Yu shouted. Seeing that Cardo is like a dog in the family, everyone shouts and beats. King Yu and the others couldn't help but applaud. Yuemban even laughed wildly. "It really deserves it." Zeman also looked excited and said, "Master Shima, good opportunity. Now Cardo must leave." "Yeah?" King Yu nodded, looked at the sky. The red clouds on the horizon gradually faded, and night was about to fall. "It's getting dark too. We just started." King Yu geared up. The two nodded, and then the three of them hurriedly chased in the direction where Cardo had left. At the same time, the pocket in the corner pushed his glasses. It turns out that the target is Cardo. "Should we catch up?" After all, he took a look at the Second Highness, smiled and said, "I can think of this little devil, but he has grown to this point now." Wu Xinjiao, after thinking about it, quickly returned to the base of Otonin village. "Master Oshimaru, the target of the three has been found out. It's Cardo." "Oh dear." Shiwan glanced playfully. "Master Oshimaru, I didn't lie." Du smiled. "I didn't say that you lied. It's just that you can't leave this alone." Dashimaru took out an envelope. "This is?" Du doubted. Dashimaru didn't say much, and threw the envelope over and opened it. There was only one sentence in it. "Kill Cardo," inscribed. "Take Ucho." Du suddenly laughed. "Master Oshimaru, You really have a wolf. I haven't seen it for 3 years. I didn't expect Shio to have become so interesting. Dashimaru was not angry, but said with interest. Do you want to listen to his instructions? Dodo. Do you irritate me? Why are you still so naive in this respect? Daishiwan laughed. What do you think? Asked with a smile. Daishimaru glanced at Do with admiration and said, Do, you imitated me very well, but you are not me after all. Hearing this, the smile on Tao's face suddenly disappeared. Let's go. Accompany me to a good show. Daishiwan smiled coldly. Good show? Do was puzzled. It seems that Akatsuki's target is also him. Daishimaru said. Hearing this, Do suddenly smiled. You are still so nasty. Don't go. Oshimaru turned and left. Of course I am going, Master Oshimaru. Under the moonlight, Kado ran all the way with his men, cursing all the way. Fuck, that idiot. Kado stepped on the stakes hard and said, a man of this size will be calculated by a kid. Boss, do you want to deal with Tenzigo? A little hooligan asked with a smile. Idiot. Kado kicked him vigorously. Tenzigo is not so well controlled by Pazuogo. That Takenouchi is not an ordinary guy. The little hooligan wasn't angry either, and he stood up still grinning. So, let's forget it. HMPH, forget it. That can't be done. It's the first time I have suffered such insults from Uncle Kado. This account must be settled by him. Kado sneered. How about the task of not cutting it anymore? Oh, this is the news that No More Slash has been defeated. Hearing the name No More Slash, the little hooligan suddenly said with some fear. Failed? Kado suddenly became angry. You can't kill an old man? Crap. Sure enough, what a ghost, a ninja. Just talking nicely. You read www.uukanzu.com, Kado said with disdain. Yes, boss, you are right. A group of people immediately complimented. What is it? Kado said coldly. Go faster. Protect me when you leave the city. Shima-sama, when will you do it? Zeman asked. Now. Seeing that Kajuo had reached the sparsely populated lane, King Yu decided to take action. The next moment, King Yu stood on the roof, summoned 10,000 rock worms, and attacked Kado. Zeman and Uemon cooperated without hesitation. Boss, you let go. The heart word has not been said yet. Everyone suddenly heard a harsh humming behind them, and when they looked back, a large swath of dense objects rushed towards them. Quickly wrapped the last few attendants, and the next moment there was a heartbreaking wailing. That is! Kajuo was still surprised in the future, only to feel that a black shadow flashed in front of him, and two figures appeared in the sky, covering the moonlight. Protect me! Kado exclaimed and backed away again and again. The four gangsters hurriedly stepped forward. You guy. Two paths passed from top to bottom, a cold light flashed in his hands, and blood sprayed. The four gangsters fell to the ground and died. Kado took a breath. There were 15 of them. These two guys killed them in an instant. Very scary. The remaining few dared not step forward. Zeman and Uemon held kunai, and rushed to Kado quickly. Ah! Kado exclaimed in surprise. Successful. Uemon was overjoyed, preparing to give Kado a fatal blow. However, accompanied by a cold light, a sickle whirled down from the air, abruptly hindering the two offensive. Chapter 98 Fighting. Undead two-people group. What is this sickle? Zeman and Uemon retreated. The next moment, a figure fell from the sky. Flying section. By the moonlight, King Yu saw the person coming and was shocked. He guessed right. These two guys are really in Tanzigo. The flying section is here, so the corners. You really know how to pick a target. At this moment, a calm voice rang from behind King Yu. What? King Yu's heart shuddered, and before he could turn his head back in the future, he felt that his waist was receiving a strong force. Boom! With a loud noise, King Yu sank heavily into the wall. Smoke and dust everywhere. Cough. King Yu suffered a lot of pain, and suddenly the corners of his mouth were bleeding. As expected of Jiodu, this strength is really great. Master King Yu. Cockroach. Zeman and Uemon exclaimed at the same time. Hey! My uncle is in front of you. Fuan thought of his slightly frivolous voice. As soon as Zeman and Ueman turned their heads, Hida immediately attacked Zeman and Ueman. He pressed the top of the sickle and kicked it. The two stretched out their hands to block, but the strength of the feet of the flying section was beyond their expectations. With a crisp bone-cracking sound, the two were kicked a few meters away. DSK, it hurts. Ueman grinned in pain, and Zeman's arm was numb. Immediately afterwards, Fejuan pulled up his sickle and pursued the victory. With the iconic frantic laughter, Zhao Du also jumped forward and attacked the two from the roof, preparing to play a double against the fly section. Ahahaha. Become a sacrifice to the evil god. Go to hell. The situation is critical. The two are always aggressive, but Zeman and Ueman are not the weak. Although the two of them were injured by the powerful kick of Fuan, the brothers and sisters were born in Anbu, and they immediately endured the pain and clenched the kunai in their hands. Back to back, each respond to the enemy. Zeman is facing Kakuto, and Ueman facing Hida. Just as the two sides were on the verge of breaking out, an angry voice sounded in the smoke and dust. When I don't exist. After all, a louder humming sound than just now sounded, and a large rock-hard worm attacked Jiadu at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, another 10,000 rockworms that had originally wrapped Kado's attendants, under King Ye's command, attacked the section. That kind of insect control technique. Is it from the Konoha oil female clan? Jiadu was shocked, and quickly stepped back. That guy hasn't fainted yet. However, Fuan was not afraid, holding the sickle high, preparing to break the attack of the hard bug with brute force. Upon seeing this, the corners suddenly shouted, "Flying section, get away!" Fuan was startled when he heard the words, but his body immediately reacted, jumped onto the roof, and avoided. This guy reacts so fast. Watching Hidden's actions, Ueman already had a rough estimate of Hidden. This body technique is very strong. After blocking the two offensives, Rockworm did not chase, but guarded Zeman and Ueman. Seeing this, Zhao turned his eyes to look at the smoke and dust, and his heart was suddenly surprised. Man, are you missing? Just as Zhao was surprised, the next second, an angry voice rang from his side, "Come and feel it." Oh? The sudden words didn't make the veteran strong Zhao Du feel nervous. The moment he heard King Ye's voice, he instinctively quickly reached out to block, and then felt a strong force in his arm and kicked him abruptly. Fly. The horns flew out a few meters, adjusted their posture in the air, and landed firmly beside the flying section without any damage. He moved his arm, looked at King Yu in the air, and said, "The strength is not weak." Seeing the corner all commented on him so easily, King Yu sneered. After all, it was Zhao Du. The ability to resist beating was indeed far superior to him. King Yu didn't plan to defeat Zhao Du with this kick, but he still had no problem with flying him. He just wanted to avenge the kick that Zhao Du sneaked on. The pain in that foot just now made him angry. At any rate, he was also a well-known master who actually attacked him. Shizen drew a middle finger across the corner in his heart, and then landed quickly, a flash, and came to the side of Zeman and Ueman. The speed is okay. Zhao Du observed King Yu and silently estimated King Ye's strength. This is the advantage of Zhao Du. He can live from the Warring States period to the present, in addition to his own strength. That is, he has never underestimated the enemy. No matter how weak the opponent is, the angle always observes objectively. Shijin looked at Kakuto and Hidana coldly, guarding them, and asked, "Zeman, Ueman, how are you doing?" "It's okay." Zeman shook his hand and said, "Ueman's hand should be broken." Ueman said, "It's okay, I can fight." King Yu was very upset when he heard this, and immediately called out Yukao and treated Ueman's arm. Seeing this, his brows raised slightly, and he said in his heart, "It is really uncomfortable to use insects to kill this kind of method." He has lived for too long, and his knowledge is far beyond ordinary people's imagination. He knew at a glance that Shima was healing Ueman. In battle, This kind of opponent that can be healed anytime and anywhere is the most troublesome. The one he had encountered, which is still fresh in his memory, is the first generation of Hokage. Thinking of that battle, Zhao Du was very angry. The strength of the first generation is far better than that of him. He has finally caused damage to him, but he can be cured without seal. In desperation, he could only escape, and this was his only escape experience. Kado sat down on the ground, and the little attendant behind him also trembled. The fight that had just happened for a moment made them speechless. What is the origin of these people? Kado shouted loudly and said, who are you guys? The one who killed you. King Yu said coldly, sweeping to Kazuo. Kado felt cold, and today was a damn big day. Zhao Du sneered and said, Mr. Kado, don't worry, we are here to protect you. Hearing this, Kado was surprised at first, and then he was happy. Really? Of course it is true. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Zhao Du said. However, I need you to pay some price. Kado naturally agreed without hesitation. No problem. As long as you can protect me, I can pay any price. So, that's it. Fuan, you protect him from leaving and leave it to me here. The corners fell from the roof and looked at King Yu and said, let me come, brother Jiadu, I haven't killed anyone in a long time. Fuan immediately refused. Jiadu looked at Fuan and said, I don't believe your IQ. What do you mean, brother Jiadu? Do you think I will lose to the guys on the opposite side? Fuan said displeased. Yeah, Zhao nodded without hesitation, and Fuan was speechless. Hearing this, King Yu was overjoyed. He was already ready to fight the undead duo, but he didn't expect Zhao Du to decide to deal with them alone. This is undoubtedly a great advantage for King Yu and the others. But even if it is powerful, the corners are not the existence they can kill now, and as soon as the grievances come out, the fighting power of the corners will directly soar. King Yu turned his mind and made a plan, and said, you are a good calculation, knowing that the big-backed head next to you is not our opponent. Asshole, what are you talking about? Fuan was suddenly angry, and immediately prepared to raise his knife to fight with King Yu for 300 rounds. Zhao Du stopped and said with a smile, you Konoha dare not wear a forehead for killing people now? Hearing this, the three King Yug were shocked. This guy actually saw that we were Konoha's ninjas? That kind of insect control technique. I have known a clan after living for so many years, the Konoha Oil Female Clan. Zhao Du sneered. The update time will resume to 12 noon and 3 p.m. tomorrow. Chapter 99. Is it inferred from the surgery? Indeed, based on Jiada's experience, it is not surprising that King Yu's identity can be inferred from the technique. When Kazuo heard Jiada's words, he was suddenly surprised, and at the same time, there was an incomprehensible anger in his heart. How could Konoha's ninja come to kill him? Could it be that Tazna invited it? But it shouldn't be. Although Kado learned that Tazna had gone to Konoha, how could he afford such a powerful ninja with his financial resources? Of course, no matter what Kado thinks, it is impossible to think of the real reason why King Yu killed him. After a pause, Kado boldly said, you are Konoha's ninjas? I don't seem to offend you. Hearing Kado's yelling, King Yu looked at it coldly, and said indifferently, so what? The simple 4 words immediately made Kazuo speechless. Also, a ninja never needs a reason to kill. He gritted his teeth and hated Konoha in his heart. And he is not a good stubble. Since he has formed a beam, he does not need hypocrisy and snakes. He turned his head to the horns and the flying section and said, 2, you help me kill them, and I will pay you 1 million. 2. Hearing this, the 3 King Yugs' faces suddenly became cold. Kado, you are looking for death. Uemon said angrily. Zhao Du took a step forward and said coldly, you don't have this ability. When Uemon heard this, he looked at Kikuto with no fear, but he didn't act recklessly. Compared to the takeoff stage, the corners are obviously more stressful. There is a kind of aura on Jiadu, which has been tempered through many battles. When he said this, there was no emotion of contempt or ridicule, but a simple fact. In front of such a person, Yueman also wisely did not act rashly. When he heard Kado's words, King Yu didn't make any comments. With Kado's vicious character, please give a shot at the corner. It was nothing unexpected. And the horns are here, and it really can't kill Kajuo. The focus now is on the two powerful enemies of Jiaodu and Feiden. Successful self-protection under them is the priority. It's only 1 million tals, uncle. You look down on people. Jiaodu hadn't said anything about Kado's 1 million tals before Ftuan spoke first. We used to take all 1,000 tals. The head of the start. Ftuan grinned and said, I heard that you are a world-famous big boss. How come you are not as generous as the rats on the black market? Start with 10 million? Kado was so frightened that he peed. Not only him, but Zeman and Yueman were also a little frightened. As Anb, Zeman and Yueman also have the most basic understanding of black market rewards. Players who can be worth the money, at least have the fighting power of elite shinobu. And those people are mostly important people in various villages, people who can be called the number one. Hearing what the sickle man said, the two of them seemed to do this kind of thing often. At this moment, Zeman and Yueman further understood the strength of the two from the side, and I am afraid that they are superior to the elite. The ninjas of Akatsuki's organization may all be rank rebels, and they have the strength to take 10 million heads. It's just that Zeman and Yueman are a little surprised that the origins of the corners are related to hidden. Xiao Aeman said, if I'm not mistaken, the four head guards on both of you belong to Taken in village and you in village. Right? Shizen and Yueman looked at the four head guards on the heads of the corners. It was a sign that looked a little like a downward arrow, and the forehead protection of the flying section is marked with 3 patterns of lightning side by side. There is a horizontal line between the foreheads of the two of them, which cuts the foreheads, which is the sign of rebellion. Did brother find out? Yueman said. Well, if I remember correctly, Zeman said. The two of them are indeed the rebels of Taken in village and Tanian village. King Yu looked at Jiaodu and Feiden coldly. Yes, this uncle belongs to Tanian village. How about? Isn't that good? Feduan provocatively said. Oh, unexpectedly, a village like Taken in Mura would also be in Konoha's eyes. Jiaodu also followed with a sarcasm. I heard the two admit that Zeman and Yueman were a bit strange. They had the impression that Taken in village and Yu in village were very weak villages, and there would be ninjas like them. But Taken in village is okay. It's a village with a lot of people. It's not too incomprehensible to be able to play a role like this. What really makes people wonder is the sickle man, who was born in Tanian village, which really surprised the brothers and sisters. Based on their knowledge of Tanian village, this village is said to be a ninja village rather than a hot spring village. In a normal ninja village, take Konoha as an example, the main source of income for the village is still mission entrustment and state support. But Tanian village is not. They are mainly based on the tourism industry. Over the years, this village has quickly changed from a ninja village to a resort. This place can also betray forbearance, which is really puzzling. Kakuno ignored the surprise of Zeman and Yueman, looked at Kado, and said, Mr. Kado, do you think your life is only worth 1 million tals? Listening to the indifferent words of the corner, Kado gritted his teeth when he heard the words, and said, I will give you 10 million tals. After all, it was Kado, who was rich and wealthy. After some friendly explanations on the fly section, he immediately increased the price tenfold. For this reason, King Yu and the others were not surprised. His increase in money was expected. Haha. At the price, I was quite satisfied with the price, and said, that's sincere. Although Jiaodu loves money, he didn't come to Kajuo to ask for money this time. Jiaodu went on to say, Mr. Kado, I don't need your money this time. Huh? Kado suddenly asked in a daze. Then what do you want? I need you to promise me a deal. Jiaodu's words were beyond Kado's expectation. Upon hearing this, King Yu hurriedly pricked his ears. What's the deal? Kado asked quickly. No hurry, the content of the transaction will satisfy you. Jiaodu sneered. Wait until I take care of them, it will not be too late. Hey, be careful. King Yu said. Hearing this, Kado swallowed a mouthful of water. A strong man like Jiaodu asked him to do business, making Kado both frightened and excited. What kind of surprises can be given to him while he is afraid of being dangerous? After thinking for a while, Kado grinned and said, "Hey, then he'll give you all the rubbish." "Very well, then it's so decided." After running around for several days, the business finally has a good eye, and the corners are satisfied. Ftuan, take the gold master and leave. "Hey, brother, really don't let me go." Ftuan still didn't want to leave like this. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. "Don't let me repeat the same thing again," Jiaodu said without looking back. "Okay." Ftuan shrugged, pointed at King Yu and the others, and said, "Bye-bye, sacrifices." "Uncle, let's go." After that, Ftuan left with Kado. Seeing Kado walk away, Zeman and Yueman looked at each other, their eyes full of doubt and anxiety. What to do? The last two looked at King Yu, but King Yu was very calm. Kado is going to be unstoppable, there is nothing to entangle. The question now is how to deal with Jiaodu. King Yu's mind turned sharply, thinking about the countermeasures. When he came to the country, King Yu set two goals for himself. The first is to kill Kado, and the second is to discover Akatsuki's purpose as much as possible. Now that Kado can't be killed for the time being, what about the second purpose? How should I get a word out of Jiaodu's mouth? Okay, let's go to the second round, boy with sunglasses. Jiaodu looked at King Yu and beckoned gently. Seeing this, Zeman and Yueman immediately opened their posture, ready to fight. Dawn. Jiaodu just wanted to make a move, but King Yu laughed and said, "I thought you knew what a high-end organization it was." "What?" The corner was taken aback. "Unexpectedly, I would actually do business with people like Kado." King Yu looked at Jiaodu with a look of contempt. Jiaodu was startled and asked, "You actually know the name of our organization? Is it weird?" King Yu pretended to say lightly, "I know a lot. Akatsuki's corner capital." When King Yu spoke his name, Jiaodu's momentum suddenly changed and said, "You successfully aroused my interest." Chapter 100 Proof. A tyrannical chakra immediately swept the three of King Yug, feeling this almost shadow-level powerful aura. Suddenly, Zeman and Yueman's scalp numb. What kind of power is this? They knew that the horns were very strong, and they didn't mean to underestimate him, but they didn't expect that the chakra he burst out would give people such a sense of oppression. Jiaodu, far stronger than they estimated. S-class Renin, is that such an existence? In an instant, Yueman knew how far he was from Kakuto. As she said at the beginning, you must know how far you are from the S-class rebellion, and now she has got her wish. And King Yu, if he was prepared, he was taken aback by Jiaodu's momentum. Xintao deserves to be Jiaodu, one of the top 5 in Xiali. Can't be tough. Who are you guys on Earth? Jiaodu sneered coldly. If King Yu said the name of Akatsuki's organization, Jiao would only be surprised, and when King Yu said his name, it would make him feel weird. They knew that they were very secretive during this time, and there were very few people who knew their organization, and almost no one knew his name. But King Yu could actually tell. This made Jiao have to pay attention. Just thinking about it for nearly 10 minutes. King Yu had a bold idea in his heart, that is, Teolu Jiaodu. Hardworking guys forced him to know the purpose of the organization. King Yu couldn't help it. However, King Yu still thinks it is feasible to calculate the angle of capital, because he knows everything about Akatsuki. Of course, this is also a way to die. It's just that the three of them have no other choice now. With the current strength of the three of them, they can only rely on outsmarting the upper corner. Otherwise, experience must be given. This was also the fastest time for King Yu's brain to turn. Under the dangerous stimulation, King Yu succeeded. It consumed a lot of brain cells, and he had a plan to deal with Jiaodu. Don't tell me. Jiaodu sneered and shot immediately. Tentacles punched hard. With a brush, Jiaodu's arms separated suddenly and rushed towards the three of them. Seeing Kakuto's operation like this, Zeman was startled. The hand flew out. Looking closely, There is a thin black line connecting the corners of the arms and shoulders. That is, thread, Ueman said in shock. The three jumped and avoided. Jira's heavy boxing hit the ground, and a big hole was immediately smashed. This power shocked the three of them, and the seemingly understatement punch actually had such destructive power. Monster. King Ye's heart jumped. With this destructive power, being hit is almost the same. Calm down, calm down. The horns have already taken the bait, you can't be scared at this time. In the beginning, King Yu tried to avoid direct conflict with these two threats. However, things backfired, and King Yu really didn't expect that these two men would jump out when he was about to succeed in the end. But now that they are up against each other, King Yu doesn't plan to withdraw just like that. Especially now there is only one corner facing Zhao Du. King Yu was scared, but in fact he was not as scared as he thought. Just do it once for the coward. King Yu shook a fist. Ueman, Shizan took a deep breath, then shouted loudly, attracting the two people's attention. The two looked towards King Yu together, only to see King Yu making a gesture. The two of them were taken aback, and then understood. Flash bomb. Although the two didn't know why King Yu gave this order, they didn't hesitate at all, because they believe that King Yu must have his reasons, and they have become accustomed to obeying King Yu's commands at critical moments. Zeman took out a flash bomb, threw it into the sky, and suddenly exploded, making the sky bright. People in the entire Daming City noticed the dazzling light. What's that? Fireworks? No, there is no notification of fireworks today. The people of Tenzigo talked a lot. On the street, Dashimari looked in the direction where King Yu and the others were, and said, "Flash bomb. It was in the old block. Let's go and take it." "Okay, Master Dashwan," De responded. At the same time, the soldiers of Danokini also noticed the unusual flash, and quickly notified the Second Highness Takeuchi. Sent someone to check. His Royal Highness didn't hesitate at all, and immediately sent a team of soldiers over. Flash bomb. You little ghosts. Zhao was slightly pierced in the eyes by the flash bomb, and quickly half-covered his eyes. His heart was murderous towards King Yu and the others. "Chiodu, our companion will be here soon. You can't leave." King Yu's heart jumped and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Zeman and Ueman were shocked at the same time. The brothers and sisters looked at King Yu incredulously, and his mind started to talk nonsense again. Also, how did King Yu know this guy's name? However, the two of them would not be so stupid that they immediately exposed King Yu. After a moment of shock, they immediately continued to guard against Chiodu. However, although Zeman and Ueman were surprised, Kakuno had different opinions. It turned out to be a signal. Actually used a flash to signal this kid. But has Akatsuki been noticed by Konoha? Cock couldn't help but begin to speculate. King Yu saw what Zhao Du was thinking, and said, "Do you think your actions are very secretive?" Without saying anything, he looked at King Yu and sneered. "It seems that you really founded by Konoha, an organization of rebels, don't want to be noticed." King Yu sneered, "As things are up to now, I might as well tell you that our real purpose is actually you. No, you know. Your purpose is us." It's clear. Zhao Du was shocked when he heard the words, so, it turns out that these little ghosts killed Kado to get me and Ftuan out. At this moment, Konoha was sure that Konoha had gotten Akatsuki's information, and had even made an ambush, and even knew their purpose. With such an association, Zhao Du suddenly remembered that there was someone following him in front of Kajuo's villa in the country of Nami. Could it be that at that time? No, it's not right. If we have been discovered at that time, why not do it in the country of Poland, but in the country of Tan? Zhao felt that something was wrong. But King Yu did indeed know his name and Akatsuki's information. Zhao gradually calmed down. He asked, "How did you Konoha learn about our information?" "Of course someone told us," King Yu said. "Who?" The corner's eyes were cold. "Ha ha." King Yu laughed. "Do you think I will tell you?" "Oh, you are reading www.uukanzu.com. I will use my strength to let you speak out." After that, Zhao Du attacked again. Yueman opened his mouth to make a fire escape. Fire escape. The art of fireball. A big fireball rushed to this corner. This cleaver ninjutsu is also used to deal with this uncle. Kakuto flashed sideways, easily avoiding the giant fireball of Yueman. Shima yelled, "Zaemon, Yueman, drag him with all his strength." With the companions, our mission is completed. Innocent. Zhao Du sneered, "You think you can stop me? If you can't stop, you must stop." King Yu said, "As early as in the country of Poland, we wanted to do it to you, but it's a pity that you went too fast. So it's like this." King Yu thought of what Zhao Du had just thought of. That is, since the target is them, why not do it in the country of Poland, but do it in the country of Tan? "How did you learn about our intelligence?" Zhao Du asked again. King Yu avoided answering, feeling the emotion of Zhao Du's slight excitement. His heart was almost done, and the most critical time had come. He sneered and said pretendingly, "You are too naive to use Kado to control an army country near Konoha." As soon as this remark came out, King Yu immediately observed Jioda's expression, and he laid it out for so long to ask this sentence. He wants to prove his guess from Jioda's reaction. Looking at the corner again, the moment he heard this, his pupils suddenly enlarged and his expression was unbelievable. This is Xyla's highest secret. Konoha would actually know that this is impossible. At the next moment, Zhao Du subconsciously came up with an answer. There are traitors in the organization.